Chapter 548, New Life. Chapter 548, New Life. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. However, he would not be able to stop the future trouble right after realizing it. The strong computational ability that his brain possessed allowed him to receive a huge amount of astronomical messages every second. The messages were quickly processed by his brain, and most of them were either done instinctively or subconsciously. It was like when a person woke up from sleep and opened one's eyes, the information of what one could hear, see, feel, and smell would gush into the person's head. Even when one did not pay close attention to it, those messages were still unavoidable. He was being placed in an ocean of information all the time. Even if he was aware of it now, it was unavoidable that his mind would be invaded, distorted, and eventually, assimilated after a long period of time. He would become a puppet of his own mind that possessed the computational ability. It was because his will was not strong enough to dominate his brain that had the super ability of thinking. There were only two ways to resolve this problem. One of it was to strengthen his will so that his will could have control over his brain. The second way would be to weaken one's ability of retrieving information. When the amount of information received was reduced, its ability to invade his mentality would be weakened as well. The former one could solve the problem once and for all. However, it was unrealistic since it was not easy to strengthen one's will. It was a spiritual power which much depended on a living being's subjective consciousness. It was different from physical strength, where it could be quickly accomplished through biological modification approaches. It had to be done step by step, and there would be no shortcuts. Despite the latter would be a temporary solution, as it would still slowly invade his mentality, it was somehow the only way that could solve Luo Yuan's current problem. As soon as he had made up his mind, he immediately acted as he was experienced. He was able to modify his body with ease. He first reduced his level of vision by reducing the molecular size that could be seen by his eyes to what could be seen by an ordinary human. As soon as it was being adjusted, his sense of alienation from the reality had been further reduced and his consciousness had become clearer. He recovered from his thoughts and started adjusting other of his sensory organs. Ironically, his sensory organs were being modified to become extremely powerful previously. Right now, he had to readjust it. Since he had his body modified, his self-consciousness disappeared quickly. As his sense of touch, smell, hearing, pain, and vision had all been readjusted, his self-consciousness had become clearer. He could felt a tinge of happiness and was touched. He was slightly delighted physically and mentally. He felt like he was drunk and tipsy, recalling the beautiful moments that passed through his mind. The last time when he felt this was 6 years ago, when he first mastered the technique to reduce the size of his body. He was unfamiliar with it as he felt it again now. However, it was not enough by just reducing the messages received by his 5 senses. He was different from an ordinary creature, as the messages that he received were of different dimensionalities. Not only were the messages received through the 5 senses of his body, they were received via his sense as well as his 4-dimensional vision that was capable of receiving the astronomical messages. The data received by his sensory organs was less than 0.5% of the total amount of data handled by Luo Yuan. The data retrieved via his sense was only 8% of them, whereas the remaining data was the 4-dimensional messages. They occupied an absolute amount of messages, and they were also the culprit that caused his mind to be dominated by his rationality. Fortunately, it was easy for the screening of the 4-dimensional messages, where an energy protective layer was effective in reducing the ability of his 4-dimensional vision. Of course, Luo Yuan would no longer need to put on a funny band on his forehead, as his body itself was a great source of energy. The energy produced by the mitochondria in his cells through the fusion reaction was on par with the energy that could be generated by a small-sized atomic bomb. Luo Yuan had investigated the structure of the band before. It was a stable, complex structure. Despite it had been more than 10 years, but he could still remember every detail clearly. Soon, he immersed himself in his will. The cells beneath his scalp instantly decomposed. They were then quickly modified and merged with each other in only 1/100 second. A dim, weak light was emitted out of his forehead. It seemed like a beam of light had penetrated through his hard skin. Luo Yuan touched his forehead and could only feel that it was slightly hot. He was completely fine. Furthermore, it was releasing a beam of dim light. It was not visible to the naked eyes of an ordinary human during the daytime. Perhaps nobody would know that the high-temperature plasma layer in his body had reached hundreds of degrees Celsius. He now had a blurry 4-dimensional vision. He felt relieved in a humanized way. As soon as Luo Yuan regained his senses, he was stunned as he realized that he was completely different. He was being emotional just now and even cared about what others felt about him. Despite his sensory organs had been weakened, where the high-definition images which he usually saw had become pixel images. The big gap in his senses had made him felt like an ordinary person turning into a blind and deaf person. He felt that his body was numb as he could no longer feel the impact of the dust in space on his skin. However, he felt revived. Yes, it was how reviving felt like. He felt like he had broken free from the shackles and got to know the world again. He became more sensitive spiritually and had clarity in his heart. Soon, he floated in the sky, staring at the red dwarf star not far away from him. He had been seeing this star for countless times ever since humans moved over here. Each of the details could be seen clearly in the past. However, at this moment, he felt that it was his first time seeing this and he felt curious about it. Luo Yuan decided to follow his curiosity and desire and teleported to the surface of the star. Looking it from afar, the red dwarf star looked unusually tame. However, as he looked at it closely, it looked like a furious giant that was spitting flames everywhere. Despite it was an old star, it was somehow still a star. Flames that measured a length of hundreds of kilometers flashed across the sky and were being pulled down from midair under the influence of gravitational force. Soon, Luo Yuan landed on the surface of the star. It was like Moses stretching out his hand over the sea, where the flames were automatically separated into two sides, creating a long, endless gully on the flames. After going through a spiritual baptism on his will, he seemed to have grown stronger. Even though he was not under the state of transcendence, his will was still capable of defending against the storm of flames with super high pressure. Despite the fact that the red dwarf star was an old star, it was somehow a star with extreme changes. Unlike the sun where nuclear fusion occurred within and outside the sun, nuclear fusion only happened in its core. The energy was being released and absorbed from the outer core in the form of a photon. It was then transmitted to the outer layer of the star in a disorderly manner. Luo Yuan could see that the super high-temperature plasma group appeared occasionally on its surface and a huge flame jet that was a few kilometers in diameter blasted off into space. The initial temperature of some of the flames had reached more than 10,000 degrees Celsius. However, the phenomenon was unusual. Many of the flames appeared to be in low temperature as the temperature was even lower than 1,000 degrees Celsius. It was slightly red in color. As he walked further up, he did not feel like it was a star. He had an illusion that it was a gas planet instead. The low-temperature region occupied almost 40% of the entire red dwarf star. If a sunspot region was chosen, perhaps the flight vehicles manufactured by humans would barely manage to land on this planet. Of course, it was extremely dangerous. One would have to be extra careful and be prepared that one would probably suffer great loss. It was because the storm of flames and the gamma ray that were constantly emitted by the surface of the star was stronger than that of Jupiter. Nobody would know whether the high-temperature plasma group would blast off from the sunspot region the next moment. Of course, the temperature could do no harm to Luo Yuan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 549, Lonely. Chapter 549, Lonely. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Luo Yuan immersed himself in the star as he went deeper and deeper. If the temperature on the surface of the red dwarf star was considered warm, the interior of the star would be a flaming inferno. The terribly high pressure had caused the high-temperature plasma gas to turn into fluid after it was condensed. It was flowing at the speed of thousands of meters per second. An ordinary material would not be able to survive here. Even the aircraft carrier that they had before the apocalypse would collapse and vaporized in a few seconds if it fell into this place. Right this moment, Luo Yuan was no longer as calm as he was when he was on the surface of the star. The safety space supported by his will was suppressed by the complex high-speed plasma. It had been reduced to a diameter of fewer than 3 meters. Luo Yuan then dived into a distance of fewer than 1,000 meters. The reason why one would be afraid of the star was because it was violent. Next, it would be because of its high temperature. Its high pressure and the terrifying flare from within that could generate quadrillions tons of energy had caused its interior to be filled with a destructive power. After more than 10 hours, Luo Yuan had finally stopped at the outside of the core. His will that was coming out from his body had disappeared and his naked body was surrounded by the high temperature and radiations. He was not in the state of transcendence. Therefore, there was no substantial increase in his abilities. The absolute power of his will was not as strong as one expected as it only possessed hundreds of tons of power. At the outer layer of the red dwarf star, he could still defend against such power with the precise control ability of his brain and his prediction ability. However, as he arrived here, regardless of how strong his control ability was, even with the help of his prediction ability and absolute power, they would be rendered useless. Thanks to his strong body physique, he managed to endure the extreme conditions of the environment. A soft yet strong force was exerted on his body. The power was terrifying as it could destroy most of the existing matters. However, it somehow felt like a whole-body massage to Luo Yuan. His hair did not even stand on end, encountering the temperature that was more than 100,000 degrees Celsius but less than 1 million degrees Celsius. It was an ocean of energy. Countless particles released dazzling beams of lights, creating a world of photons. There was nothing else he could see aside from light. It lasted for only a few minutes and soon, Luo Yuan felt bored about it. He was no longer interested and curious about it as he saw those repeating scenes. Right this moment, the energy held at the core of the star fluctuated and soon, a heated flow gushed towards Luo Yuan. It was a natural phenomenon that one would usually see over here as it happened frequently. The energy was transferred to the surface of the star from within its core through the heated flow of the high-temperature plasma. The diameter of some of the heated flows could reach up to hundreds of kilometers, achieving a speed of more than 10,000 meters per second. Luo Yuan did not avoid them and soon, he immersed himself in the heated flow. He then blasted off towards the surface of the star along with the heated flow of the high-speed plasma. About 10 minutes later, a loud thud was heard. The flame sent him out of the star and right towards space. He then balanced himself in mid-air and remained still, attempting to identify the direction. The next moment, he returned to the mansion after several teleports. It was like a shopping mall. When it was first constructed, it was a multi-story building with a variety of luxurious decorations. As it was not practical, Luo Yuan had modified it and now, there was only a spacious living room left with an area of more than 100,000 square meters. There were no decorations and any extra items. Be it the wall or the floor, it was coated with a layer of advanced material. The whole living room was clean and clear. Looking at everything there, Luo Yuan now felt that the place he used to be was cold like machines. The living room was empty as if it was isolated from the world. He felt a chill. As his consciousness was no longer constrained, he instinctively hated what that had happened at that time when he was being a puppet. All of a sudden, he did not feel like staying over there at all. Luo Yuan restrained his power and gradually walked out of the living room. He walked along the path of the mansion to get out of the living room. As he walked, the body of the security officers that were touring the mansion suddenly turned stiff and remained still as if he was petrified. It seemed like they were deterred by an invisible force. Their mind went blank. They then regained their senses as soon as he left. Luo Yuan noticed everything that had happened. He frowned. With his current ability, without gazing into his eyes, as long as one approached him at a certain distance, they would be spiritually deterred by him to some extent. The most troublesome part was his power could not be restrained as it was the glimpse of glory from his will. If one's will was compared to the star, the spiritual deterrence caused would resemble the radiance emanated by the star. Deterrence happened somehow when his will had already been restrained to its maximum. Seeing the security officer's body that had turned stiff, Luo Yuan slowed down and hesitated. As he was about to reach the door, he stopped. He gazed at the sky, countless flying shuttles streaked across the sky. A large number of people were leaving the space city. "Mayor, are you going out?" The leader of the guard regiment lowered his head and asked respectfully. His body was shaking. He dared not approach Luo Yuan. As a super-evolved man, staying 30 meters away from Luo Yuan was his limit. Luo Yuan did not answer him, looking at the scenes outside and remained still. After a long while, he sighed and turned his body back, returning to the lonely living room. He did not want to look back on those days when his life was dull like a machine. Right this moment, he wished that he could feel the aura of an ordinary person. However, the reality had pushed him back to the lonely life. After Luo Yuan had walked for more than 100 meters, the leader of the guard regiment then stood up. In an instant, he felt that everything in front of him had turned black. His body trembled and he almost fell down to the ground. As he regained consciousness, he then realized that his body was drenched in sweat. "Leader, are you okay?" One of the guards saw that from afar, immediately rushed to him as he wanted to carry him. "I'm okay, get back to your post." The leader of the guard regiment waved his hand at him and rebuked. Seeing the figure that had disappeared, he was shocked. Seemingly, the mayor's power had grown stronger. However, what surprised him the most was the mayor walked out of the living room today and stood there for a short while. If he was not mistaken, over the past 5 years ever since he moved in, not even once did he walk around the living room. As the plan to leave had been launched, the space city was getting more desolate day by day. A few days ago, the city was still unusually crowded. The city was now empty and had become less crowded. Only a few of the soldiers and government executives stayed there. On the contrary, the atmosphere was heavy as the war was coming. Beams of light streaked across the dark sky occasionally and disappeared far away. They were undergoing the trial of the space defense system for the last time. At the same time, 3 warships were moving towards the boundary of the galaxy, getting ready to block the way of the Glacian's fleet. There were more than 100 of the crews who had written their last will before departure. They were going to fight on the front line and were all ready to defend against the Glacian's attack. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 550, Dramatic. Chapter 550, Dramatic. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The spaceship had accelerated for 5 days and eventually, it maintained at a constant speed. Ho Shuan's face turned grave, staring at the holographic screen at the control center. It was the light dot representing the Glacian's fleet, traveling at a terrifying speed and was approaching them. Their mission was to block their way and lure them so that the Glacian would attack them. The Glacian would then slow down or even deactivate the warp drive flight mode. At the same time, they could collect the first-hand information from them. Superluminal speed was relative. As estimated by the information department, when one's own party was unable to determine the opponent's location, the opponent would not be able to do so as well, especially when the space fluctuation caused by the warp drive could cause a serious deviation in the opponent's attack. To some extent, the fleet was the target of fire. It was a difficult mission where everyone had a slim chance of surviving. General, there's still 1 month left. A young adjutant reminded. Looking at his mustache and his young face, it seemed like he had not even reached 20 years old. However, there was nothing special about it as most of the soldiers here were incredibly young. They were not the ordinary people. They were the new humans. Most of them aged around 15 to 18 years old. Only the new humans could withstand the acceleration of 8G over a long period of time. In addition to their strong learning ability, it would be easier for them to control the spaceship. After being trained for 3 years, they were now a qualified soldier. Ho Shuan nodded his head. Please inform the rest that we're releasing the first batch of the spacefighter. Let's see what they have got. As it was being delivered via the quantum communication between spaceships, the cabin door of the spacefighter instantly opened. Countless spacefighters that resembled locusts were being fired out of the muzzle of the electromagnetic cannon. As soon as it was ignited, it accelerated and soon, it overtook the spaceship and blasted off into space. As time passed, the fleet felt increasingly oppressed. The light dot of the Glacian's fleet was getting closer to them and was now 0.01 light-years away from the space city. At the same time, the spacefighters were getting nearer to the light dot as well. It was extremely quiet in the command cabin and one could even hear a pin drop over there. The crews were all staring at the green dots that were arranged closely together. They were representing the spacefighters. With the assistance of the artificial intelligence system, the variables were carefully adjusted and controlled and they flew towards the Glacian's fleet. The spacefighters scattered around the space like the sprinkling of pepper. The distance between each spacefighters was more than 10,000 kilometers or more. This was to ensure that the spacefighter would not miss the Glacian's fleet due to the error in the spacewave detection system. Nevertheless, the probability that both of them would meet was extremely low. Ho Shuan was worried, looking at the data being displayed on the holographic screen. He closed his eyes occasionally as if he was trying to sense something. He was an evolved man with recessive character. Compared to an evolved man with dominant character, it was a hidden type of evolution. Regarding his combat strength, there was not much difference between them. Similarly, they had no unique superpower. However, it did not indicate that an evolved man of this form was not strong. Some of the evolved men would possess mysterious power that was beyond imagination. His ability was that he had a strong sense of instinct. Under the situation where he could see nothing at all, he could solely rely on a laser gun to hit a soybean-sized bullseye that was a few kilometers away with his sense. He was an evolved man who relied a lot on the weapon. In other words, the stronger the weapon was, the more powerful his destructive ability would be. Thanks to his ability, he could quickly stand out from the troop, becoming the commander of the fleet. After a long while, Ho Shuan slowly opened his eyes. He looked disappointed. Perhaps it was because both of them were too far apart or probably due to the terribly fast speed of the opponent, he could not sense it at all. 5 of the spacefighters had lost contact. One of the crews suddenly shouted. Ho Shuan immediately opened his eyes. He was shocked and soon, he looked delighted and immediately said, Artificial Intelligence System, please record the location of the spacefighter before it loses contact and the time sequence. Build up the flight path and at the same time, send the data to the War Command Center. This was an extremely important piece of information. It seemed like the spacefighters had lost contact simultaneously. However, there was a slight difference in time between them. Based on the location of the spacefighters that had lost contact as well as the difference in time, they could calculate the flight path of the fleet and its exact speed. They could then launch an attack. It seemed like the messages were synchronized as they were delivered over a distance of hundred millions of kilometers to the supercomputer at the War Intelligence Center. After exactly 1 second later, the space defense system was launched. The cannons that looked like the forts were hanging mid-air. The gun barrels gradually rotated and started recharging rapidly. A threatening aura was spreading everywhere. The next moment, over 10,000 beams of dazzling light streaked across the dark space and disappeared far away. These lights were all filled with an immense destructive power. Through the transmission of quantum energy and the high-powered fuel cells, the energy released by the cannons could be overlaid without limits. This could avoid the materials being restricted by the energy which allowed it to generate terrifying power. If it was being fired on Earth, a huge pit would be formed by just one beam of those lights, causing abrupt changes on the planet. If there were more than 10,000 of them, perhaps the entire Earth would explode into pieces. The space defense system had launched the regional attack for 5 times. As Ho Shuan raised his head and glanced at the three-dimensional screen, countless beams of light passed through space and disappeared soon after. He did not have much hope, given that it was only a trial attack. Regardless of how powerful the attack was, if it had lost its accuracy, it would be akin to killing a mosquito with an anti-aircraft where the effects would be rendered useless. It might even take about 7 hours to reach the approximate location of the target. He no longer paid attention to it. He then lowered his head and looked at the images recorded by the spacefighters nearby. They were synchronized and the photos of the spacefighters that had lost contact were sent to him via the quantum communication device. It seemed like there were no traces showing that few of these spacefighters had been attacked. They were completely fine in space. However, they had lost their motive power. Everything was a mere facade. Further analysis had been done by the spaceship and discovered that the surface of the spacefighter had slightly changed in shape. There were even fractures and cracks appeared on some of the parts of the spacefighter. It was indeed that the spacefighters were not attacked. They got too close to the Glacian's fleets that had launched the warp drive, resulting in a slight change in shape after encountering the space fluctuation. The deformation was rather weak as it was not fatal even to humans. However, it could be a destructive attack on the spacefighter that had been made precisely and the electronic system installed within the spaceship. In the command cabin, the atmosphere was heavy. Perhaps everyone knew what this meant. This indicated that without any attacks, the Glacian's fleet was capable of destroying the human defense system. The spaceship would not need to stop at all. By just spending some time, they would be able to achieve victory. There were only 28 hours left until their arrival. Fortunately, humans had evacuated. Otherwise, the human race would all be wiped out. Again, Ho Shuan sent the information to the War Command Center situated at the Space City. He soon instructed, send out the second batch of spacefighters. The previous detection technique was effective. Despite they were unable to verify it, at the very least, there were some chances for them. As soon as Ho Shuan instructed, a dramatic scene happened. The spaceship spacewave detection system had instantly detected that the spacewave was slowing down its speed. At the same time, the fluctuation of speed had been weakened. Ho Shuan felt that it was unbelievable and he opened his eyes widely. Right this moment, the Glacian's fleet decelerated according to their plan. The reason why they were doing so was because the Glacian was unfamiliar with the first generation of the spaceship that could launch a warp drive. They were lacking the crucial superluminal speed detection technique which caused humans and the Glacian to be like two blind men. Humans were unable to track the location of the Glacian's spaceship. Similarly, the Glacian was unable to determine the location of the human base camp. In order to detect its target, the Glacian first needed to slow down their speed. As a matter of fact, the Glacian's technology was not as powerful as expected by humans. They were almost on par as both parties had their own strengths. Over the past few years, there was an explosion in human technology. Human technology had surpassed the Glacian's technology in certain areas, whereas for the rest of the areas they were almost on par. Due to the problem of reality, the physics field was only developing quickly over the past few years. They were still lagging behind, which caused the Glacian to be able to travel in the warp drive flight mode before them. Unfortunately, one could often defeat their opponent with merely one crucial breakthrough. It was akin to the first appearance of a tank during the First World War. The United Kingdom took the lead in the invention of the tank, where it could be used in a war and managed to retrieve a defeat. It was a big step forward despite the fact that the technical standards of both the United Kingdom and Germany were on par. However, the information received by both parties were non-transparent. Humans were afraid of Glacian's mysterious technology. The Glacian had great confidence in their mission this time. They were rushing to their destination without a single halt. They did not investigate it beforehand, as they would never expect that the human technology had been developing so quickly in the past 10 years, as they were traveling most of the time. Coincidentally, only 10 seconds had passed since the spacefighter had lost contact until the Glacian slowed down their speed. The most miraculous thing was that since the spacefighters were all scattered around, one of them was only about 10,000s of kilometers away from it. As the Glacian's speed had been reduced to slower than the speed of light and had first gotten its detection ability, the surrounding spacefighters started to attack abruptly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 551, Authority is Needed. Chapter 551, Authority is Needed. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Although it was just a spacefighter, it was somehow not small in size. The length of the body of the spacefighter had reached 230 meters, whereas its wings measured a length of 120 meters. Without taking various types of warheads into consideration, the weight when the spacefighter took off had exceeded 12,000 tons. When it was fully loaded, it could reach a weight of 15,000 tons. It was a mini dual-use spacecraft. Since it was an unmanned spacefighter, one would not have to worry that it would be overloaded. Therefore, regardless of its sensitivity or its acceleration performance, they were far beyond the actual spaceships. Its firepower was an exception. Of course, this was only applicable to the actual spaceship. The war has begun right when the opponent had been discovered. The artificial intelligence system equipped in the spacefighter that was nearest to the spaceship could soon detect its target. After about 10 nanoseconds, the opponent had been set as the target to kill through characteristic identification, message verification, and a variety of identification techniques. The location of the opponent had been rapidly estimated. The next moment, a beam of high-powered gamma ray flashed out from the muzzle of the spacefighter and shot towards the front at the speed of light. At a distance of more than 10,000 kilometers, it was already considered as a face-to-face attack for an actual interplanetary war. The electromagnetic weapons, including laser and gamma ray, took only 0.1 seconds to hit the target. The gamma ray cannon was a strategic weapon which mimicked the ability of the interstellar beast. Ever since it was invented, it was the human strongest weapon aside from the antimatter bomb. Since the speed of the former one was being restricted, it was not practical to be used. The latter was the most effective weapon to use when engaging in an interstellar war. Thanks to the continuous research that had been done throughout the years, the weapon was constantly improved and optimized. As its size was getting smaller and smaller, the time taken for the transmission of energy had been instantly reduced, and at the same time, it grew stronger and stronger. It was originally a large cannon that was only suitable to be used as a strategic weapon, and now it was a spacefighter. Furthermore, a speed-type weapon could travel at the speed of light. Unless detection could be done at the superluminal speed, otherwise, once it was being fired, it was impossible to detect it. Nobody could avoid it beforehand. When it was discovered, there were only two possibilities. The first one would be it had missed the target or had surpassed its target, and the second possibility would be it managed to hit the target. The Glacian's latest warship was bad luck, as it belonged to the latter. The gamma ray cannon struck the tail section of the warship. Part of the energy crashed into the Glacian's spaceship armor, resulting in a glow that was hundreds of times brighter than the sunlight. A small portion of the energy had directly penetrated through the armor and exploded inside the warship. It had done a significant amount of damage. All the electronic devices being equipped with the spaceship exploded. The spaceship was putting out the fire, and at the same time, hundreds of Glacian collapsed before they could react to it. After 0.3 seconds, another Glacian spaceship joined the war. However, it was its last time to have such glorious results. When the second beam of gamma ray was being fired, the spacefighter was being completely drowned by a high-powered laser. "Who can tell me what's happening?" the commander of the Glacian shouted. The Glacian had been preparing for the voyage for about 10 years. They only managed to construct such an amazing fleet by putting in their maximum effort. They only had 12 fleets in total. They just showed up, and in an instant, they had lost 1/6 of them. It was such an irony that they were merely attacked by a mini-warship. How could it be possible? Regardless of how talented humans were, and regardless of how well they were mentally prepared that something bad might happen, they could not believe it. The reality was cruel, but yet it happened in front of them in a bloody way. Looking at the screen displaying two of the spaceships that had lost contact, he trembled a little and felt chilled to the bone. He shivered, seeing a mini-warship with such an immense attack power and could achieve such a technological standard. He had to evaluate again the human's ability. Perhaps the Glacian was wrong for releasing a demon which in turn had destroyed them. As the commander questioned them, the face of all the Glacian turned pale and remained silent. They initially had a mentality that they could easily defeat humans. It now seemed like a sharp knife had pierced through their heart. It was a huge psychological gap, and seemingly, they felt that everything was unrealistic. The opponent that they now encountered was no longer a sheep that one could trample upon. Instead, it was a ferocious beast. At that moment, the ear-splitting siren of warning tore through the serene atmosphere within the control cabin. A large number of unknown mini-warships are detected. Number of spaceships, 999. An energy source is discovered. It is 30,000 kilometers away from the nearest spaceship. Energy source is discovered. It is 10,000 kilometers away from the nearest spaceship. Energy source is discovered. The artificial intelligence system said with a neutral tone. The commander of the Glacian was frightened to the point where his scalp was numb. He then stood up and instructed loudly, "Activate the weapon system. Take aim right at the target and kill them all, Commander, based on the analysis of the situation, there is no hostility in the opponent. It is not considered as a self-defense counterattack. It is an act of declaring a war. According to the War Power Clause number 3, before declaring a war, an authority has to be granted by the Supreme Head of State. Please submit your application as soon as possible." The commander of the Glacian was stunned as he heard that. His body shook a little. "Couldn't you discover that they have started attacking us?" He was suppressing his anger. "I'm sorry to inform that there is no sufficient evidence to prove this. I'd suggest you get an authority as soon as possible." The artificial intelligence system replied. Similar to humans or how other high-intelligence creature would be aware of an intelligence system, the appearance of the artificial intelligence had put the Glacian on alert. Without a doubt, the Glacian had become even more careful, especially regarding the use of weapons in the spaceship, setting up a lot of restrictions, and they were being constrained by the rules. Everything was so rigid, like machines. As a stable yet mature civilization, the power from the military had to be balanced, especially when one party still had control over the most advanced spaceship of the civilization. It was extremely risky. If one was ambitious, the political power of the entire Glacian civilization could be ruined. In addition, the analysis done before going on the long voyage had shown that the journey would be a less risky one, since who would expect that a civilization that could not even leave the planet 10 years ago could now threaten the powerful fleets? Compared to humans, the person behind who was controlling such a powerful fleet was the greatest threat to the superior. They had to be particularly aware of the person. Before departure, he was not granted an interim power to declare war. He did not discover the drawbacks of the rule in the past. The Glacian had achieved world peace for more than 500 years. Even when a war was declared, there would only be a low-level domestic violence. It happened only once 200 years ago, when there was the need to use the air vehicles on the planet. The issue had been resolved after a few days. They had no experience in an interplanetary war. They had no reason to declare a war as well, since they had no opponent. Therefore, they used to relax their vigilance against war and lacking awareness of war. The long voyage they made to the Earth previously was their first time. Due to the big difference in abilities, it did not require much of their efforts and alertness, since the superior paid more attention to the human potentiality to threaten them rather than their abilities. Spaceship number 5 is attacked by a spaceship of an unknown model and has lost contact. According to the self-defense laws, activate the defense system. The target has been destroyed. A bad news was heard again coming from the artificial intelligence system. He was startled. The atmosphere in the control cabin was heavy. He shivered and immediately regained his senses. Right now, it was meaningless to argue with the artificial intelligence system. Furthermore, once the artificial intelligence system had made its decision, changes would not be made even after arguing with it. He quickly instructed, immediately activate the warp drive flight mode of the spaceship and travel at the superluminal speed. At the same time, please connect me to the director office. He was clenching his teeth as he uttered his last word. I'll follow your instruction. The next moment, the spaceship trembled a little and began moving in full force. The fluctuation of the space became more intense and it started accelerating. All the Glacians held their breath and their heart was beating fast. They were afraid of the unknown future. The atmosphere in the control room got tense and oppressive. There was one thing good about the warp drive flight mode, and it could be a drawback as well. It could instantly stop without inertia, but it would take a long time to accelerate. Beams of lights would appear in front of the spaceship or at the back of the spaceship occasionally. The Glacians' heart was beating fast as they were afraid that the next moment, the spaceship would experience what that had been gone through by the previous spaceships. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 552, Insecure. Chapter 552, Insecure. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Engaging again with the humans had been a total tragedy to the Glacians. Before the fleet started traveling at the speed of light, they had already lost 4 fleets in a lengthy 3-hour period. At the War Command Hall of the Space City. As the scenes of the war were synced to the spacefighters, the entire hall was filled with excitement and many of their faces had flushed red. Most of them were being pessimistic about the war before it started. Glacian were the humans' teachers to some extent. Humans learned their technology and everything from the Glacian. Humans started from an imitation and soon they were beyond the Glacians' capabilities. However, they were not confident enough since their improvement was compared to the technology that the Glacian had developed about 60 years ago. Humans' target was to catch up with the Glacian and it had been done better than expected. Everyone was disappointed and depressed, especially when the Glacians' fleet was getting a head start on the war by approaching the Barnard Star in a way that was beyond imagination. It was a dramatic victory. Despite it being beyond one's expectations, although they somehow had relied on luck, it had still boosted their confidence. They then realized that the Glacian were not as powerful as one would imagine. Putting aside that they could travel at a superluminal speed, their warship was incomparable to the humans' warship. Furthermore, they were confused and also somehow relieved when the Glacians' fleet had no idea what should they do as soon as the war had begun. It means that we've only lost 3 spacefighters and in turn managed to destroy 4 of their warships. Looking at the odd results, Giant Pain was confused. The results of the war had been verified several times and confirmed that it was true. Otherwise, he would have doubted their reliability. Was it because the humans were too strong or maybe the Glacians being too weak? No particular conclusion has been made yet, but the prejudgment is that there might be an issue among the commanders which caused them fail to enter the state of war. An officer explained, however, their warships are indeed weaker. They can't defend against our gamma-ray cannon. Gamma rays had a high penetrating power. However, heavy metal atoms could defend against the penetration of the gamma ray effectively. The human warships were equipped with multiple layers of advanced gold alloys. It was impossible for a spacefighter to destroy a warship through such a penetration protection system. Apparently, the Glacians' warships did not do proper precautionary measures in order to prevent that. That's how technology was. When there was a shield, there would be a spear. There was no skill that could fight everything. At that moment, an alarm was heard coming from the War Command Hall. The spacewave detection system had discovered that there was a drastic change in their flight path. It all caused a stir in the hall and thus everyone was paying close attention to the changes occurred in the light dot. It seemed like the light dot that was representing the Glacians' warship was traveling on a curvature path. It gradually made a big turn and soon, it was heading back to the direction where it came from. Giant Pain was stunned and asked in doubt, "What are they doing?" The officer was puzzled as well. The Glacians' act was beyond comprehension. He opened his mouth and mumbled, "It could be a strange strategy." Of course, that was not the Glacians' strategy. It was because they were not yet granted authority and on the other hand, after they had been defeated earlier they had to be extra careful. If the war was said to have made the humans excited and happy, what was left for the Glacian was nervousness and alertness. The confidence they had before the war had vanished. These are the human defense distribution map and the space city which is situated on the orbit of the rock planet. We detected them before traveling at a superluminal speed. On a big holographic screen, a complex defense network was being displayed. They were like stars scattered all over the infinitely large space. All of the top management who participated at the meeting was stunned while staring at the screen since they felt that it was unbelievable. The number of defense facilities available was lesser than what the Glacian had, but that was expected since theirs were built over the period of hundreds of years. As they had not encountered any enemies for a long period of time, they were seldom involved in military matters. Most of the space defense facilities were worn-out antiques that had been built more than 10 years ago. But how long had humans stayed there? It was only about 20 years since they had lost contact with the spaceship that went on a long voyage. Even if the spaceship began traveling at full speed in order to leave the galaxy, it would have taken about 12 years to do so. That being said, they had been staying there for at most 8 years. Realistically, that period of time would be a lot shorter. Their technology is quite advanced. To some extent, they have surpassed our technology. The Glacian military staff continued and his face turned grave. They are using a super high-powered gamma-ray cannon that is beyond comprehension. The defense of our spaceship is as weak as a thin layer of iron sheets. It is incapable of defending against it at all, and yet this is merely the weapon of their mini-warship. They have even built 3 large warships. They are at the position of our original trajectory path. It is obvious that they are aiming to block our way. The screen changed again. The people were all terrified by the large warships. They were so smooth and shiny and there were no splice joints, indicating how powerful their industrial ability was. Everyone remained silent in the meeting room. Alright, the analysis will stop here. Does any one of you have any solutions? Let's discuss it. The commander of the Glacian said as he was trying to hide his anxiety and anger. In this current moment, he was disappointed in the bureaucracy that had entangled him. He had not been granted the authority to declare a war even until now. Of course, he could not admit that he had underestimated the enemy, as nobody would expect that when they were still 3.5 light-years away from the nearest planet, approximately 90 billion kilometers, using the Kuiper belt as standard, the radius of the solar system was 15 billion kilometers, at the outer region of the galaxy, which was absolutely a safety zone, they would encounter the human armed forces. According to their original plan, they would undergo a brief maintenance over there and also collect some information. They would then proceed to kill all the humans with ease. It was not his fault. Instead, the Glacian had underestimated the ability of humans. The human race was terrifying. They had lost the war and failed to destroy the human race. In less than 10 years, humans would take revenge on the Glacian. Fortunately, it was not that they couldn't turn things back. Thanks to the technique of warp drive, the initiative lied in the hands of the Glacian. At the same time, it was a technique that possessed terrifying destructive power. Even if it went on a rampage, the human defense would still collapse. However, he had no idea why he had such a strong sense of insecurity. It was as if that was the early warning of a disaster. It seemed like there was a driving force, urging him to leave this place immediately. At the same moment, Luo Yuan was like a soul, hanging in the dark space that was hundreds of millions of kilometers away from the Glacian spaceship. Due to the dark background, it seemed like his body had merged with the darkness. His vision had been readjusted and his previous sensitivity had been restored. He gazed at the Glacian spaceship quietly as if he was in deep thought. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 553, Engaging for the Second Time. Chapter 553, Engaging for the Second Time. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. With Luo Yuan's current power, such a war could no longer trigger him. As he entered the state of transcendence, he was capable of stopping the Glacian from traveling with warp drive in merely 1 second, and at the same time, he could also make them decompose into atoms. However, he resisted his urge to act impulsively. This war was very much like a baptism of blood and fire to the humans. It was a trial for them, achieving interstellar civilization status from the planetary civilization 1. Regardless if it was a victory or a defeat, it would still be a valuable experience for humans. Right at that moment, Luo Yuan raised his head up, looking at the Glacian spaceships that were lingering mid-air as they were being attacked by the human spacefighters. The next moment, he teleported and appeared next to one of the spaceships. On the streamlined spaceship, there were obvious signs that it had been attacked by the gamma-ray cannon of a spacefighter. The streaks were formed after it being melted by the high temperature and condensed right after. It looked like a frozen wave engraved on its surface. All the information of the spaceship gushed into Luo Yuan's mind with just one glance. The armor of the spaceship was made with an advanced metal that had been compressed to a ratio of about 25. It was weaker than the metal normally used by the human interstellar spaceships that had been compressed to a ratio of 30. However, the energy level of the spacefighter could hardly get through the armor of the Glacian spaceship. The thickness of the armor of the spaceship had reached about 50 meters, but the gamma-ray cannon only managed to melt about 10 meters of it. The main impact came from the penetrating power of the gamma-ray. Soon, Luo Yuan entered the spaceship. He immediately blocked his sense of smell as a pungent smell reached his nostrils when he entered. It was filled with smoke and everything was burnt. Many of the parts were still burning and flashes of lightning appeared occasionally. It looked like an explosion of a nuclear bomb had happened and he could no longer see the original look of the spaceship. Luo Yuan waved his hand, all the smoke and flames disappeared in an instant. As it was destroyed by the gamma-ray, most of the equipment was damaged. However, he somehow felt familiar with the internal design of the spaceship. The human technology and the Glacian technology were derived from the same origin to some extent. The human spaceship was built by referring to the Glacian first-generation spaceship. Perhaps humans would need to spend around 100 years for a significant change in technology where the imprints of the Glacian technology would disappear completely. The human warship looked more like a warship, whereas the Glacian warship looked like a dual-use spaceship. It was big and spacious. However, they had wasted the space they had. This would not happen in the human warship, as space would be used effectively in order to prepare for the war. A large number of fuel cells that were as tall as skyscrapers, countless fusion furnaces, almost all the empty spaces were used to prepare for the war. Perhaps it was because they had never encountered any dangers, the Glacian spaceship looked peaceful enough. However, humans had never stopped engaging in wars ever since the apocalypse. They were struggling to survive even after leaving Earth. During the evacuation, they were getting themselves ready for war as well. Luo Yuan was jealous as he recalled this. Such a race was not qualified to exist in the universe. The Glacian had only traveled a distance of 2 light years and then returned. When a war happened again after the humans had taken the lead for the first time, it had then turned out to be a one-sided battle. Countless high-density energy beams streaked across space, but they failed to hit the target. Glacian had completely given up on the weapon system attack. They rushed towards them with only their warp drive. 1.5 days later, one of the human spaceships passed by and then it instantly stopped. Fortunately, the distance between the 3 spaceships was big enough so that they were not all destroyed. However, it was meaningless. When the opponent was not identified and no attacks could be made, regardless of how many spaceships remained, they were all rendered useless. In addition, the Glacian had obviously learned a lesson. They were no longer flying in a straight line. They started flying on a curvature path, resulting in the probability of hitting the target by luck to be even lower. All the weapon systems could no longer identify, estimate, or accurately determine the location of the target. All approaches were rendered useless when encountering a spaceship that was flying at a superluminal speed. Humans could only rely solely on luck. Soon, the Glacian's fleet flew past the fort situated in the outermost region at a terrifying speed, heading towards the space city. The space defense system meant nothing to the Glacian spaceship and a hole was formed as it penetrated through it. At that moment, in the human flagship that was still in the outer region of the galaxy, Ho Shuwen pressed the main cannon launching button. There was a sheer layer of sweat on his forehead due to the weapon in the spaceship having been switched to the manual mode by him. Initially, he wanted to attack the Glacian spaceship with his instinct. However, he was in despair, for no matter how hard he tried to capture the right moment, his ability to sense with his instinct seemed to have disappeared. He found out that his instinct would do nothing when encountering a spaceship that traveled at a superluminal speed. It's not working. It's still not working. Sweat was dripping from his forehead and he was stressed. He was about to have a mental breakdown. He had been sitting in his seat for more than half a day. However, he dared not press the button. Seeing the Glacian spaceship getting further away from them and the chance of attacking them getting smaller and smaller, he had then decided to rely on luck. An oppressive aura instantly spread out and the bodies of the people who were in the control room became stiff. Their mind went blank. Ho Shuwen felt that something was wrong, struggling to turn his head back. As a hidden evolved man with unique sense, his will was considered strong as he had barely managed to stay conscious. The cabin door that had been locked opened on its own. A figure that looked like a spirit gradually walked towards them. His body trembled a little as soon as he saw the face of the figure. He then lost his senses. He felt strange as the figure had an odd skin tone that looked non-human. He was stunned and was unable to think. There was no warning from the artificial intelligence system. It was as if he was in the crew of the spaceship. Ho Shuwen could sense that the person glanced at him. He stood up and moved aside like a sleepwalker as if everything was reasonable. The person who entered was Luo Yuan. He could accept failure and injuries. However, it was meaningless to engage in a one-sided war. The war must end at the space city. His adopted son was stationed at the space city and he had to stop things from happening over there. Luo Yuan sat down and hesitated for a moment. After a short while, he untied the plasma screen on his forehead. As the screen disappeared, his four-dimensional vision was released. He felt dizzy, but he managed to adapt to it very quickly. A large and clear four-dimensional scene appeared in his mind. The Glacian fleet could be clearly seen. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 554, The War Has Ended. Chapter 554, The War Has Ended. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. As soon as he got back to himself, perhaps it was because his consciousness had been constantly struggling with the ocean of data in his mind, or because it had not been used for a long period of time and had been accumulating, Luo Yuan's will had improved to some extent. In a short period of time, his will had achieved 30 points. Just then, even if his four-dimensional vision had been released, even encountering the invasion of a huge amount of information, his will still remained as stable as a rock. Of course, after a long period of time, it was inevitable that Luo Yuan's mind would be twisted and affected, since it would be a slow invasion process. It would secretly assimilate within his mind and in turn, could possibly twist it when he was not aware of it. He would not be able to sense it happening at all. However, thanks to his 30 points of will, he had managed to remain conscious for a short period of time. During this period of time, computations had been done. As soon as his four-dimensional vision had been activated, Luo Yuan's vision seemed to have left the spaceship. His eyesight had been improving endlessly, in a way of how one was looking down from a height, gazing upon the entire world. Furthermore, his vision did not rely on light. It was the true definition of superluminal speed detection, as his vision could witness everything at almost the same time. It was described as almost the same time since there would still be some slight delay with his four-dimensional vision. Even for speed that was far beyond superluminal, the delay would still be a few seconds, given that the distance was measured in light-year units. Before he interfered with the war, Luo Yuan first hacked the artificial intelligence system of the spaceship. He then secretly hacked the control platform of the defense system, which was installed in the space city via the quantum communication system in the spaceship. As he looked towards the Glacian fleet, thoughts were quickly changing in his mind. Countless prediction scenes flashed through his mind rapidly. If he was to merge all the prediction scenes that ran through his mind in 1 second, it would be a playback that one could watch for several years. The next moment Luo Yuan got his desired results. He then pressed the button. He did not act quickly, and one could even say that he was acting slowly, as if he was not engaged in a war but instead in a game. He did not wait for the results, and soon, he looked at the next spaceship. Even the cannon that was nearest to the spaceship would only show up after a few minutes. Currently, the war command center of the space city was a mess where terror had filled the hall. Despite it being within human expectations and training particularly given to them for this scenario, when it was actually happening they were still feeling helpless and hopeless. With the current human technology, they would be unable to break through such an attack. The whole process of the human space defense system began from the detection of a target, issuance of firing instructions, storing of energy, and the launching of an attack in order to shoot the target. The entire highly intellectualized process required only 0.1 second. Despite, it was not absolutely accurate to say that it required only 0.1 second, as each time a shot was being fired, the time taken would fluctuate due to certain factors. However, an adjustment would be made automatically by the fire control system. The difference in time would never exceed 100 nanoseconds. However, facing a target that was so far away and even moving at a superluminal speed, in addition to the exact position of the target being unknown, the probability of hitting the target was 10,000 times lower than winning a lottery. Ever since the war began, attacks had been launched by humans thousands of times. However, not even a single Glacian warship had been destroyed. Bai Jianping was looking at the central three-dimensional screen in a trance. The light dot representing the Glacian fleet was approaching the space city quickly. His eyes had become dull. Humans did not stop their counterattack. As the Glacian warships were getting closer to the space city, the attacks made had become more frequent as well. Countless high-density rays were being released, causing the temperature of the whole galaxy to increase by 5 degrees Celsius, lighting up the dark space. However, those attacks could do no harm to them. There were less than 6 hours left until the arrival of the Glacian fleet. To some extent, it was like a countdown timer of his life. After looking at it for a while, he had no idea why he had managed to calm himself down, as he originally felt nervous. He was ready to sacrifice his life. Please inform those stationed outside to leave. We don't need their help for this war. Bai Jianping said calmly. Yes, Mayor Bai. An officer who accompanied him was stunned and immediately answered. Bai Jianping then turned back, looking out of the window. He remained still as he stared at the beautiful scenery of the city. The rest of them could leave, but he could not. Especially when he was nominally the chief commander of the war and also the top management. Even if the space city was being destroyed, he had to be on the front line. During the propagation of the war that had been done throughout the years, nobody knew as well as him how much humans hated the Glacian. Humans were aroused. For the war between humans and Glacian, humans would definitely not be able to accept a deserter. There must be a person to bear the responsibility for the failure of the war. The one who was being granted the authority had to bear the responsibility, despite the fact that they were being defeated because of some objective factors and not because of his personal fault. At that moment, an alarm was suddenly heard at the War Command Hall, creating a stir in the hall. However, before a further investigation had been done, the alarm stopped ringing abruptly. What happened? Bai Jianping asked, remaining calm. There was an unusual data leakage on the system, as if it had been hacked. Strangely, it recovered after a while. Bai Jianping was stunned. Soon after, he felt that the situation was somehow familiar, as if he had come across this before. Is this a normal situation? It's less likely for it to happen. The quantum computer used in the control platform of the space defense weapon is of a new generation. Its computational ability is more than enough. Unless it was a network intrusion, otherwise, it is impossible for this to happen. The Glacian had launched the warp drive flight mode. According to our estimation, under such a situation, they can't do anything other than traveling. Perhaps the space wave has affected our electronic devices. We will make an arrangement for further inspection, the officer said as his face turned grave. However, Bai Jianping was no longer paying attention to what he was saying. It seemed like the officer's voice was echoing from afar and he had no idea what he was talking about. He suddenly recalled why the situation seemed familiar to him. It was because it happened in that exact same way earlier when that person appeared. Could it be that he was finally helping them out? He quickly lifted his head, staring at the central screen. His eyes were glowing, as if he could see that the person who was as powerful as God gazing at the Glacian fleets coldly through the screen. As the thought ran through his mind, he shivered. Who would want to die if there was a chance to survive? As time passed, he was suffering dreadfully. 6 minutes passed. The voice of the artificial intelligence system echoed through the entire hall. It has been detected that one of the opponent's warships has left the fleet and has been destroyed by us. The hall suddenly fell into silence. Everybody had a stunned expression on their face as it was unbelievable. However, this was just the beginning. 10 seconds later, another Glacian warship had been destroyed. Next came the third, the fourth, and lastly the fifth. One of the warships seemed to have been struck by an antimatter tank ammunition fused with the defense mechanism of antimatter. The explosion was 100 times brighter than sunlight and the space was all lit up in an instant. Seemingly, everybody was petrified as they had remained still. One could even hear a pin drop in the hall, as there was only the voice of the artificial intelligence. Every time when its voice was heard, it was like an unrealistic dream to humans. According to an investigation that has been done, all the targets have been destroyed. The war has ended. In just 1 minute, the space wave representing the Glacian fleet had completely disappeared. Only 7 broken spaceships could be seen on the screen, quietly hanging in the deathly stillness of space. It was akin to a cold coffin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 555, Sensation. Chapter 555, Sensation. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. When it was 1 o'clock in the afternoon, at the magnetic molding experimental area, Cui Weichuan was in his protective garment, carrying out the final experiment on a smart magnetic molder together with 2 of his assistants. A smart magnetic molder was a metal molding device. It could precisely shape the metal by exerting magnetic force without the need to forge or mold it. Compared to the traditional forging methods, something good about the magnetic molding method was that it had a high accuracy where commissioning and maintenance of the products was not required. Once it was formed, there would be no burrs and uneven surfaces. It could be used directly after manufacturing. Its effectiveness was 1,000 times higher compared to the traditional methods. It was now widely used in the industry. Cui Weichuan's current research project was further improved, where the final product could be produced only by using the magnetic molder. Cui Weichuan got this idea from 3D printing. Before the apocalypse, 3D printing used to be a very popular term. However, it was not developed further over the years and was almost eliminated by the society. Be it the Glacian or humans, the 3D technique was rarely used. One of the reasons was because compared to the magnetic molder, the 3D printing technique had no apparent advantages. Magnetic molder was simple and easy to use and had totally inhibited and replaced the development of 3D printing technology. On the other hand, there was an unsolvable flaw in this technique. Its end product was not strong enough and it was inevitable that fine holes would appear in the microstructure of the end product, which in turn affected the structural strength of the material. However, the concept could still be taken as reference. The molder now had been built by referring to the 3D concept. Have you recorded the data on the product blueprint? Cui Weichuan asked in his husky voice. Ever since the project had started, he had been staying in the laboratory constantly for a total of 2 months. Fortunately, it was about to end now. I've recorded it just now. The assistant immediately answered. Still, he made a final check. As a researcher, he would have to be extra careful. Then let's start the machine. Cui Weichuan ordered. Another assistant immediately took a step forward and activated it. As the electric current flowed through it, the magnetic molder buzzed instantly. The machine was not big, it was only at the size of a small table. However, it had an incredible function. If it was invented before the apocalypse, perhaps even an industrial town with a population of more than 10,000 people would still be unable to activate it, as the atoms of the advanced metal were densely packed. It was not easy to mold it. However, such a consumption of power in this era was akin to a drizzle. The usage of electricity by Cui Weichuan's laboratory alone had exceeded the critical point of 10 billion kilowatts last month alone. Regarding the large-sized industries that constructed the warships, the usage of electricity per day would be the total consumption of electricity by the whole of China for several years. The output of magnetic force is stable. The softening time of the material is within control. The noise of the machine is normal. The program is running smoothly. The assistant tested the operating condition of the machine. Cui Weichuan was satisfied and nodded his head. He managed to look into the changes of the metal through the anti-radiation glass of the machine. He could see that the metal expanded slightly as a strong magnetic force was exerted onto it. It softened rapidly like a liquid, turning into a round-shaped object that looked rather flat. At the same time, the remaining metal was placed aside. The magnetic force exerted on its surface was precisely controlled, changing rapidly and accurately. After more than 10 seconds, as no extra materials were detected, the machine soon stopped operating. As it had been slightly cooled, the assistant then passed him the end product and then he began testing. Aside from the glass, it was an actual ancient spring-type mechanical watch. Its internal components were automatically created according to the program of the molding machine. The watch fitted perfectly and one would be unable to disassemble it. Of course, there was no need to do so since it would not spoil regardless of how much it was being thrown. It could be used up to 10,000 years until the advanced metal was finally corroded as the time passed. The atmosphere was unusually heavy and everybody looked depressed. It was because, since the afternoon, no news about the war were heard. Everybody was worried that something bad had happened. However, when the machine had passed all the tests, everybody looked happy and a smile was plastered on their faces. It was an influential achievement. Everybody could imagine the sensational effect as well as the honor and status associated with it once the machine was launched. Not many of the technologies were applied in the creation of this machine and it would, therefore, be a new concept at most. It could only produce some small-sized products and its functions were limited as it could only mold an individual substance. However, it was considered as a pioneering achievement. One day, it would be able to build a big warship. Bang! Suddenly, the door of the laboratory area was pushed open with a bang. Cui Weichuan and the rest were taken aback. As he turned back and was about to scold him, the person said nervously, We. The staff used to be an introvert. However, during this moment, his face flushed red and he was breathing quickly. What happened? Tell me slowly. Cui Weichuan seemed to have sensed something and breathed a little faster. We have won. The war has ended. Quickly read the news. Cui Weichuan was a man who was steady. However, right when he heard the news, he felt that his body was going limp. Happiness filled his heart, it felt like a dream to him. It was unbelievable and so he asked, Is that true? How could it be? No, how could the Glacian? I can't believe it too, but we have really won the war. Cui Weichuan immediately accessed the internet via a personal communication terminal in his eye. He realized that there was news regarding their victory all over the internet. It was getting noisier outside and the noise was getting louder and louder. Let's go, the people are celebrating outside. The staff no longer looked dull. His face reddened. He then grabbed Cui Weichuan and ran towards the door. The news about the human victory spread quickly to the new space city. There was an exciting atmosphere around the new space city. People were celebrating in the streets. Some of them were dancing in excitement and there were others who cried to vent out as well. The people had suppressed their anxiety for far too many years. Be it before or after the apocalypse, a strong sense of insecurity lingered in the human minds, especially when they detected that the Glacian were coming. The oppressive aura had reached its peak. The preparations that they had made in the past 3 years and the sleepless nights that they had over the last 3 years could now be forgotten. The people were very excited. It was a long-awaited victory for humans. Luo Yuan quietly arrived at the new mansion that was exclusively built for him at the new space city without alerting any of them. He closed his eyes while listening to the people that were screaming in joy. A satisfied smile could be seen on his face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 556, Footsteps of Revenge. Chapter 556, Footsteps of Revenge. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Days had passed, a damaged Glacian vessel with a huge hole on its hull escorted by a dozen of gigantic engineering robots slowly approached a space vessel disassembly line built for emergencies nearby Space City. The fate awaiting the damaged Glacian vessel was to be taken apart. Due to safety reasons, this space vessel disassembly line was built far away from Space City with an approximate distance of 3,000 kilometers. With this distance, there wouldn't be much of an issue for Space City in the possible event that the Glacian vessel exploded during disassembly. The Glacian vessel was being secured on both sides of the vessel by two gigantic fixed clamps. Up to 1,000 suits of long-range remote control mech flew into the Glacian vessel through the opening on its hull enthusiastically. All the mech suits were piloted by the brightest minds in their own respective fields. They'll be here conducting an investigation into the innards of the extraterrestrial vessel to ensure the perfect conservation of the technology and to eliminate all possibilities of an imminent disaster. The armory of antimatter weapons had to be the priority matter to be handled as to prevent any probable leakage. Because the Glacian vessel had been hit by the low orbital cannon, charged with the high-intensity gamma ray, both sides of the spaceship had been thoroughly ripped through. The aftershock of the high-intensity energy was leaking out after passing through the control room, reducing it to a scene of absolute chaos. All corners of the vessel had been eroded by the extreme heat and nearly all electronics had been thoroughly reduced to nothing but dust. The might of the low orbital cannon created by mankind proved to be extremely effective against the Glacians. It was too effective in the sense that most of the spoils of war had been reduced to nothing but scraps. However, the researchers were not discouraged because the most vital parts of the spaceship, the engine and the energy reactor, were mostly in good shape since these two parts were mainly constructed from ultra-high-strength alloys. As long as if they didn't take a direct hit, there's little to no chance that they'll be affected let alone destroyed. Not to mention, this was not the only Glacian vessel and all their damaged states varied from one to another. There are some with barely a scratch while others took a heavy hit and the vessel currently in the disassembly line was the nearest and the fastest to reach the disassembly line. In the initial wave of Glacian vessels destroyed by astrofighter jets, there wasn't even a dent on the vessel's armor plating, meaning that those few vessels were in perfect condition, a prized bull to say the least. But Glacian vessels used a dual-engine system. The first is a standard conventional engine unit, which works under the same principles as what mankind has been using for centuries. The other is a reactionless drive unit. These two engines were the first to be disassembled. The reactionless drive unit was urgently sent into reactionless drive testing factory owned by the Aerophysics and Aerocurvature Testing Lab. Numerous technicians rushed in to have it detailed, reverse-engineered, and perform studies the moment the unit arrived at the factory. Because the unit is capable of thrusting an interstellar vessel, the vessel's engine unit would normally have a large thrust unit. This Glacian reactionless drive unit appeared to be even bigger, at 200 meters in height, almost as if it's a mountain. There is not a single doubt that this engine unit would represent the pinnacle of the Glacians' technological engineering capability. However, when the test results of the engine unit came out, it left people with shocked and disappointed. On one hand, the metal that the unit was constructed upon was a titanium and magnesium alloy which only had a 28 threshold ratio, compared to mankind who would be using a 30 threshold ratio or even up to a 33 threshold ratio. The difference was significant. Under the perspective of mankind, the refinery processing tech and its precision was overly rough and the surface brightness was obviously unsatisfactory. Alternatively, this engine unit was far more developed than the one still in the humans' experimental lab. The force it generated was far greater, but there wasn't much of a technical difference. There weren't any obstacles to overcome as long as raw materials are available. With humanity's engineering capability, the unit can be successfully reverse-engineered easily. With the engine unit, the knowledge and basics of reverse engineering within 3 months at most, humanity could replicate such an engine unit. Moreover, even more efficient, smaller and more powerful than the Glacian engine unit. Such is technology, sometimes all that is lacking is but a simple inspiration. If a normal traveler came to the future from the past, he can't immediately create technological marvels including the cell phone or motor cars, but will able to pass down the craftsmanship of the future slowly and as time passes, it will aid the development of human society through decades and even centuries, realizing the dream of huge technological advancements. However, from another perspective, it is also possible to know the Glacian technology in all aspects down to the smallest of detail. Mankind's technology could be counted almost as an anomaly. It had always been mainly used for military purposes and hardly ever any commercial reasons, a strong foundation in technological aspect and yet frail in theory. There were plenty of reasons that could explain what causes this phenomenon. For example, the insecurity regarding the survival of the people or the short development time span, but the main reason for all is numbers of the population. Till this day, even if 1 million of clones are born yearly, the total population of actual human beings still remained at a measly 12 million, and almost half of those 12 million people are still minors. Including the brightest minds from the scientific community, including the engineers, their ratio compared to the population stood at a shocking 6% of the total population. However, since the total population is small, the number remains at a disheartening amount. The amount of elite scientists that mankind had right now was 700,000. Maybe before their deathbeds, they could support a great nation with strong growth and positive development. But with the current human race that had entered the space age, all aspects of technological field branches had expanded vastly. All kinds of studies and areas of research had sported, new theories had sprung up from these new studies that challenged the old ideas, an endless amount of knowledge came pouring in as breakthrough after breakthrough came by. The number of researchers available right now is far from enough to quench mankind's thirst for this new knowledge. Among the 700,000 elite researchers, there were 90,000 of them that had consumed the intelligent booster pellets and were known as the super scientist. They were the ones supporting humanity's technological advancements. Even so, each of them can handle only so many tasks at once, so they would generally focus on to the matters that can't be avoided. These researchers' methods were normally in line with the military issues. As for those who can't enhance human base strength or can't produce any results regarding the enhancement of human strength, it was unavoidable that they're often ignored. As more of those damaged Glacian vessels were being dragged to Space City, equipment in perfect condition was being sent off to their respective research foundations to be examined. In a blink of an eye, a complete Glacian technological review report had been published. The researchers had found out that humans' tech regarding the critical material science, quantum energy transfer, technical engineering capability and precision aspects were much more advanced. However, fields including quantum computation, gravitation physics, nuclear furnace reactors and a dozen more areas were much more primitive compared to the Glacians. In conclusion, the technological advancement of mankind and the Glacians were at the same level. Luckily, the early battle was victorious so that mankind could quickly patch up all their current weaknesses in their inferior technological aspects. For the next 6 months, mankind's technology had been improving at an unprecedented pace. Advanced engineering skills allowed the humans to replicate the leading technical aspects of Glacian technology without much of a hassle, covering up all their weakness by strengthening themselves in all manners. After all this time, mankind had never once eased up since their victory against the Glacian. Their wartime status was still ongoing to this day. It is impossible to have two interstellar civilizations under the territory. Furthermore, the seed of hatred between the mankind and the Glacian had been sowed. There will be no end to this conflict until one of them is eradicated. To say that this war changes anything, that would be that mankind had become more confident ever since their first battle. Originally, mankind looked up towards the Glacian, then they began viewing them as equals and then finally looking down on them. These were also reasons that caused vengeance to become much more personal. The passion for war has grown throughout Space City. The vengeance stood for the billions of humankind massacred as well as abandoning their home planet. All these filled mankind with dishonor and shame. These feelings of hatred had been brewing for 2 decades. These emotions were the main driving force for mankind. It only allowed nothing but success. The new war machine had been activated. But this new war was not about defending, rather to be the aggressor, the one who starts the attack. The Glacians had decided when the war started but had no idea when the war would end. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 557, Outing. Chapter 557, Outing. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. During the early morning at the forest, the weather was humid as it had accumulated a night's worth of dew, clear as crystals, lying atop of broad flora leaves. If you walked past the forest, it would appear as if it was raining. Luo Yuan wiped off the droplets on his face. His clothes were soaked to the point that the cloth was sticking onto his body, making him feel uncomfortable. However, others like Wang Shishir and Huang Jiawei were high in spirits. It was as if they were skipping instead of walking. The mutant was the most active of them all. When she reached the location, it was as if she finally returned home. She was so excited she couldn't contain herself and started climbing trees, running and jumping around the area, and sometimes being attracted by the sudden random movement of a bush nearby. Out of curiosity, she ran towards the direction of movement to investigate the bush. As a perfect ecological cycle, naturally there were many wild animals lurking around. Most of the wild species were harmless as most were small to medium-sized herbivores. Of course, there were some typical carnivorous beasts. But within the eyes of the mutant, they were not even a threat. As she rampaged through the forest, causing mass panic among the local faunas along the path, the mutant's clothes got dirty and caked with mud. But she was enjoying each moment and didn't seem to get tired. The mutant had experienced significant changes in these short years. Her scales were no longer visible to the eye and her blue skin had slowly reversed into a normal, fair skin tone. As of now, her appearance closely resembled a human. If one wasn't being observant, no one could tell she was a mutant. From a perspective, this could be a result of an organism adapting to their surroundings, a sort of camouflage ability. This dew is too much, Luo Yuan said, preparing to clear off the dewdrops in the forest. Who knew Wang Shishir was telepathic and quickly stopped Luo Yuan, saying, "Don't move, brother Luo. We're currently experiencing life, recall the bitterness in the old society and contrast it with happiness in the new." He stopped abruptly and looked around this area. He saw nothing but a dark environment with trees so tall it looked as if they're towering into the clouds and its leaves resembling a net covering on the top of an umbrella. The entire forest showed traces of life and movement within nature. Other than the harmless mutated beast, the scenery looked exactly like a post-apocalyptic Earth. "This place looks like Earth," Luo Yuan whispered gently, then eventually cast off his thought. The rest of the gang had the same thought as Luo Yuan, and they all couldn't help it but look at him with a strange look in their eyes. 1 year ago, Luo Yuan was keeping a low profile. Although he looked like he was the same man as before, in truth, he could never return to the way things were before. After witnessing Luo Yuan's horrifying true form, there isn't anyone who couldn't have their mental state affected after witnessing such thing. To top it off, his temperament had become colder and alienating. Although it was much better than during the period without sensibility. But when compared to the past, he was a totally different person. Not only that, his lust towards females had become stale and he no longer had any sexual desires, as if he was another person. Besides Wang Shishir and the mutant remaining heartless towards Luo Yuan, the others' feelings towards Luo Yuan was a mixture of awe and vigilance to a stranger. The relationship between both parties was in a semi-cold state. However, as of now, when the gang saw the scenery that resembled a post-apocalyptic Earth, they were reminded of the hardships they all went through together. If Luo Yuan was not there utilizing his strength in the cruel post-apocalyptic world to support a safe shelter from harm, how can they be here to weep and resent everything? When they thought of these, all their eyes brightened up. This naturally was not reality, but a simulated virtual reality. Ever since Space City was built, it was followed by the continuous advancement of quantum computation. The construction of the virtual reality never stopped but was expanded to be much more precise and realistic. Nowadays, the whole virtual reality had spanned across 10 million hectares. The space was as large as the Jiangnan province, and the outer ring of the space area even expanded to about 100 million kilometers in range, and above that, even the celestial bodies were roughly replicated. When you were inside the simulation, it's hard for people to differentiate the simulated world from reality, and suddenly you'll feel as though that you're on Earth. The truth is, the virtual reality was already mimicking reality to such a degree that there was close to no difference from actual reality itself. Due to the hindrances of various factors, only in virtual reality was that Luo Yuan and the gang could be in touch. This gathering was one of the rarer outings they had together. Half an hour later, everyone had made it up to a mountain hill. Below them lied the dense forest, and at the top of the mountain was a flat rocky platform. This was naturally the result of an intended design in the virtual reality. Gazing down all the way from above, and the distant city was still within the view from the mountain. "We can finally say we've reached our destination." Zhao Yali thumping onto her chest while gasping for air, her smooth and silky skin was drenched with sweat after climbing the mountain for the past few hours. For a neutral type of body in the virtual reality, this was definitely not an easy achievement. Her eyes glanced towards Luo Yuan and found there wasn't any sweat on him at all, and his breathing rate was slow and steady, almost as if he was not worn out from the vigorous exercise they all went through just now. You had to know that the body types in virtual reality would remain the same. There was no way one could readjust it. Yuan, why aren't you sweating?" She hesitated for a moment, but then proceeded to call Luo Yuan by his old nickname. "My total control over one's body is not something that you can match." Luo Yuan spoke for a sentence, even though when compared the split idea and the total amount of diving into a virtual reality was an insignificant part, controlling every inch of muscle on your body was a relatively easy task for him. But when he finished, then he realized that Zhao Yali wasn't interested in the theory behind how can one have total control over his body. She was just trying to start a conversation. He then immediately smiled and said, "Sis Yali, we're all tired, let's get some rest for now." "What about Luo Lan?" at this moment Huang Jiaowei asked. Luo Lan is the name of the mutant. The name follows Luo Yuan's surname. At first, the gang tried to give her a name when Luo Yuan hasn't transformed for the second time, so they thought of giving her Luo Yuan's surname, which also had a double meaning of remaining alert, which reminded them to be mindful of sticky situations. "I guess she's still behind us, she's running everywhere. Even when I yelled at her, she refused to listen." Wang Shishir grumbled. When you think of it, Wang Shishir wasn't young at all. Due to the fact that she had consumed the core of the power crystal, she still looked like a young woman in her 20s. But the reality was that she's close to 40, although her personality remained of a heartless little girl. As if she was called upon, the mutant leaped out from a tree panicking, an absolute look of panic within her eyes. She hissed something while running away, and then behind her, a group of hornet emerged chasing swiftly after her. When she saw Luo Yuan, she went straight in his direction. As if she was bullied and was seeking her parent. In her heart, Luo Yuan was the strongest of the group. When the group saw how the situation played out, they started laughing. Even Luo Yuan starting smirking, although he had already known what would be the outcome. Luo Yuan waved his hand slightly, and poof, all the wasps chasing the mutant was gone, vanished into thin air, as if they had never appeared. After this incident, even though there was some awkwardness, it cleared up quickly. The group of people sat at the side, looking at the majestic mountain scenery, cracked a few jokes. Luo Yuan occasionally would join the conversation, but not much was spoken. He was more of a bystander than an active participant in the conversation. The difference in points of perspective in life brought a significant difference in conciseness. It is already impossible for him to mix in with the group under this atmosphere. All the topics they've discussed never sparked Luo Yuan's interest. He preferred to sit at the side, quietly looking at everything, and enjoyed each moment of it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 558, Conversation and Preparation for War. Chapter 558, Conversation and Preparation for War. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Extraterrestrial Information Bureau. Acting as mankind's only center of information regarding extraterrestrial life forms. Ever since humans had discovered the Glacian expedition fleets 4 years ago, the Bureau had expanded at a rate like how a balloon expands when air was blown into it. Originally, nobody knew about the Bureau's existence as it had only employed close to 100 of person. But now, it had expanded to employing thousands of staffs for the department as of now. Even after the conflict between the humans and Glacian, the Bureau never let go any of their staffs, but instead steadily employed more personnel and expanding the Bureau. The whole Bureau had been divided into 8 sectors: the Star Map Calculation Sector, Astronomic Investigation Sector, Universal Signal Monitoring Sector, Extraterrestrial Civilization Exploration Sector, Technological Advancement Reviewing Sector, and finally the Extraterrestrial Civilization Diplomatic Embassy Sector. Certainly now that when mankind had discovered the civilized extraterrestrial life form, the Glacian. At this moment, there was nothing but silence found within the council hall of the Extraterrestrial Information Bureau. A dismantled Glacian vessel, which had its long-range quantum communication equipment fixed by humans, was displayed on the platform. Naturally, only a huge space vessel would get fitted with a long-range quantum communicator which was capable of establishing interplanetary communication with a high success rate. Without a doubt, the quantum communicator's hardware size wasn't compact at all. Although this type of enormous equipment, towering at 30 or so meters, obviously won't fit inside the council hall, as of now only the quantum communicator's receiver had been set up on the platform, mainly to pick up on-site sound and then transmits the signal to another equipment connected to the receiver. A negotiator and his assistant rehearsed from a draft in a low voice for a moment, then both of them drew in a deep breath, formed up a good luck hand gesture. Electricity surged through the communicator equipment and each tiny light's bulbs lit up in a domino effect. Finally, a green light signaling a normal working condition of the equipment was emitted. The signal channel had been established in a relatively short matter of time. This is the human speaking, representing the human civilization, officially requesting a diplomatic meetup with the Glacian to negotiate deals and terms. If you had received the signal, please respond immediately. I repeat, please respond immediately. The negotiator carefully and smoothly delivered the line, just as rehearsed in the Glacian language. He continuously repeated the message 3 times in total. To the previous generation, they were not unfamiliar with the Glacian language. During a past era decades ago, to learn and study the Glacian technology, many individuals decided to pick up their language and practice it frequently. For the Extraterrestrial Information Bureau's diplomatic embassy sector, it was a crucial skill that they had to master. Today, most of the world's most powerful men had gathered. Besides those who were busy with other engagements, these men had gathered within the council hall, paying extreme attention to this historic phone call to an extraterrestrial civilization. Casting off any hatred against the Glacian, mankind's arch-nemesis, this was undoubtedly mankind's first official communication with another civilization from outer space. However, as time passed, the communicator remained silent. Besides a series of white noise coming through, nothing else came in. However, what had occurred was within expectation. After all, even if the long-range quantum communicator was used, it was impossible for the communicator to transmit the signal across a few dozens of light-years in a short amount of time, but what was unfortunate was that no one knew how long it would take for a response. The group of men had waited from the early morning to the afternoon and from the afternoon till sunset. Suddenly breaking the silence, a whisper came out from every speaker to spur commotion throughout the council hall. When the hungry bunch of men thought the communication with the Glacian was a failure, a string of Glacian language spilled out from the speaker. The whole council hall fell into silence. Humans? You're humans? This was the voice that came from over 30 light-years away. Under all the disturbance and noise generated from the universe, the response sounded unstable, with frequent changes in the voice volume, and at times a sharp ear-piercing noise. However, even if someone didn't understand the Glacian tongue would also sense the fear and shock within those voices. This was a mysterious feeling in their state of mind. As the side that lost the war, they wished this loss was just another accident. It must have been due to other factors that had affected the expedition fleet, just as the truth, if so the probability of this happening was close to none. The Glacian had trembled before the advancement pace of the humans. I'll repeat, this message came directly from humans. Now representing the human civilization, we are officially requesting a diplomatic meeting with the Glacian. Whoever you are, please contact your superiors immediately, we come in peace. Again with the waiting for a response from the Glacian, this would definitely be known as mankind history's longest and slowest negotiation. While the Glacian was lowering their guard, this was the same time that the Extraterrestrial Information Bureau was advancing their scam tactics. Mankind had also started production expanding in an exponential pace when technology had expanded past smart era. Its total production scale had long surpassed human limitation, and the production scale was only decided by the superiors' will, resources, and the environmental restrictions. Although the Barnard star system was the only star system available to mankind, the resources the star provided for the advancement was far more than enough. A single fourth planet's total resource quantity would be equal to every rocky planet found within the whole solar system. At the surface of the fourth planet, it represented the mark of mankind's activity in towering engineering marvels, as if viruses were rapidly spreading everywhere. No matter if the surface atmosphere was to be frozen into a frost layer or the underground rocks, they would all be mined in a destructive manner, extracted into various elements, building factory after factory, machinery after machinery, as well as up to at least millions of gallons of fuel for the nuclear fusion furnace. This type of vast human activity had also affected the planet's temperature. Originally a tundra planet, with an average temperature of 3 degrees Celsius annually. Now with the planet's temperature continuously rising. When the war reached its third year, the whole planet had already started forming a sort of light ozone and showed signs of weather changing. And within this year, the humans had their first reactionless dry-powered spaceship which began its testing phase. But only one of this model of the spaceship was built and the previous 30 prototype designs for the ship were scrapped. It was not that the ship had its flaws, it was the other way around. Its design was flawless, incorporating every Glacian technology, allowing the humans' technological capability to further improve to the next level. The ship's surface had appeared to be built with a smooth mirror surface. The reflection rate of the lights, the reflection rates of the vertical light ray when shined directly upon, was close to a 100%. Even though the light particle was still faster than light speed, it can be still effective when resisting those light particles. The ship's highest reactionless drive rate can achieve up to 4.5 times of light speed, surpassing the Glacian vessel which had a drive rate up to only 3 times of light speed. The reason for all the prototype designs for the ship was vetoed over and over again was that the reactionless drive was still in its experimental stage when it fully developed throughout this year and when this special type of power furnace was fully functional. It immediately displayed an unrivaled superiority to all previous engine models. Even though this was only the first iteration of its kind, its highest energy output percentage had already surpassed humans' largest fusion furnace's energy output percentage by up to 300 times or more. 10 of these were required to provide a satisfactory energy supply to the original design of the space shuttle. Also, even the fuel had saved plenty of space. Even if it was a simple exchange of fuel source, it could easily free up to 15% of space. The energy expenditure of this initial iteration of reactionless drive vessel was like a water dam filled with water that had just opened its gates. It was like a flood discharge. Part of the space had to be used to store pure water, nuclear fusion fuel, and increase fusion furnace array. This 15% of extra space was not to be looked down upon. Mankind will never remain peaceful with the Glacian. War had almost torn mankind's history apart. As compared to the Glacian's attitude towards military affairs as if child's play, humans' attitude towards military affairs was picky to the slightest detail, having a deep obsession to maximize a weapon's capability to the limit. You wouldn't find yourself seeing humans who were on board the military airships idle. Let's not talk about the 15% of the newly freed up space. Even if it's a 1% freed up space, if not utilized properly it'll be considered a huge waste. The extra spaces meant that the design for the spaceship could be decided much more calmly. Under the rule that the new design wouldn't increase the ship's build, the only thing required for an even more powerful thrust would be a simple increase in the antimatter reaction furnace. The only flaw it had was that the antimatter's reserve was limited. These past few years, the antimatter prepping techniques had been improved. As of now, the energy or antimatter conversion ratio had reached 10,000 to 1, which meant 10,000 parts of energy could only be converted into a part of antimatter energy. However, ever since mankind had set up a temporal colonial settlement over at the Barnard star system, humans' antimatter production scale remained at a measly level. And during wartime, the production model never expanded. First was it was a huge waste of energy on a scale never before seen. Second was that there was not much demand for antimatter, as it was useless as an intergalactic warfare weaponry when facing against your enemy light years away, so the best type of weaponry for intergalactic warfare would be the light-speed weaponry, as they're the fastest and the most effective weapon known to the world. As so, the humans had stayed at the system for over a decade and the antimatter reserve had slowly stocked up to a total of a few thousand tons, and most of them were scavenged from the Glacian vessel. But even with all these amounts of antimatter reserves were not enough to act as fuel for a 30 light-years trip for the reactionless drive space shuttle. Luckily this flaw could be easily offset, as of now with mankind's technological advancement, it was little to no effort to scale up the antimatter production plant. In just 1 year, during the 4th year, the antimatter production model had expanded almost 10 times reaching 5,000 tons. When the 5th year came by, the antimatter production had reached 80,000 tons, and the price they paid was that during these 2 years, the 4th planet's temperature had risen yet again by another 10 degrees Celsius. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 559, The Wind Rises. Chapter 559, The Wind Rises. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Time flew since the war 10 years ago. The Glacian and the mankind had a negotiation marathon under humanity's initiative in revealing their weaknesses and hiding their strengths to the Glacian. Finally, a treaty had been signed after 4 years. An official peace treaty that forbade the violation of peace between the two intergalactic civilizations had been established. Obviously, these types of peace treaties were only verbal promises, there's no one reinforcing the treaty's effect and binding effects. However, mankind's preparation for war had not been slowed down by any means, rather they began speeding up their pace. After a decade of insane expansion, Space City's diameter had expanded by over 1,000 times. Due to Space City transforming to a colossal urban area, it had caused massive geological changes on the 4th planet. Frequent earthquakes heavily impacted the mining of resources on the planet, which in turn caused the massive Space City to take earthquake countermeasures 3 years ago by increasing the city's altitude. In turn, it changed the planet's orbital path. As of now, it began slowly orbiting into the infinite abyss of space. Now, the 4th planet was actually the 4th satellite. Circling the massive space city was countless numbers of airships and shuttles moving in and out of the ports like schools of fishes, abnormally busy. However, most of these space shuttles were just cargo ships, with their simple structures that enabled swift and ease of manufacturing. One of these types of cargo ships can be built within 2 months. Currently, the whole human race owned 100 billion tons of these cargo ships, capable of shipping up to 1 billion tons of massive raw material from the 4th planet and into Space City in a daily manner, quickly becoming the most crucial factor to all other industrial sectors. Hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from Space City. A giant facility shaped that looks like an umbrella, under the workforce of countless engineering robots gradually approached its completion. This is an astonishing large structure, its diameters span dozens of kilometers. With its weight of up to 10 billion tons, the 5 cargo ships that had landed at its side looked as if those ships were mice compared to a dinosaur. Even to humans from the current era, this was no small task. The structure was shaped like a radar, it was a radar. However, it's not your typical electromagnetic radar, but rather a spatial wavelength detection and lock-on radar. The radar included an extremely high-effective spatial wavelength emitter, spatial wavelength receiver, electronic scanner, and a data analysis center. It was used to observe all the intel within a radius of 100 light-years. Ever since the previous war with the Glacian, when the humans were faced with the Glacian's light-speeded space shuttles, it was an utter defeat. There was nothing that the humans could do about it but to learn from it after the war. Mankind had spent countless amounts of resource, manpower in researching, and perfecting upon lightspeed transversing technology. However, up till 2 years ago, following the countless technological innovations and advancements in all foundation techniques and skills, mankind had finally broken through the barriers of lightspeed transversing technology. Honestly saying, the probe onto the theories of lightspeed transversing was not complicated, except for the fact that there's an extra spatial emitter. Both the spatial emitter and the spatial wavelength detector were from the same principle, the only hurdle was that the spatial wavelength detector requires an extremely unnatural, sensitive level. Everyone knew that mankind could mass-produce attraction force and that the attractional force would produce spatial curvature and compression. If you think of space as the seawater from the ocean, then the matters found in space was like a dam with a slightly higher density, and when the spatial wave passed through these matters, When both of them collided, it would cause some slight spatial wavelength movements echoing in the opposite direction. These wavelengths would then be picked up through the spatial wavelength detection radar. The matter's distances and size could be calculated through the wavelength's traveling duration and the wavelength's energy intensity. All of these were technically very simple, but when it's put into practical use, all of their difficulties had practically halted human progression right in their tracks. Since not every detected matter were neutron black holes possessing a huge attractional force. Similarly, a space vessel that had a few billion or even several tens of billions of tons of matter, their attractional forces were so weak that it's almost undetectable. The feedback attractional wavelengths will be even weaker and could only be indirectly observed during the lepton stage. Moreover, even when the wavelength was observable under the lepton stage, these leptons will always go through the quantum probability movements. Furthermore, confusing the feedback is the effect from the spatial wavelength except if the lepton had stopped its activity and remained stationary, but this is related to absolute zero, which is also the pinnacle of physics. Every step in order to practicalize such feat was a very difficult task. That's why in these past few years, following a new generation of humans stepping into the work, there was originally some stagnation on the development of the technology sector that had finally gained some momentum. Every basic technological sector had continuously improved and finally broke through the barrier for lightspeed transversing technology. The next generation of humans taking over the project at least had the intellect of a genius. When in comparison to standard average humans, every one of them was among the top of their peers. Although they still weren't smart enough when in comparison to the scientists who consumed intellect pills. But in many different occasions, the research sector was not about who was the smartest. Rather, it was whose achievements would be higher. The sector was more about focus level and the occasional inspiration. Not to mention, the vast number of individuals could potentially make up for all their losses. A staggering 90% of the next-gen humans who had matured entered the research sector, greatly making up for mankind's lack of talent and profession within the field. Overall strengthening mankind's technological advancement sector. Up in the sky, Luo Yuan had quietly looked onto the faraway space city. Humans, who had nothing, managed to reach the barren star domain and remained at their sharpest till this day. Luo Yuan could be said to have witnessed mankind's growth and energy. This is a form of booming development power, and maybe one day, it would be the dominant forces on this planet, becoming an advanced civilization. Only that this time, he couldn't see it anymore. The hidden disaster of the fourth dimensional is that it made him unsure of the amount of time that he could remain in the third dimension. He briefly sighed, a bittersweet emotion was found deep within him. As of this moment, there's a dim light glowing out from his whole body. A strong energy, which followed the movements of his body, formed a slight ripple around the space. His whole body had entered the higher state, and in the radius of within a few billion kilometers, an endless stream of information had flowed into his brain like crashing waves. A whole new omniscient feeling, time to time, eroding onto his will. At this moment, he felt like he was an almighty god. There's nothing that could stop him. But the actual fact is that it's true to the point is within this state, he could control every matter within a few billion kilometers of his radius. But his willpower remained strong as a rock. The vast amount of information rushing into his mind began eroding his conscience. He still managed to remain in an woke state, not even tempted by his godlike powers. All these tears under the opposing forces of both his consciousness and the information, his willpower grew ever stronger at a shocking pace. Till now, he had completely released all the blocked-off information channels. Not only were his five senses recalibrated to their peak form, even his forehead's plasma layer was totally abandoned. He had already got used to this powerful flow of information. His consciousness and willpower had become the true master of his body. Suddenly, Luo Yuan lifted up his head and looked far away. One test pilot fleet, from the distant star domain, came rushing all the way into the Barnard star system at very fast speed. This is only one of the 10 fighter vessels fleet. The testing fleet finally returned after 2 years, when the 5 new vessels of the same ship were taken into account. In just a short few years, mankind had formed a 15 vessels fleet of fighter space shuttles, symbolizing their powerful conquering potential. From this side, it's easy to see that mankind's engineering manufacturing technique was far superior to the Glacian. As for the Glacian, they could only produce reactionless drive fighter ships in a small scale, but mankind could produce it in batches. The war will begin shortly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 560, The First Conflict. Chapter 560, The First Conflict. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Half a month later, the spatial wavelength radar was functioning as initially designed. Its first mission was to proceed with a full-scale, extensive investigation towards the Glacian civilization through firing hundreds of thousands of spatial waves at them. One day later, humans had finally received their first valuable information regarding the Glacian civilization. Finally, acquiring more extensive knowledge of the extraterrestrial civilization. Although an extremely primitive imagery was formed from the spatial wavelength radar and that there's nothing comprehensible from the image, but it enabled the indirect deduction of the object's weight and its precise location. Through investigations on the Glacian's optical images and comparative analysis, eliminating all sorts of celestial bodies, it was possible to estimate that the Glacian had been expanding their civilization within the current star systems for the past 30 years. The Glacians had extended their civilization to a distance of 31 light-years from the Barnard star system. If the investigations continued for an extensive amount of time, then mankind could easily grasp their enemy's specific defense range and the general movements of their military. It could be said that in the wake of spatial wavelength radar, mankind had thoroughly studied the Glacian and slowly gained an upper hand. The investigation of the Glacian system through the spatial wavelength radar had gone on for almost a year, and mankind had gradually discovered surprising news that was accompanied by a puzzling reality. The Glacian had never entered war status, the whole civilization remained at a low consumption status. Throughout the whole year, the man-made objects that were situated in space didn't have any major development. It had to be known that as an interplanetary civilization that had almost the same technological advancement rate as the humans, when they entered war status, their entire star system was being mined for resources in a destructive manner. Their production capability could be said to be a booming expansion, but the changes within 1 year were staggering, as there was no such sign seen from the Glacian. Although their man-made objects had technically spread to all corners of the star system, they acted as if nothing had happened when faced with such threat from mankind. This reaction caused mass confusion for the human data analysts. Are the Glacian too relaxed after the peace treaty was signed, or are they too confident in their ability? Such behavior was totally unimaginable for the humans, who were still in the middle of preparing for warfare. A unified race, without any imminent threats, possessed a mind containing the knowledge from civilization that lasted over 500 years, formed from a long period of peace. To those Glacian who were at ease for too long, they were no longer familiar with war and also had lost their sensitivity against aggression and overall, a basic sense of danger. But from the human side, it was undoubtedly good news. The preparation for war had been more than sufficient. Mankind had readjusted the expedition date. The date was delayed for an extra 2 years. After the war, on 21st of November of the year 13, the hypermall near the residential area of the space city had become crowded, following the mall's center screen showing a fleet start shooting flames out, sailing slowly. The sound of the crowd's cheers roared just like a tsunami. All the attendees were excited and kept on cheering. A fanatical atmosphere was up in the air, as if the whole space city were collapsing. It was as if the humans were not going to war, but rather having another carnival. 32 vessels of the enormous battleship slowly departed and began accelerating. This reactionless drive vessel was formed with a sharp triangle structure and an extremely smooth surface that reflected the rays from the red dwarf, demonstrating the strength of the technology. It was like a sharp sword, slicing through the darkness of the space, and in the blink of an eye, they were gone from man's eyesight. Through the 10 long days of conventional engine sailing, this ship fleet had reached the edge of the space city and activated their curvature engine. Accompanying the antimatter reaction furnace full power output, a powerful force was formed at the front end of the ship. The space at the front end began to compress, and to compare the now expanding space at the rear end of the ship, the curvature bubble had formed around the ship. After the slow acceleration, the fleet started to slowly gain momentum, and after 3 hours, it reached their maximum speed. Right now, the battle fleet's speed had just exceeded 6 times light speed, and all the ship's bodies were glowing like a star, resembling 32 dazzling lights, bringing humans destructive force and war swiftly towards the Glacian. Even when the expedition's battle fleet had sailed off, around 10 or so of the military fleet factory continued their productions day and night. After almost 1 or 2 months, another new ship would leave Space City's bay and began its sailing. At the same time, the factories would still expand their operations without halt. At the second year, another 12 vessels of battleships would start sailing towards the Glacian planet. And when the third year came by, it was the year where a total of 20 vessels of ships departed towards the Glacian planet. When the fifth year came by, it had reached a total of 98 vessels. After every year, there was a new fleet beginning their expedition, and their total numbers were increasing each time, with each new vessel built better than the previous iteration. And at this moment, the first batch of expedition fleet, the lead fleet after 5 years of sailing, had finally closed into the Glacian system. Curvature flight had a huge sound of a stir, like a torch in the dark. The Glacian naturally wouldn't be able to investigate. But 2 years ago, the Glacian had detected that there was an incoming object causing abnormal spatial wavelength movement. They determined it as a definite threat to the Glacian species, finally causing this huge civilization to be active again. Before the warships reached the Glacian system, humans had already expected the Glacian to arrange assaults from the edge of the star systems. rushing to build a space stronghold, and even some sparse fighter vessels, firing round after round of high-energy rays as if it was raining, bizarrely lighting up space like a Christmas tree. However, just like the humans facing the Glacian reactionless drive airship for the first time, the Glacian were helpless, having finally faced mankind's version of reactionless drive vessels. The fleet was traveling at 2 million kilometers per second, heavily testing the Glacian's weaponry and detection system. Following the passing by of mankind's vessel was the strange space distortion. The majority of the Glacian fort exploded with bright lights following afterward, forming universal fireworks. Unfortunately, those were the outermost forts built by the Glacian in these past 2 years, when the expedition fleet came in rushing through their weak defenses and entered the Glacian star system. The intercept firepower had suddenly gathered you, as these star domains had been thoroughly decorated by the Glacian as if they were railcom. If the outer defense line was likened to calm winds and light rains, then the inner system defense could be said to be a storm with heavy downpours. Never underestimate a civilization that had continued expanding for over hundreds of years. This is a civilization that had been living on 3 separate planets, having over 100 billion in population, and their location in the stellar system, Dyson planet, had covered over a third of the stellar system. The energy harvested by the Glacians annually would be equivalent to what the humans had harvested for over 100 years. Which would also mean that the energy that they're using was potentially 1,000,000 times over that of the humans. When the war had broken out, even though it'd been only 2 years, the explosive power it overall contained was terrifying to all. Within the whole stellar system, at intervals of almost every few thousand kilometers, there would be a defensive fort there, sealing off the whole stellar system. The gathered ray at one point lit up with the entire star system, and mankind's fighter vessels had finally begun to show damage. A high-energy ray that was shot out of nowhere hit one of the vessels from the expedition fleet under the curvature state, and the vessel took the direct high-energy beam hit. There's no question that the ship itself was weak. Although to humans the photon beam was not powerful, nevertheless it still managed to open up a big hole within the vessel, causing its antimatter reaction furnace to crack, lighting up the whole ship, and at one moment within the darkness of space, it had shown up as a bright sun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 561, The Destruction of the Glacian Planet, I. Chapter 561, The Destruction of the Glacian Planet, I. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Both sides' technological differences weren't big. As for targeting the lightspeed target such as the reactionless drive vessel, there were no specialized weapons to fight against it. Just like during the previous war when mankind was suddenly faced with supersonic missiles, besides using anti-aircraft guns shooting at the sky blindly and trying their luck, there's no option. The dangers of the energy ray had spread throughout the fleet's expedition route as if it was a road to death. Each step taken was a step towards their possible doom. 3 hours later, another war vessel had just left the curvature flight and drifted along in the darkness of space. Quickly following after that vessel was another war vessel. All the human warship flight crews had a stern look on their faces, not a single one of them was afraid. No one knew who would be the next, but all of them had fully prepared mentally. As the first wave and spearhead of the reactionless drive vessel fleet, they were the ones who would be facing the most dangerous task in this expedition. All of them had realized the high probability of death before departing for the mission. Distance from the first target, 3 light days remaining. The reminder from the AI made the warship's commander, Ho Shuan, tightly clench his fist. He estimated that there were 12 hours before their first contact with the Glacians. But this was also the most dangerous 12 hours. Compared with the humans, the Glacian society had gone into total chaos. Within the flourishing city, where there were originally peace and order, terror and chaos ran rampant. The entire Glacian society was a mess. The aliens are coming. We are doomed. Within the 2 years of emergency war status, the Glacian government had portrayed mankind as a force of evil and not a target to be reckoned, to unify all their people. The consequence suffered when their government had announced the emergency warning, requesting all their people enter the underground fortification, was that it sent the whole society into fear. The spaceport was located near the residential planet. A vast number of airships ignored the prohibition order and abandoned their planet in all sorts of directions, trying to escape from the potential war zone. Most of the airship owners were commoners and the guards that were stationed at the spaceport hesitating for a moment, not preventing the people from escaping. All of a sudden, a surge of airships had joined the deserting fleets. The long-sustained peace had long diminished the Glacians' fighting spirit. When faced with a weak opponent, they were able to stand tall and proud and fight back. Now, when faced with death and terror, none of them had a peace of mind. There were worse situations. The reactionless drive fleet that was stationed near the residential planet awaiting commands couldn't stand the stress and pressure, resulting in those ships that were not far away from the residential planet to initiate their curvature engines and join the deserters. The spatial disruption by the warships had caused a huge disaster on the nearby planet. Half of the planet's gadgets and electronics had turned into scrap metal in a blink of an eye. Most of the nearby space defense weaponry and equipment were sabotaged. No doubt that this had put the Glacian in a very bad situation. Even before the arrival of the humans' war fleet, the Glacian society had quickly crumbled. An old Glacian, covered in wrinkled skin, quietly looked at the spatial wavelength source from the holographic screen in the office of the Glacian head of capital. Strings of bad news and the loss of order on society caused him to lose hope. Originally, when faced with a crisis that would threaten the Glacian civilization, they should have been united as one. But now, all he could feel was that he had slowly lost control over the country. When he had finally received the news of the mass desertion at the spaceport in which the 3 vessels of the reactionless drive battle fleet had also joined the desertion, the incident had already happened half an hour ago. When he had finally heard what had happened, he felt that his world was spinning and almost fainted. When he had finally gained a grip on himself, he yelled in anger, "This is treason! This is treason! Destroy the invaders! Also, let the troops mandatory summon and control their respective airships." These airships were the Glacian's last hope. Although it couldn't carry all the Glacians, at least it would save the Glacian from extinction. As for the destruction of over half a planet's amount of defensive weaponry brought by the reactionless drive war fleets, he had already ignored those incidents. It's over. The Glacian are doomed. His heart had filled up with despair and hatred, despair against humanity's strength and hatred towards the colleagues who had restricted him and his geographical influence. Finally, it filled with hatred towards those businessmen who were not cooperative. The Glacian weren't even supposed to fall into such a desperate situation. If they were to band together and show their true strength, it would be more than enough to last through this crisis. Even if they discovered the danger, the Glacian society still wouldn't be able to change their nature and they can't completely enter total wartime status. Not even 1% of the Glacian's true strength was displayed. As for the commitment for military matters, there were absolutely no efforts in committing to military matters. The Glacian were loosely ruled over, their jurisdiction was not centralized. There's also limited central constraints and local authority had most of the governing power. If the effect was not great during the time of peace, when it came to the time of war, such a scattered governing body would not be able to respond to the matter accordingly. However, as to hating these matter, he hated his previous predecessor even more. That idiot who couldn't do anything at all. If not for the long-gone predecessor that had ordered the expedition on Earth, the Glacian wouldn't be facing such threat now. It was him who caused all of this. He's the sinner for the entire Glacian civilization. He was the one who brought destruction onto the Glacian. The current head of capital of the Glacian race was haggard. Maybe it was time for the Glacian to retreat, otherwise, the Glacian wouldn't be able to escape at all. 4 hours later, the Glacian had finally begun their evacuation. Millions of aircrafts flew from the 3 residential planets to the nearest spaceport. At first, due to the evacuation plan being declared secretly, there was still some sort of order maintained within society. With the evacuation news finally spreading, the whole society order had suddenly went into chaos. All sorts of crimes ranging from murder to ransacking were spread rampantly like a virus. To enter the aircraft that was at the spaceport, even the most educated Glacians had become violent and ruthless to make sure that they fit within the capacity limit. Once a prosperous civilization, it had turned into nothing but ruins and chaos, infinitely close to the brink of destruction. At the end, even the Glacian army couldn't wait to be a part of the evacuated personnel. Some of the abandoned troops had rebelled and began to steal airships. Each of the residential planets had slowly descended into chaos. The selfishness of the mortals had presented itself most vividly in the face of disaster. After the humans closed in another light year, they had rapidly slowed down to begin on concentrating fire. As of now, the humans' first fleet had 18 vessels left. During the previous 7 to 8 hours, a total of 12 warships consisting of 360 soldiers had been killed during the journey. If the Glacian had maintained military discipline to the very end, there would be no telling which side would ultimately be defeated. But as of now, the Glacian had lost all hope. Within the shroud of the space, hundreds of thousands of airships had fled from the Glacian planet, covering the entire Glacian stellar system. Within all those fleeing airships were cargo ships, reactionless drive warships, and even those light aircrafts. All of them were like headless flies, escaping in different directions. Even within the residential planets, it was like a sea of fire. Smoke was everywhere and chaos had ran rampant. Almost no one had paid any attention to the humans' warfleet. Even now the volleys of attacks of the high-energy race towards the human warfleets were all manned by the AI's defense mechanism. Even so, when humanity finally crossed that final light day had arrived. Only 5 more of the humans' warfleet had been destroyed. Even with such results, it had made the human warship's crew members shout in joy. They felt as if they were blessed by the heavens, and at the last light day, it was also the tightest defense area for the Glacians. The human warships that were sacrificed were actually lower than the previous 2 light days. During light-speed traversing, the warships were completely unable to know what was happening on the outside, and because of that, they didn't know that the Glacian civilization had already crumbled before the actual battle had started, and had long started abandoning their posts. The entire reactionless drive Warfleet flight route was planned based on the star chart. With the spatial wavelength radar pinpointing and investigating on the Glacian star system for over a year, the data of the star system's celestial bodies' movement were precise. The margin of error did not exceed more than 500 kilometers. They essentially wouldn't even need to stop when nearing the star system at all, as what the Glacian did last time. Following the fleet closing in on the Glacian's first residential planet, the whole fleet had started to line a crescent form. A beautiful stream of light had shone from the dark sky, and when the crescent line had closed in on the planet, the humans' warships had only 14 vessels left. The heavy artillery cannon had slowly begun to turn and had already charged up their shots, with their muzzle begin to light up one by one, glowing brightly throughout the sky. The next moment, 14 rays of bright light shot down onto the first residential planet with the speed of light, as if a meteor. Other than 6 shots had slightly missed the planet, the other 8 shots had landed a direct hit onto the planet. This was a type of high-intensity gamma radiation energy. Through human expertise in quantum energy transferring techniques, there were no limitations on the type of barrel being used. It would still be able to overlay the energy for an infinite amount, focusing the energy infinitely. Every shot of the ray was equally matched to a 10-ton antimatter missile. The powerful penetrating fire caused a part of the energy to directly pierce through the planet's core. When compared to antimatter missiles, this weaponry was able to cause even more damage to a celestial body. The smell of death brought by the high-intensity ray as if it was God's judgment. In an instant, it pierced through the atmosphere, driving through the grounds of the first planet. The surface crust instantly evaporated and wasn't even able to last a second. It was as if the time at this moment was frozen. The next moment, a sudden bright light shone from all corners of the planet, swallowing river after river, city after city, and lake after lake. The entire planet was shaking. The earth was cracking, the sea was boiling, and the underground lava started to explode, and hurricanes began crashing across the planet. Especially after a shot of the gamma radiation ray directly hit the planet's core. It effectively caused changes in the geomagnetic forces, forming terrifying storms. Within seconds, 70% of those Glacians who still remained on the planet were dead. The remaining 30% were killed in the next minute. Under these kinds of disasters, no matter where you hide, there was no escape. The planet's scenery was as if it was the apocalypse. The humans' war fleets never stopped. They made a big turnaround and started firing upon the second residential planet, bringing humanity's destruction upon it. Mankind's attack had lasted for 3 hours. Every residential planet was attacked in at least 5 waves. When all of the weaponry's batteries ran out of energy, the warfleet started to leave the star system. Operation Straighten Out Huanglong was a success. Most of the Glacian had been destroyed. Up next was to patiently clear off all remaining survivors. However, at that moment, the protagonist was not these war fleets anymore. Instead, he was in the high-intelligence spacefighter vessel. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 562, The Destruction of the Glacian Planet, 2. Chapter 562, The Destruction of the Glacian Planet, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Usually, high-tech warfare was swift, accurate, and deadly. One shot and you would be gone. There would not be any breathing room left for the opponent. In the old days of Iraqi warfare, when the war began, it completely destroyed Iraq's regime. All it required were 21 days for all the territories to be brought under control. In that short time frame, a total of 128 American soldiers lost their lives. 110 of them were KIA and 18 were killed in accidents. In the past, the general forecast was that a war would usually last for 1 or 2 years at the minimum. As for the current warfare between mankind and the Glacian civilization, although the battlefield spanned across the interstellar systems, the beginning until the end of the war lasted only 20 hours. Although the war was over, the battlefield was still not cleared yet. Following the destruction entire residential planet of the Glacians, mankind had totally secured the victory. When mankind began withdrawing their warfleet, there were a total of 14 vessels. Only 11 of those vessels had successfully left the war zone. Another 3 warships would forever stay in this part of the star system. A total of 120 ships and their crews had been sacrificed on the eve of dawn. The vast distance would have a delaying effect on optical imagery. The human warfleet could not determine the outcome of the battle. no one could guarantee the precision and accuracy of the star charts. The question whether or not the attacks hit their targets lingered in their minds. In high-speed travel, even the slightest mistake, regardless if was it a millisecond of miscalculation, that mistake would be amplified after traveling at light speed for 6 times, and the difference would be at least 1.8 kilometers of difference. The fleet's commander, Ho Shuan, had established a video conference link to all other warship captains, and after all of them had a moment of silence in respect to those who had bravely sacrificed themselves during the battle. All the attendees decided to proceed according to the original plan to clean up the war zone. A minute later, 10,000 spacefighter jets jetted out from all the warships into space. The jet engine shot out ion flames that spanned a few kilometers in length, flying to every corner of the nearby space. As compared to the third generation of spacefighter jets that had a dazzling performance in the previous battle against the Glacian, these type of fighter jets had been developed into a fourth generation. With the front end of the fighter jet being sleeker, the aircraft's length spanned only 150 meters and its wingspan was at 65 meters. Even if this version of a fighter jet was much smaller, it did not mean that they were weaker than their previous generation. On one hand, they were just like the warships, using the same antimatter power furnace. Alternatively, it was this model that had thoroughly scrapped the railguns, resulting in the light-speed energy attacks being the only weapons left on board. This decision had saved up significant space to store their ammo. The railguns were powerful and simple to build. They could even carry antimatter missiles as well as all sorts of powerful warheads and even AI-guided tracking warheads. Its major weakness was obvious: the weapons system required a huge space to operate, requiring a long acceleration rail, and the materials used to build the cannon barrel played a major role on the weapon's effectiveness. On top of that, its power would not be like the energy weapons that could overlay their energy an infinite amount of times to further amplify its power through quantum energy transfer. As for a civilization that had just entered the space age, the level of their energy weapons was not advanced enough, but it might be an advantage. However, it already began to seem tasteless for mankind. Plus, the usage of the antimatter power furnace had greatly raised the spacefighter jet's energy output by a few energy levels, allowing the energy attacks to be comparable to an antimatter warhead. Due to these reasons above, the flawed railguns had gradually retired from the list of weaponry that humans carried. When the spacefighter jets entered combat, they had already begun clearing the remaining Glacian autonomous defense forts. Previously, mankind was still unable to determine the Glacian's technological advancement level because the reactionless drive warfleets were a technology that no one could fully understand. It surpassed both civilizations' understanding. However, at this moment, when the pawns of both sides collided, the technological difference between the humans and the Glacian could easily be determined. Regardless if it was the Glacian's autonomous defense fort weapon reaction speed or the object movement trajectory lock-on predictor, it was still not fast enough to follow the speed of the spacefighter jets. Shots after shots had been fired from the fort, but the spacefighter jets had long since acquired their targets and vaporized them immediately with a high-intensity energy ray. The spacefighter jets had excellent mobility and the ability to change its trajectory path at any given time. This was because they had thousands of GS, allowing sudden acceleration as well as sudden braking or slowing down its speed. Within seconds of the jets flying in a straight line, they could suddenly be turning a corner at a 60 degrees sharp angle while they had the equipment to countermeasure the stationary defense facilities. The fights were completely one-sided and the failure rate of each spacefighter jet was exceptionally low. It was as if they were a swarm of locusts that constantly gnawed on the solid defenses of the Glacians, gradually pushing the inner circle of the star system closer. The war is already over. Luo Yuan recollects his vision from the fourth dimension. His heart was filled with indescribable feelings. The Glacians were high and mighty in the face of mankind when they first appeared. They were so tall, they could cause people to suffocate. For that, mankind was forced to abandon their home planet and engage themselves in the Great Escape. Yet, 30 years had passed and the situation had reversed. Humans had taken up habitat where the Glacian civilization once was, and a once prosperous civilization had been wiped out. There was a saying that went, 30 years in the Eastern River, 30 years in the Western River. When midnight struck, there was only silence in Space City. Luo Yuan suddenly had an idea, one that gave him the desire to go to the front line of the war zone to witness everything. This civilization that gave him tremendous stress when he first met them. If he could not witness what they were like in close proximity, it would be his greatest regret. Moreover, the distance was only 30 light-years away. He could travel a round trip within a month. When he had made up his mind, Luo Yuan left a short message in virtual reality before turning into the void and appeared in space within a blink of the eye. After a few more teleports, he had already left the Barnard star system. He then immediately prepared for travel. When he had the thought, the surrounding environment started to change vigorously and the powerful spatial waves caused a kind of spatial tidal wave nearby. After all these years, his will had strengthened more than 10 times compared to what he previously had. Now, the manipulation of the spatial dimensions were as simple as moving an arm. It was as if it was his natural talent. At that moment, the space-time bubble formed around him and began to push his body with an amazing speed. 10 minutes later, his speed had reached 300 times the speed of light. A high concentration of light-speed photons collided with the front end of the bubble constantly, and an incalculable amount had begun to pile up, almost taking a physical form. Ever since he had reached the Barnard star system 20 years ago, Luo Yuan had only engaged in this kind of space travel one time. All these years, he only used this method of traveling one single time. When he used this type of violent acceleration, he could not help but to feel a little nostalgic. Within 10 minutes, he had achieved the top speed of his space-time bubble. Luo Yuan was too close to the star system. Unlike the dark zone in between systems, these photons were unusually dense and he felt like his body was gradually melting. A huge amount of atoms had been lost from his body due under the bombardment of photons. Traveling at 300 times the speed of light, it was his body's limit. If he went any faster, it would vaporize his entire body. However, Luo Yuan did not even have the slightest intention to slow down. He pondered for a moment, and in the next moment, part of his will was used to maintain the space-time bubble while the remainder was used to fortify every atom on the surface of his skin. The surface of his body had undergone some changes and it had totally destroyed the atoms. The core of every single atom had been forcefully compressed and the electrons had been turned into free electrons. However, all these were blown apart by light-speed photons in the blink of an eye. Now, the surface of his body had become extremely dense and was more reflective and shiny than a mirror. The cores of the atoms had formed a lump under the tremendous compression and were tightly bound together. The molecular movement and the vibrations of the atom core had thoroughly stopped, causing the surface of his body to be at absolute zero. The high temperature he was experiencing was no longer a problem. No matter how the light-speed photons collided with the surface of his body, it would no longer cause a single dent. His speed had gradually become faster to the point it reached 1,500 times the speed of light before it finally stabilized. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 563, The Destruction of the Glacian Planet, 3. Chapter 563, The Destruction of the Glacian Planet, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the dark abyss of space, 6 vessels of the reactionless drive fleet were cruising at a high speed, away from the Glacian planet in a panic. Many vessels were a few kilometers behind them. Approximately 10,000 regular airships were intercepted by a myriad of spacefighter jets. Every vessel was fighting for itself, running in every direction. Every couple of minutes, some of them would blow up, decorating the space around them with a bright light from the explosion. There were flashes of light in every direction and countless Glacian casualties floated throughout the entire star system. There's a saying, a fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. Under these sort of life and death circumstances, the Glacian army's intelligence had been enhanced significantly. These 8 vessels of the reactionless drive fleet had managed to successfully pass through the lockdown by the spacefighter jets using their lightspeed capabilities. They left a few days' worth of blank data in the optical detection system of the humans and immediately cancelled the standard flight mode. Being extra cautious to avoid detection by the spatial wavelengths and flares from their conventional engines, the 6 vessels of the reactionless drive fleet formed a formation. They had been extra careful flying at a low speed. Every engine thruster had been shut off and it was as if the entire Glacian warfleet were thoroughly merged with the shadows in the dark. This assisted the vessels in escaping the sector without making a single sound. Their luck was not bad at all. After a few days of flying at low speed, they had successfully escaped the maximum detection range of the humans and began their journey into an unknown star system. In reality, the diameter of a star system was terrifyingly huge. Its radius could reach up to hundreds of billions of kilometers. Even if the 11,000 spacefighter jets of mankind had been multiplied by 10, 100, or even 1,000 times, it would be impossible to fully lock down the entire star system. Within one of the reactionless drive warships, several Glacian refugees were squeezing in the residential deck. Not many of them were talking. While facing the pessimistic future, it caused all the Glacians to feel down and depressed. An uneasy tension began building up in the air, slowly filling the entire airship. To them, the time after these days was a nightmare. No, it was even scarier than a nightmare. A once prosperous civilization had come to an end. They were forced to leave their homeland and escape into the unknown. Not to say the Glacian had customarily wasted the empty space on the militarized war vessel, but at this moment, this decision had brought enormous benefits. The whole militarized war vessel managed to fit almost 8 million refugees inside. If this was the war vessel of the humans, perhaps not even 1,000 refugees could fit inside. The whole fleet could fit about 50 million refugees. The Glacian had more than just 6 reactionless drive ships. They had been building this type of airships long before the humans did. It was 50 years ago when the first experimental reactionless drive ship had appeared on the surface of the Glacian planet. However, the technology at that time was immature and the building process was difficult. A total of 20 years was used to assemble a total of 12 vessels of the first generation ships, and these were used in the expedition mission against mankind. In the following era, they continued building more vessels to prepare in advance for a time of need. The Glacians had a low requirement from their military as their countries were united and there were no enemies. Because of this, military affairs were not the main priority and the humans were not able to spark the Glacians' interests during that time. That conquest mission had managed to push them to assemble these types of warships. To the Glacians, it was never about prioritizing the mission. Rather, it was supposed to be a test for their experimental technology. Destroying the humans just happened to be something that happened alongside their test missions. Up until the expedition mission's failure did the Glacians finally begin to pay attention to the humans. Using the original blueprints of the reactionless drive warships and their large-scale factories, the Glacian had continuously constructed 15 more vessels in the past years. When these numbers added up to the previously constructed ships, they had a total of 18 vessels. It was just before the crisis reached them that they had each escaped on their own. Even before society had crumbled, a large part of the Glacian fleet had already collapsed. Until now, they were still clinging to the government's grip, leaving their home planet with only 6 vessels. Amidst the warship's control cabin, the Glacian head of state that was previously in a state of shock suddenly asked in a hoarse voice, "Where are we currently located?" In the past few days, his mental state was rather unstable. Anxiety and confusion had thoroughly filled up his heart, and up till now, it's been days since the last he slept. Every time he closed his eyes, he heard countless people screaming for help and begging for mercy. The distance from our home planet is approximately 6.5 light days. The commander at his side respectfully answered him. "Are there any signs of movement on the alien spaceships these past few days?" Until now, we have not detected anything regarding the enemy's spatial wavelength disruptions. They remain in the outer sector of our star system. The commander's face showed a hint of sadness. As for the reason of this sadness, everyone knew that within the fleeing airships, all of them were their own kin. The head of state could no longer hold back his facial expressions. He briefly closed his eyes for a moment, then stood up quivering and said, This is the catastrophe of the Glacians. We have been too comfortable for far too long. We've even forgotten how cruel and terrifying the universe is." In the control cabin, everyone slowly stopped working. Everyone was frozen and were listening to the head of state's speech. If we were to unite our power, strive at work, stand together as one, and actively prepare for war, perhaps the situation would be very different, but one savvy military officer had established a conference call, allowing the head of state's voice to be spread to all the other vessels. If we had taken note of that devil-like race from the very first moment, these devil spawns would have probably been thoroughly destroyed by us. His voice carried an endless sense of regret. However, there are no ifs in anything and there's no turning back time. Even in this location, we're not too far away from our home system, our home. Those devils are still killing all our people and their bodies will become cosmic dust. However, I still believe this is not the end. This catastrophe will not be the downfall of the Glacians. Instead, it'll be a brand new beginning. We still have our best scientists and our brightest scholars. At this moment, the AI's warning had unexpectedly rung up at the control deck, drowning out his voice. Warning! Warning! Unknown changes in the surrounding gravitational force has been detected. The ship is now coming to a stop. Warning! Warning! Unknown changes in the surrounding gravitational force has been detected. The ship is now coming to a stop. What's the problem? The head of state asked in a voice full of panic. We're being pulled by a mysterious gravitational force, the whole airship is stuck in the same spot. One of the crew members promptly answered after searching for the reason. How is this happening? Is this normal? Everyone stood quietly. Looking pale, the head of state stared at them and immediately knew what was going on. He had a bad feeling about this. In the next moment, the screen in the middle suddenly flashed a few times and almost immediately, a human-like figure had appeared on the screen. Every Glacian present looked at the screen in fear, an inexplicable panic had gradually spread through them. This figure was standing out in space and it looked like a blurry image. It was as if the surrounding lights had been altered by him. The figure had eyes without the slightest hint of emotion in it. Through the screen, he stared through everyone's soul, causing all the Glacians to shiver in fear and their minds to go blank. Glacians? The opposite side seemed to be speaking in a bizarre language. Before all the Glacian had the chance to hear what he said, the Glacian warship had disintegrated into atoms instantaneously. At the same time, all the glacians had also disintegrated into atoms. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 564, The Destruction of the Glacian Planet, 4. Chapter 564, The Destruction of the Glacian Planet, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Luo Yuan floated around quietly in space. His altered, smooth and dense surface endlessly gave off a terrifying cosmic radiation. Tens of thousands of kilometers behind him in the void, the fluorescent scenery was visibly emitting dim lights. This was what happened when an object had been forcefully disintegrated into individual atoms. The previously silent Glacian warships had been completely wiped out. Following the lights diffusing into the void, the concentrated field of atoms quickly spread out. Within this corner of the universe, there would forever be proof that these 6 Glacian warships and its 10 million refugees existed. Luo Yuan was not disturbed one bit because of his action. He did not think that this cold-blooded massacre would leave him with any psychological traumas. All he did was stop and ponder momentarily before continuing his journey towards the Glacian star system. Due to his proximity to the Glacian system, there would be quite a few human warships stationed around the area. If he were to activate his space-time bubble again, it would undoubtedly have a destructive effect. Fortunately, as of now, the speed he could teleport at was in no way slow. While in his transcendent form, the furthest distance he could teleport was 10 billion kilometers. A light day would approximately be around 260 billion kilometers, which meant that he would have to teleport 26 times to cover that distance. If he also maintained light speed while he teleported, this way of traversing large distances would be way faster than his space-time bubble. The only issue was the immense mental strain that came from teleporting. Luo Yuan was not in a hurry to reach his destination, so he crossed space at a moderate pace, and a day later, he had entered their star system. The war persisted within the system, but it had long become a game of cat and mouse. From time to time, Luo Yuan could see trails of lights dashing through space and countless metal fragments resembling small asteroids floating through space. Following the arrival of Luo Yuan, these wreckages were easily cleaned up by him. Each were turned into a bunch of scattered atoms, and at the same time, the escaping airships that remained were taken care of by Luo Yuan. As a result, the surrounding space had been cleaned up. In his transcendent form, Luo Yuan's power had been greatly increased. The dark energy coming from the 4th dimension was endlessly pouring into his body. In the 3-dimensional world, his might was comparable to a god. A few days later, he had reached the residential planets. Encircling the planets like nebulas were the spaceports that still remained in perfect conditions. However, the planets have been destroyed beyond recognition. The extremely disoriented planetary electromagnetic field had caused all 3 planets to be in an intense state of discharge. Even though the electromagnetic pulses were spreading towards the heavy dust cloud near space, it was still possible to see that the whole atmosphere was experiencing an intense lightning storm. The planet's appearances were similar to that of a heavily injured beast. The earthquakes were its twitches, the lava was its blood, and the endless gales was its wail. The surface of the 3 planets were going through intense and terrifying transformations. Transformations capable of wiping out everything on its surface. Eventually, it became very difficult for Luo Yuan to even see the remnants of the Glacian planet. The 3 planets were not in Luo Yuan's sight for long. To him, this view was similar to the time Earth went through the exact same scenario. The only difference was that these planets were experiencing a situation that was 100 times more dire. At this moment, Luo Yuan had noticed that quite a number of Glacians remained in the spaceport. Although they had managed to survive against mankind's assault, they did not manage to get on board the last airship and were trapped there. However, the spaceport was intended to be used as a stop for the airships. Obviously, there was no consideration that one day this place would be acting as a shelter. Luo Yuan quietly appeared somewhere near one of the spaceports. This was where the darkest moments played out. The outer shell of civilization had slowly begun to melt away. Animalistic instincts were silently aroused, and these Glacian survivors were resorting to cannibalism and murder at every given opportunity. Luo Yuan's original intention to wipe out all the spaceports had suddenly faded after witnessing such horrors. Compared to a swift and painless death, living was a far worse fate to the remaining survivors. He swiftly headed towards the magnificent project nearby the star. This was a project that came close to being called a work of God. Even though Luo Yuan was observing at such a close distance, he was sincerely shocked. This was a huge Dyson sphere. In mankind's first ever Glacian probe mission, this Dyson sphere had already existed. When the delay time of optical imagery versus distance had been calculated, it suggested that the Dyson sphere had been under construction for over 60 years, although it was far from completion. This piece of thin and black, film type of object only covered about a third of the star, and even then, it was still humongous. It was the type of spectacle that would definitely make an impression on who anyone saw it. The whole Dyson sphere's surface area was about 10 trillion square kilometers. Its size was about 25,000 times the surface of the Earth. It would require an astronomical number of materials and resources to construct such thing, even if they were of the lowest quality. The fact was that a project such as the Dyson sphere was no longer a theoretical challenge for the humanity of today, whose every technique and skills have matured. The only hard part was that the construction project on a scale that was too large and would occupy an immense amount of industrial resources. To top it off, the current red dwarf that mankind was inhabiting was not suitable for construction on the magnitude of a Dyson sphere. Therefore, so much of it remains as a concept. Even if there was no problem regarding the techniques and skills, a civilization that was with or without a Dyson sphere had two different identities. The Kardashev scale was a method used to measure a civilization's progress based on how much energy was being used. First-level civilizations. This civilization is one that has mastered the energy of their planets by harvesting the planet's energy. Harnessing a star's energy is the same as harvesting the planet's energy. Second-level civilizations. This civilization is one that is able to harvest energy from the entire solar system. Third-level civilizations. This civilization is one that is able to harvest and utilize energy from the entire galactic system. Following this chart, mankind had just about become a first-level civilization not too long ago, but the glacians had already begun approaching the second level. The level of energy they could potentially utilize was many times more than that of what today's mankind was capable of. In fact, Luo Yuan was still shocked that the war was over in such a short span of time. In his thoughts, there was a strong possibility of victory, but he did not expect that the war could be ended in such a short time frame. However, the result gave everyone a surprise. The glacians had no chance of stepping up against mankind. Mankind paid the price of 21 warships and their crew members. In return, they completely wiped out the entire defensive forces of the glacians. Were the glacians that weak? No. A civilization that had control of a Dyson sphere and the energy that it could harvest was hundreds and thousands of times superior to the humans. Perhaps, mankind had technology that was slightly more advanced. However, sometimes strength comes in numbers, and that could be used to cover fatal flaws. Luo Yuan felt that the reason that motivated such an amazing feat was that the glacians naturally lack survival instincts in the face of danger. For humans, even in times of peace, the annual commitment to military affairs had been around 1 to 3% of their total GDP. This was especially true for militarized countries. To them, no effort was spared when it came to military affairs. This was due to the fact that mankind was not united, and that within 100 years, they have gone through World War I, World War II and the Cold War, where the Eastern and the Western countries constantly squared off against each other. Within these 100 years, if men were not at war, they were preparing for war. The relationship between nations was similar to the law of the jungle, albeit it had slight variations. However, nothing changed the natural law that the strong were always respected. The difference was that the Glacian had a completely unified planet and never had any sort of conflict. This naturally dulled any survival instincts they may have had previously in times of strife. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 565, Encountering a Four-Dimensional Being. Chapter 565, Encountering a Four-Dimensional Being. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Luo Yuan continued to stay at the Glacian star system for another half-day before deciding to return. Due to the witnessing Glacian's lack of a sense of crisis, Luo Yuan had even stopped killing the Glacian survivors. In the end, some Glacians that had a deep hatred towards mankind had finally managed to escape mankind's onslaught. To mankind long-term development, it was a stimulant for their survival instincts in the sense that there will always be an enemy. Whether this act would end coming back to haunt the mankind later, Luo Yuan thought the probability of that happening would be next to impossible. Not every race could be like humans and rapidly produce super-intelligent individuals. Another factor to take in was the plummeting population of the Glacian. The only thing awaiting the survivors was the de-evolution of technology and the regression of their previous civilization. Luo Yuan's body then went invisible as to avoid the human spacefighter jet's detection range that had spread to every corner of the stellar system. With his small figure compared to this star system, it was as if he was a droplet in the sea. He then proceeded to silently leave the star system as silently as he entered. From the beginning to the end, no human spacefighter jets had noticed anything amiss. Luo Yuan had waited after leaving the star system for 6 days. Afterward, he activated his space-time bubble and headed in the direction of Barnard's star system. However, after a few days of traveling, Luo Yuan suddenly felt like he was being observed. At first, he thought it was just his intuition and continued flying for another hour until he noticed that the nearby gravitational pull in space had some minor changes. It was then that he instantly knew something was amiss. Luo Yuan's face had become solemn and proceeded to slowly disengage the space-time bubble. After coming to a stop, he began to vigilantly observe his surroundings. Currently, he could reach a shocking speed of 1,200 light days each day. However, even with this terrifying speed, an unknown entity was monitoring him in the dark unexpectedly. It was frightening for him. His instinct drew him to look at a corner, however the nearby space remained quiet. From the overview of the area, there was nothing. Even with Luo Yuan's heightened senses, he was unable to detect any traces of any beings in that location. Luo Yuan's powerful will had thoroughly scanned the surroundings. Whether it was the local cosmic radiation, neutrinos, photons or even electrons, nothing could escape his senses. As for the nearby microscopic dust particles and the thin gaseous bodies, he had thoroughly memorized their exact locations. However, there was nothing. Normal. Everything was perfectly normal, but this precisely was the biggest anomaly. The gravitational pull here was drastically increasing. At first, the increase was minuscule to the point it was nearly undetectable, barely equivalent to a gravitational pull given out by an object of 1 billion tons. However, the pull was now comparable to the moon's gravity and its force was still rising. Luo Yuan remembered clearly that this area did not have any records of a black hole. Moreover, even if there was a black hole, the gravitational pull would not be increasing in such a drastic manner. A few seconds later, the gravitational force was approaching 10 g and within a minute, it had already reached 1000 g. Spacetime had clearly begun warping as if there was a black hole rushing towards him at light speed. The fact of the matter was that the effect of whatever was happening was almost the same. Even in the vast universe, this was an incredibly rare situation. And although Luo Yuan was shocked, he was not afraid. His will had quietly wiped out the spatial distortions, and when the strong attraction force in space had finally affected his mass, it had begun to show signs of weakening. In theoretical physics, gravitational force will always occur where there was mass, resulting in universal gravitation. The bigger the mass, the stronger the gravitational force. If one was to further research this matter, it was possible to discover that mass could equally emit a type of graviton or gravitational field by artificially enhancing the graviton's energy. Using this theory, it was possible to create artificial gravity, resulting in the possible birth of a strong and more efficient reactionless drive engine. However, this was only gravity's behavior under a microscope. When taking into consideration the fourth dimension's macro perspective, the gravitational force of an object translated to the strength of its fourth-dimensional properties. The larger the mass of the object, the larger the object's fourth-dimensional properties, which was directly proportional to the impact it had on space. This leads to a form of spatial distortion and from that, forming an artificial gravitational force. Due to this concept, Luo Yuan would not be affected by any objects with a strong gravitational force unless he encountered celestial bodies that had an extreme gravitational force like a black hole. He stared in the direction of the source of gravitational force. Luo Yuan did not need to wait for long. About an hour later, his vision had finally spotted a black spot. The moment he spotted the source, Luo Yuan's body began to tremble. His mood was slightly disturbed, and in his shock, he discovered this black spot didn't exist in the third dimension. It existed in the fourth dimension. His mouth was left gaping as if he was facing a final boss. Under his observation, the fourth dimension was just an empty and dead space excluding the infinite amount of dark energy tides. It was difficult to see other things within that dimension. In that context, his body could be considered fourth-dimensional. From that, he could theorize the existences of fourth-dimensional creatures. Although these type of beings would definitely have a low population, it was impossible to spot even a single of these being within 100 light-years. Because of this, people have doubted if such a creature existed at all. Luo Yuan's fourth-dimension vision scope to a normal creature was totally unimaginable. Normally speaking, he could perfectly see within a radius of 100 light-years to the point that he would notice a small planet which had a radius of 100 kilometers floating in the dark. If the distances were about 50 light-years, he could clearly see whether that planet's surface had an undulating terrain. Even though this black spot was only as small as a meteorite, the distance was at least a few light-years or even few dozen light-years away, and its speed had completely exceeded Luo Yuan's imagination. This shadow was constantly expanding after every passing second. At first, it was as small as a speck of dust. However, minutes later, it had become as big as a sesame seed. Concurrently, the gravitational force had become stronger, reaching a staggering 10,000 g. Nearby, endless amounts of space debris had been pulled in by the gravitational force, resembling a stream of water flowing in the shadow's direction. This was not just the aftershock from a few light-years away. Even the celestial bodies nearby had appeared to slightly shift in its direction. This was Luo Yuan's first time witnessing such a mysterious and terrifying occurrence within the fourth dimension. The shadow could likely be absolute proof of the existence of a fourth-dimensional creature. His instincts told him that he had to flee immediately, but his curiosity took over and he stubbornly remained at the same location. Even if he was to flee, he clearly knew that with this horrifying speed, there was no way that he could escape from it. He had already been targeted. Aside from staying at the same place, there was nothing else he could do. To be cautious, Luo Yuan's body collapsed instantaneously. Every atom had been crushed by him. The cores of the atoms had been forcefully held and squeezed together by his will. His original 2-meter-high body shrunk to around 20 centimeters. In this state, every molecule in his body had disappeared following the separation of the molecular bonds. The entirety of his mass has solidified into a clump without intermolecular spacing. However, his consciousness remained unaffected was due to his quantum brain, computing simulation that already exceeded the shackles of having mortal flesh. Just like the quantum computation device, the calculation of energy all came from the dimensionally reduced atomic qubits, not the cerebral cortex. To a being like him, a brain was just a type of decoration, inessential for life. Even if his brain was gone, it would not affect his ability to think. Under the state of transcendence, energy came from the fourth dimension, so that he wouldn't need to worry about his body's energy requirements. As of now, his body was emitting a high amount of radiation. In this state, his whole body was seemingly unbreakable, comparable to a white dwarf. Even if he was to be bombarded with mankind's most powerful heavy artillery, it would be just like a wind blowing onto his face. Of course, there were disadvantages when staying in this form. Because his body had been thoroughly solidified, it was as he was a mannequin that stays put. Even with his godlike powers, there was nothing he could do in that state. Luckily, this had nothing to do with it, as his strength had reached the level of a fourth-dimensional being. The main concern would be the struggle of will. When faced with such an opponent, even if his power was magnified 100 times, there was nothing he could do. However, as they say, curiosity killed the cat. In the end, Luo Yuan only had a glimpse of the fourth dimension. When faced with the true powers of the fourth dimension, he was full of terror. Time slowly passed and this shadow had grown larger. About 3 hours later, this shadow had reached up to 1,000 meters in radius. Finally, Luo Yuan could take a look at its true form. This was a type of creature which was impossible to be described in the third dimension. Even Luo Yuan was unable to describe it when he saw it. It had no eyes, no limbs, and not ever a clear distinction regarding its interior or exterior. It was the subversion of the concept of biology. If you didn't witness it, you would never believe it was a living creature. Its body was adhering to the surface of the fourth-dimensional universe, third-dimension world, at a boggling speed of tens of thousands of light-years per second. Although its body did not forcefully squeeze into the third dimension, it had already caused spacetime in the nearby third-dimensional world to distort, causing massive ripple effects. Half an hour passed and just as Luo Yuan began to panic, this unknown origin fourth-dimensional creature suddenly stopped at 0.1 light-years away. A single star system's average diameter was just about a few light days. A tenth of a light day, regardless if it was for mankind or Luo Yuan, was still a distance away. However, to this fourth-dimension beast, it was already facing Luo Yuan. The next moment, Luo Yuan had felt a strong movement in quantum wavelengths. He then closely scanned his body and noticed the wavelength's energy in his body had collided, causing sparks. Both of them remained stationary. The fourth-dimension beast had intentionally stopped, but Luo Yuan was afraid to move when faced with an unstoppable force. Luo Yuan was determined to cover up his powers. Even the power that he used to maintain the balance of spacetime had been withdrawn, letting the terrifying gravitational force rip at his body to avoid the opposite party's hostility and to gain a slight sense of security. In his heart, he felt as if he was being exposed to a super-efficient spotlight, being stared by many people, causing him immense discomfort. Through common sense, this type of fourth-dimension creature had long abandoned the standard living needs. It no longer needed to consume food but relied on a type of primitive energy harvesting form. However, no one could confirm it was not interested in a semi-fourth-dimensional creature like him. It never tried to forcefully enter the third dimension, or maybe it knew it could never fit in. Even if it did not enter the third dimension, its projected third-dimensional body had already formed a type of black hole-esque source of gravity. Spacetime around it had formed a semi-fourth-dimensional cycle seal. The lights that passed through that area had never came back, as if it was swallowed and formed a pitch-black screen. Even the nearby stars, under the influence of the terrifying gravitational pull, had changed their course and slowly began orbiting around it. Luckily, both the Glacian system and the Barnard system was at least at a distance of 7 to 8 light-years away. Else, who knew how many disasters it would bring to mankind? Luo Yuan could slightly feel its quantum wavelength disruption, almost as if it's carried a form of curiosity and exploration. However, this was not enough for him to relax, rather it alerted him. He could not help but think that this was like the scene where a kid was playing with ants. The next moment may usher the moment where the kid would pour hot water on it, burn it with fire, or even just step onto it and kill it. Facing a true fourth-dimensional creature, he was in the same position as the ants. Luckily, this fourth-dimension creature was far gentler. Both parties had remained frozen for over a few minutes. Put another way, this four-dimensional beast was filled with a degree of curiosity. As Luo Yuan was being extra cautious, it slightly moved its body, causing part of the dark energy to fly off from the fourth-dimensional surface and ascend toward an even higher dimension. That newly formed black hole continued to exist for a few more minutes before it instantaneously exploded, giving off bright lights as it lost the support of gravity. Perhaps in a few hundred years, this location would give birth to an asteroid belt. Luo Yuan was relieved but still had some lingering fear. When faced with such godlike being, that type of pressure was like a mountain crushing you. It reminded him of the first time he faced the mutated snake. Luckily, it was never too close and didn't harbor any evil intention. Otherwise, all it needed was to project that body onto the fourth dimension, creating a black hole to easily crush him. No matter how strong and powerful Luo Yuan's will was, he didn't have the confidence to ensure his safety within a black hole. He stayed at the same location, looking at this fearsome creature fly further and further away until a few hours had passed. When he could no longer see it, he could finally relax. He then returned to his original body from his white dwarf state. The next moment, he then activated the space-time bubble once again and quickly flew back towards the direction of the Barnard star system. The scenery that he had witnessed today had left a deep impression on him to the point of feeling a genuine shock. Originally, he had some expansion plans in mind, but after witnessing this scene, his thoughts quickly returned to normal. Faced with a true four-dimensional creature, he was still as weak as an ant. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 566, The Moving Project. Chapter 566, The Moving Project. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Luo Yuan was being extra cautious and careful throughout the entire return journey. He had previously thought that interstellar journey was safe, however now he felt as if there was danger lurking everywhere. This universe was far larger than what he had previously thought. The appearance of the fourth dimension creature meant that this star domain was unsafe. When he finally got himself together, he was self-deprecating. He found out that if he was never within the grasp of godlike beings, his power could no longer guarantee the safety of his life. He felt as helpless as a normal human. After all, safety was the first basic necessity of a living creature. Without safety, everything else was just a dream. No matter if it was Luo Yuan or the rest of mankind, everything was in the creature's distance. Even if it was up to hundreds of light years away, possibly a few thousand light years, it would still be within its grasp. From the perspective of dialectics and probability, both the Glacian and mankind had been safely multiplying by tens of thousands of years. This meant the event of encountering a fourth-dimensional creature was a low-probability occurrence. The reason for the incident where he encountered the four-dimensional creature could be blamed on Luo Yuan transcending into a semi-four-dimensional existence. He was like a bump on a smooth piece of paper. To the four-dimensional creature, it seemed particularly eye-catching and grabbed its attention. What came next was lucky, a smooth flight straight back into the Barnard star system without any incidents. Luo Yuan did not alert anyone and quietly returned to his house. He took out a few balls of highly compressed aqua spheres from the dimension ball he always carried, then swallowed the aqua spheres one by one. He then opened the holographic imaging equipment and found many unread messages from the time he was away. Earlier, the entire space city was in a stir. Everywhere was super lively. Too bad you missed it. This was Zhao Yali's message. Luo Yuan looked at the time displayed and it was sent not long before he had left the space city. However, even if he was in Space City, he could and would not participate in this sort of lively atmosphere. Why aren't you back yet after so long? This was Wang Shishir's message. This equipment had some special traits as had anti-radiation properties, but this was its most basic functionality. Every second, there would be an astronomical number of frames running through the screen. However, to him, this type of imaging seemed to move frame by frame. Afterward, he sped up the playback of the holographic imaging. Those who had messaged him were his wife, a few of his children, and a few of the high-positioned government officials. The former were asking normal household questions, but the latter were inquiries about the general policy of the government. However, subtly under those words, they carried the desire to return home to Earth. 30-odd years had passed, humans could finally return to Earth. Luo Yuan suddenly realized. However, moving was no simple task. Mankind was no longer like what they were in the past when they escaped while carrying almost nothing. Within the 20-odd years of expanding in the Barnard star system, mankind had long accumulated countless belongings. From the fourth planet's topography, which had lost a huge amount mass after all these years, it was easy to spot that in all these years, humans had accumulated various belongings. Its total mass was now equivalent to the moon's mass. Although part of the mass had been converted into energy through nuclear aggregation, most of it had been turned into various machinery, equipment, ships, and reserve resources. Although mankind had not developed a habit of waste, except in their mining and smelting industry. That could remain on the fourth planet under the control of the Central AI's mining and smelting capabilities. The rest had to be brought back with them. The distance between the Barnard star and Earth was only 6 light years. To today's version of humanity, it was not some difficult task any longer. With the reactionless drive warships, it would only require 2 years to make the trip. To top it off, this star system was rich in resources. There was no doubt that it would be the best mining source for humanity. 2 years after gaining victory in the war, humans had gradually began their moving project. If it was according to the standard moving procedures, it was estimated that mankind would need to wait for another 3 to 4 years, possibly even 5 to 6 years to commercially mass assemble the used reactionless drive airships. After the airships were produced, the project could then be continued. Even if the moving project would take up to 10 years to complete, this was normal and was within expectations. However, the miniature universe floating near Space City had greatly sped this process up. The miniature universe's dimensional plane had been expanded 10 times by Luo Yuan, giving it more than enough space to carry mankind's largest cargo airships and other various gigantic equipment. The factories located in the outer ring of Space City had been cleared up one after the other. Various machinery had been placed within a designated cargo container before it was loaded onto the cargo ship directly through the space door. Daily work was required to transfer up to 1,000,000,000 tons of materials into the airship near the space door. 2 years later, countless mining machinery on the fourth planet remained continued following orders. They continued to send huge amounts of the extracted minerals to the smelting factory so they could be purified into various resources. These were later sent to Space City's resource warehouse reserve through cargo airships. Numerous cargo airships flew between the fourth planet and Space City. Almost everything remained the same as it usually was, consistently busy. The only difference was that the entire Space City was now long empty, long abandoned by mankind. Luo Yuan briefly waved his hand and a space disk dashed towards his direction. Through the flight process, it was constantly shrinking down from its massive size and formed a round sphere that came to rest on Luo Yuan's palm in the end. The entire miniature universe had been sealed within the core of the space disk. After Luo Yuan had grabbed it, he looked at the Earth from afar. He then activated his spacetime bubble and sped facing that direction. Earth. Ling Zhongyan carefully lay on the ground and placed his ear on the snow, closely listening to the movement underneath it. After a while, his ear moved briefly and a smirk slowly formed on his face. Although the Earth's temperature was still slowly rising, it remained around -30 degrees Celsius annually, and during the winter, the temperature would even drop to -50 degrees Celsius. The extremely cold weather had caused the mutated beasts to adopt underground activities. Every last beast who could survive until this day had some form of hidden talent, pushing those that could not adapt to extinction. To rely on the mutated beasts' footprints and nests were the previous methods they used for hunting in the snow. Although it was a fairly useful tactic a few decades ago, it had now become less and less reliable. If there was insufficient patience, subpar listening, and a lack of a strong foundation, then chewing on tree bark was all that humans could do. Luckily, Ling Zhongyan was armed with those skills. He was transformed into an extremely experienced hunter through a decade of hunting. He lightly knocked onto the thick ice cubes. His extreme hearing could rely on the ice cube's echo differential to determine the location of the mutated beast's cave. He would then be able to locate his target quickly. He refused to drop his guard. He would keep his body lying on the icy surface and continue to crawl forward for another 10 meters or so. When he reached the top of the cave, he would then instantly burst out. His feet were carrying about 10 tons of force and he stomped with all his might onto the ice layer. Due to the long, persisting extreme winter, the layers of ice over here had a high probability of cracking under a strike from a huge force. A crack of about half a meter wide suddenly appeared on the ice layer. After that, Ling Zhongyan did not hesitate and leaped down. A few moments later, a burst of miserable howls came from the ice crack. Half a minute later, he leaped out from the ice crack carrying a mutated beast that weighed nearly half a ton. This mutated beast's brain had been crushed and had long been dead. Ling Zhongyan looked around, but the tremor from the landing had made him drop a few pieces of its brain out onto the snow. He felt sorry and swiftly picked them up and stuffed them into his mouth. If it was the past, he would not even glance at these kinds of stomach-turning foods. He was born an evolved person, and even during desperate times, he still would not consume raw and bloody foods, what more this type of disgusting brain matter. However, after a decade long of living like a wild man, he had long foregone whatever remnants of hygienic behavior he used to have. In this world of ice and snow, he was not that lucky on a daily basis to be able to hunt such prey. Most of the time, he had to chew on the dry tree bark and roots to satisfy the hunger. He casually wiped off the blood stain from his mouth, estimated the next prey's location, and happily moved on to the next cave to continue hunting. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 567, The Giant Beast. Chapter 567, The Giant Beast. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Heavy clouds covered up the entire sky like a dark shroud. It was still during the middle of the day, but the light remained obscured. Even the sun looked like a slightly illuminated ball with a dim halo. The nuclear winters lasted longer than what was initially anticipated. A huge amount of dust permeating through Earth's atmosphere had caused the natural cleansing process to be greatly inhibited. Ling Zhongan had a glimpse at the halo's position and understood that nightfall was approaching. He quickly picked up his pace and began rushing towards the cave's entrance. The distance from his current location to the cave was about 20 to 30 kilometers. If he did not hurry now, he would only reach his home after nightfall. After daylight ran out, the night would come. This place would then instantly transform into a living hell. Not only was the temperature bone-chilling, the dark was like an endless abyss formed by a completely impassable terrain. Those who were buried underground were there only because they were out hunting and forgot the time. Even if it was him, he had to be extra careful when nightfall arrives to prevent himself from getting lost. After a gust of cold freezing wind blew by, the originally warm carcass had gradually become cold. The body completely froze up within moments, and the hide he wore was frozen solid. It would be warmer if he was not wearing a pelt rather than the one he currently had on. Fortunately, as the most elite of the super-evolved humans of mankind, this coldness was not enough to affect him. Ling Zhongan carried the mutated beast and proceeded to stride forward. Just before the horizon had completely swallowed up the sun's halo, he had finally reached his destination. He opened the broken metal cover stuck at the cave's entrance, revealing an underground stairway. This stairway was crafted from a huge block of ice. There were twists and turns within it, going a straight 500 meters in the ground. Not only did it pierce through the icy layer, it had also gone through the permafrost. Compared to a few decades ago, the people that had gathered were few in numbers. In the past years, the old had passed, the sick had succumbed to their illnesses, and the missing were never found. Initially, there were approximately 100 men, now it had come down to just a few dozens of them left. It was not that there were no women. The fact of the matter was that even though the number of women here was incomparable to the number of men, it was at least a third of the number of men. Yet after 4 to 5 decades, not even a single female was born. Those who were able to survive up until now had to have been an evolved human. Each of them had their genetic differences. From a certain perspective, every one of them should become reproductively isolated if there were no accidents. Perhaps after another few dozens of years, humans would completely disappear. Today there was a slightly depressive atmosphere. Almost all the hunters had returned empty-handed, and it had been 3 days since the people around here had tasted any meat. Meat aside, there were plenty of other types of food within the food reserve. At least they would not starve to death, but for the most part, the tender grass roots and tubers found from digging through the permafrost near the cave area were consumed. Not only was the taste bitter, making it hard to swallow, it also did not contain many calories. Even if one were to fill their stomach with these, it would be a type of torment under these cold conditions during the night. When Ling Zhongan returned with his prey, the mood began to lighten up by quite a bit. Ling Zhongan dropped the food while smiling. Today's luck was not bad at all. Xiao Hu, you're up. It's your job to handle this. The strong young lad called Xiao Hu stood up quickly. His face beaming with joy as he replied, "Yes, boss." Handling the prey was a cushy job. There's a saying, no chef ever died from starvation. Although Xiao Hu, who was in charge of handling the prey, was not a chef, he had numerous opportunities to prove his preparation skills throughout the entire process. Only a few scattered pieces of frozen, bloody chunks could easily fill up an individual. He then picked up the mutated beast's carcass, and a dirty woman who was sitting at a corner quickly stood up to follow him. This was not mankind's Garden of Eden. The basic rule that they all followed was the law of the jungle. In here, when one had a fixed mate, it completely symbolized his status. Fortunately, as Ling Zhongan's henchman, he managed to have a woman assigned as his fixed mate. The woman's face was slightly disfigured. Half of her face had been torn off by a mutated beast in a battle of life and death. There was a permanent look of sheer terror on her face. However, no matter how pretty a woman was, it would not matter much here. This was a perfectly normal phenomenon after a few years of not bathing. Their faces would be filled with dirt and their original looks would no longer be visible. The flames burned bright, a few logs of wood and charcoal glowed a bright red color, resulting in a dim, red-colored flame. From time to time, sparks would shoot out from the charcoal. Anyone with the slightest glimpse at the huge metal wok could easily figure out that this wok was hand-built by a layman. The wok had been placed on top of a stone and the meat soup that filled up the metal wok was bubbling vigorously. Hot steam had simultaneously spread across the cold cave while emitting a fragrant and rich smell. A woman, who looked much better than the others, put in a few tablets of black mineral salt and used a spoon to stir the rich, milky meat broth. She then took a spoonful of the broth and placed the spoon in front of her lips, gently blew on it and then took a big sip of the broth. The scene of her tasting the broth had made everyone drool. "Big brother Ling, the soup is done," she told Ling Zhong'an while smiling. Ling Zhong'an smiled while nodding. He then assumed his authority and said, "Old rule, the one who hunted the prey gets half of it. The rest of the group gets the other half." As the boss, when the other hunters managed to hunt some prey, they would set aside a portion for him as a sign of respect. His left hand then picked up a big wooden bowl and his picked up a spoon. He selected the best and the fattest meat, spooning it into his bowl. He then filled his bowl to the brim with broth. When he had finished grabbing his serving, the rest of the men then excitedly brought their bowls and rushed towards the wok. Although the scene seemed chaotic, when looked at closely, there was some sort of order to it. Since Ling Zhong'an had gotten half of the meat previously, the cooked meat was not much. The rest of the people could only manage to get 2 pieces of meat each. Luckily the broth was enough for everyone. Piping hot meat slices accompanied with a smooth broth slid down everyone's growling stomach. A warm feeling slightly spread from their bellies, causing their bodies to begin sweating. Ling Zhong'an shared his portion of the meat with his 2 women. It was only after they had their fill would he have the rest of the meat to be consumed. Pounds of meat filled up his stomach. That type of fulfillment gave him an immense sense of satisfaction. A good night's sleep through the twilight. Ling Zhong'an, while hugging onto his 2 women, was not ready to wake up early. Today, the rest of the people would not have much of a desire to go out hunting. Ling Zhong'an had brought back nearly half a ton of meat which could potentially feed them for up to a month. Even though everyone could only get a few slices of meat, when paired with the grassroots and tubers, it would still be enough to survive. Why are there sudden tremors? This was coming from an evolved human with an extreme sensitivity towards tremors and quakes, who was just awoken from his sleep. He opened his eyes extremely alerted. The rest of the people suddenly were not able to sleep, they began to gradually open up their pelts and stand up. A person without a sense of alertness would not survive in an apocalyptic world. Not to mention, a few hundreds of kilometers away, a volcano had recently begun to show signs of revitalization, alerting everyone. "Boss, I'll go and have a look," Xiao Hu said diligently. "No, we go together." Ling Zhong'an left the cave first, followed by a group of men. If an earthquake happened, it would be suicidal to be staying underground for any longer. The tremor had become ever more evident, almost as if it came from afar and near simultaneously. It carried a sort of rhythm as if theirs was mountain walking towards their direction. Halfway through the walk, everyone had guessed what's the cause of these tremors. "Screw it, let's go back. It must have been that level 8 giant beast. Just wait for it to leave, then it'll be alright," said Ling Zhong'an with a sort of frailness and slump in his voice. "This damned beast again." The group of men started cursing. This was a type of ape-like, terrifying, giant creature. No one knew why, but during the past decade, the beast would roam around this area for some time, almost every 1 or 2 years. At first, its body size was only a dozen meters high, equivalent to a level 7 beast. Ling Zhong'an still thought of it as prey during that time and was eager to try hunting it. However, he gave up because the distance was either too far away, or he was worried about getting injured almost every time. When he had finally made the decision to hunt it, the beast had already become a level 8 creature. Its height towered up to 50 meters high, while its hair exuded a bright golden hue from within the dark. Such characteristics were enough for anyone to lose any sense of grandeur around it. This type of creature was at the pinnacle of the food chain on Earth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 568, The Terraforming, 1. Chapter 568, The Terraforming, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The group of men quickly returned to the cave. Among them, there were people who were chatting and some who were cursing, but it was apparent that no one feared the terrifying beast. Gradually, the spoken voices began to die down and the cave became quieter by the second. No one spoke. Everyone had subconsciously held their breath together as the giant beast's walking tremors had begun to grow louder and louder, almost as if it was heading towards their direction. Resembling rolling thunder, tremors shook off the dust and pebbles from the cave ceiling. Oil lamps continued to burn quietly. The impure oil caused the entire cave to have a smell of burning fat. It won't collapse, will it? An evolved human suddenly questioned, breaking the quiet atmosphere. Shut up! Ling Zhong'an suppressed his voice and scolded anxiously. The distance between here and the surface was a total of 500 meters, give or take. Logically speaking, even if there were several tens of thousands of tons of weight, the cave should still be able to hold itself. The issue was that during these few decades, this cave had been expanded at least 10 times of what it originally was, spanning across tens of thousands of square feet. Nobody could guarantee it would not collapse due to the tremors. Underneath the frozen earth was a natural refrigerator sealing an incredible amount of food resources. When the cave's food reserve had been fully depleted, all that was needed was a few hours of digging. Eventually, they would find a hefty amount of edible grassroots and tubers. When they were lucky, there were even times when they found a mutated beast or various underground insects that were frozen to death. Naturally, the latter would be more common. However, during these past few decades, the odds of stumbling into a mutated beast was slim. I was only just saying. He felt everyone was staring at him in anger. That evolved human knew that he had angered the crowd. So he just mumbled a few words and immediately shut his mouth. Luckily, bringing bad omens was not his evolved ability. Soon afterward, the tremors had grown softer, a clear indication that the giant beast had left the area. The group of people collectively let out a sigh of relief, anxiously waiting to return to their resting place that still lingered with their remaining body heat. Say, this type of gigantic beast, how many tons of food does it need to eat daily? It's been over 40 years, how come it's still alive? An evolved human questioned with curiosity. You think every inch of land on Earth has been frozen? Nearby the entrance of the volcano lies a piece of forest. That area is packed with mutated beasts. Who dares to roam around there? Another evolved human answered in disdain. Everyone knew about this. There were even people suggesting migrating to that area. However, after rounds and rounds of debates and discussion, no conclusion came about in the end. Firstly, the distance to the volcano from here was about a total of 300 to 400 kilometers. Migrating everyone there was not a task that could be completed within a day. Under the extremely cold weather, while lacking the necessary winter equipment and wearing the animal pelts that could barely cover up a person's body, many people would likely be frozen into a statue before reaching the halfway point. Secondly, that type of place was like an oasis in the middle of the desert. It was not difficult to conclude that such a place would gather all sorts of powerful and strong mutated beasts. Who would dare risk their peaceful days and migrate there? Although the life here was troublesome, the only irksome part was insufficient meat in their diet, yet filling one's stomach was a relatively easy task. For example, there was a significant supply of edible types of plants like the grassroots and tubers. The combination of cruel reality and the despair of an unforeseeable future caused everyone over here to be in the state of eat or die. Even if they were alive, they were not truly living. As for the future, it was a prohibited topic to discuss and no one was willing to think about it. As if to release the stress, a couple had started to stage an indescribable scene. Along with unscrupulous screams spread across the entire cave, there were new couples swiftly joining along by the temptations of these voices. The atmosphere within the cave had instantaneously become obscene. At this moment, an extremely horrifying presence had suddenly shrouded this area, everyone's hair instantly stood on their end. It was an indescribable type of horror. It was as if one's heart was being grabbed tightly by someone and death was imminent. Inside the cave, all sounds had immediately disappeared and once again the cave had become silent, to the point that you could hear a needle being dropped. Everyone's faces were frozen in fear as if time had completely stopped. Only Ling Zhong'an was slightly better. Although he was like the rest, with his whole body going limp, unable to muster any strength. This atmosphere, luckily, only lasted for a few seconds, then it completely disappeared. However, it felt as if a year had gone by to him. Ling Zhong'an came down from his woman's body, his eyes fixed onto the frozen mud above his head. His whole body was exhausted and suddenly started whirring, leaving his heart palpitating, beating at a fast pace. This was the second time he felt that he was close to death. However, compared to the time when the aliens were destroying humanity, this time the sense of danger was undoubtedly even higher. Something must have happened. He was even more frightened. The fact was that this presence had shrouded the entire Earth simultaneously. The ape-shaped giant beast that was passing by just now was traversing step by step. With its body size as tall as a mountain, wherever it went, the icy layer cracked. However, its whole body suddenly limped and fell to the ground. It was terrified and shaking, not daring to move. A huge ambolite bird was hovering about the great ocean interchangeably, searching for prey. Its sharp and deadly eyesight had carried along a sort of haughty manner. Countless nearby airborne birds flew away in terror. Suddenly its body froze, and with a cry, the humongous body had dived into the sea surface straight from the sky. A gigantic tree with its leaves as thick as gray clouds, with the surrounding mountain peaks not even being a fifth of its size, got struck by lightning as wide as a python that stroked down like a storm onto its leaves, but there was no damage done to the tree. Suddenly, the tree trunk trembled, causing this area to undergo an intense earthquake. At this moment, all the remaining living creatures on Earth had frozen and did nothing but shiver. In the blink of an eye, the entire Earth had started having surging winds. Every strand of willpower had been used as they immediately started running for their lives as fast as they could. Concurrently, countless particles of dust had been attracted by a formless force, causing it to converge towards the South Pole. The skies were filled with a dark cloud drifting at a fast pace. When looked at from space, the entire Earth seemed as if it was gradually being peeled off layer by layer. This was an unmatched, shocking scenery, as if God's miracle had shone down on Earth. Dark clouds similar to that of a snowball had rapidly rolled up, surging an endless wave of winds, causing its color to be darker and darker and the clouds thicker and thicker, as if it was an ocean made of ink. Quickly, a huge vortex above the South Pole had been formed, followed by a series of intense lightning and thunderstorms. The gigantic lightning, looking like a dancing golden snake, repeatedly struck onto the ice surface, frying out hole after hole of dark charred spots. The entire South Pole area had turned into a terrifying area, filled with thunderstorms. Fortunately, the dark clouds were shrinking at an incredible speed. In about 10 seconds, they had shrunken into a solidified sphere with a radius of about 10 kilometers or so, a mass comparable to 10 Mount Everests. However, it was shrinking continuously, and together flying straight into the air like a rocket. It pierced through the ozone layer, flew out to near space, and during mid-flight, its material structure was constantly changing. Fission was occurring at an atomic level. These atoms were turned into carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen before being forcefully recombined once again, causing a collapse. From it, a huge amount of energy was released, causing the sky to light up as if a second sun was formed. All these were caused by none other than Luo Yuan. Currently, he stood in space, keeping a distance of about several tens of thousands of kilometers from Earth, forming this clump of dust and condensed matter. Luo Yuan prepared to use it to create a positive and negative Klein channel in the micro-universe. From a point of view, this was a type of recycling. He looked at Earth and frowned. The Earth's environment was even worse than what he had imagined. To recover into its former glory, a great amount of effort must be exerted. The sun's warm light had once again pierced through the atmosphere and shone directly upon the ground. As of now, it was still August, just in time for summer in the northern hemisphere. The sunlight was strong and glaring. Within a few minutes or so, the temperature, which was at -30 degrees Celsius, had instantaneously risen. The icy surface was gradually melting. The intense steaming effect caused the entire Earth, especially the northern hemisphere, to form a slug of water vapor. When looked down upon from space, a huge amount of clouds drifting towards every corner were rapidly condensing and forming rain clouds covering up the planet. If no precautions were taken, then during the coming few months or even years, Earth would be covered in a continuous storm. Floods would rage across the lands. The land would be turned into swamps. The remaining living creatures on Earth would once again face another great extinction. During the first apocalypse, the mutated beasts were mankind's greatest enemy, but right now everything's changed. Under the unlocked virus's effect, the creatures of Earth had plenty of variety and diversity. It was already human civilization's most precious genetic wealth. After thinking for about 1/100th of a second, Luo Yuan had a perfect solution. The next moment, his figure had appeared above the Pacific Ocean. This was an endless dark gray ice layer. Under the sunlight of several dozen minutes, countless small water holes had appeared. Quickly, hundreds of millions of these holes covered the entire world's oceans except for the Arctic Ocean. His consciousness dived into the ice layer's every molecule and began vibrating them at a few billion times per second, accelerating the molecule's vibration and causing the ice layer's temperature to rise rapidly. Facing this type of base material heating, the ice layer had nothing to go against it. The thick ice layer of 1,000 meters had instantly melted into ocean water. The ocean had finally returned, and the sea level was gradually recovering, suddenly causing terrifying tides. Looking at the intense movement of the sea, Luo Yuan frowned and raised his hand and gently pressed downward, exerting a fearsome force that instantly spread out and calmed the entire ocean forcefully. His silhouette had once again disappeared. Up next, from his memory's position, he opened up a new great river on every land from the geographical bumps and combined countless branches of small rivers, lowering the low-lying land into ponds, clearing off the mountains blocking the way into the flatlands, and using his power again to begin carving out an underground river network, broadening and penetrating every hidden river and hidden lake. Controlling the flood was nothing to him. It was child's play. His consciousness had even dove into every weakness of the mainland's plate. Through the various procedures he used to ease the weakness off the planet. He began to concurrently fix and reinforce the crystal crevice damaged by the antimatter, putting an end to the volcano's chances of having an eruption. From Asia to Europe, to North America and South America. Everything except for the South Pole had been preserved to their original state, and every piece of the mainlands had been thoroughly looked through by him. Only in about 10 minutes or so, the entire Earth had shown drastic changes, as if the sky was now the sea and the sea was now the sky. And at this time, the Earth's first storm after a few decades, a great storm that covered half of the Earth, had finally begun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 569, The Hardship. Chapter 569, The Hardship. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Supposedly, this was how life on Earth began, a Goliath of a rainstorm. The only one that could compare was estimated to be the rain right after when the ancient Earth warmed up several billion years ago. On Earth, when daily precipitation is over 100 millimeters, it is classified as heavy rain. Anything beyond 250 millimeters was classified as violent rain, but this time, the Earth's precipitation rate was over 10 times of that. With the heavy downpour of rain, as if it was spilled from the sky as the muffled sound of rain hitting the icy layers was heard around the world. As time passed, the intense rain showed no signs of weakening. It actually began increasing its intensity and showed no signs of stopping. There was a depressing atmosphere throughout the cave. There were people whispering, and there were those stupefied and remaining lying on their beds. There were also people shrunk at a corner with their ears adhered to the wall, listening closely to the weird movements outside. The previous terrifying presence had caused restlessness in all of the people. Ling Zhongyan was leaning onto the mud wall and kept silent. The dim oil lamp subtly swaying and flickering with an unstable flare, causing his figure to alternate from dim to dark. How do I smell water vapor? A woman sitting nearby the stairs suddenly sniffed around, asking in curiosity. I smelled it too, I was just wondering about it, an evolved human at her side said. At first, their conversation had not aroused other people's attention, nobody was in the mood to think about it. Everyone had their own problems to sort. However, the water vapor had gradually become heavier and water began to drip down from the stairs. The people suddenly noticed that they could not stay for long and gradually stood up. It won't rain, will it? An evolved human asked while staring at the dirty water flowing into the cave. The group of people looked at each other with the expressions of disbelief. Ever since the Earth was frozen, there was no more rain. Even if it hailed or snowed, it was still a rare occurrence, happening only a few times a year. Even so, every time when it occurred, it only lasted half an hour at most. As for the rain, it was only a natural phenomenon that remained in everyone's memory. It can't be. Maybe there's a new hot spring that unearthed nearby? Everyone secretly agreed. Compared to rain, this explanation was much more feasible. However, just a moment later, more water had flowed into the cave at an increasing speed. It seemed as if it was going to fill up the entire cave. Ling Zhongyan stood up and stared at it for a while. Suddenly, as if woken from a dream, he quickly ordered everyone, "We can no longer stay here. Everyone get ready to move." Before his voice died down, he swiftly dashed towards his resting area. He then curled up a stack of his thick animal pelts and then picked up the air-dried meat hanging above his head. The rest of the people had gradually reacted and quickly went to pack up their luggage. The scene was absolute chaos. The water had gradually accumulated high enough to cover up their feet. A huge amount of water was following down the stairs and flooding the cave. However, nobody gave it much attention and continued to pack their baggage. There is a saying, breaking a family is worth $10,000. Even though it was only a few animal pelts and dried tubers that could barely fill one's stomach, those were still their basic survival items and equipment. Without those, as well as leaving the warm cave under such extreme cold conditions, most of them would not be able to last a day. The water flow had gradually grown faster, becoming a spillway. The water level inside was rapidly rising. Luckily, everyone was an evolved human. Even the weakest amongst them had a body that surpassed a normal human's limit. Even if the cave was filled with water, at most they would just choke on a few mouthfuls of dirty water. There would be no life-threatening danger. The cave's stairs were mainly composed of ice and thus were slippery. Under normal circumstances, it would not affect anybody's walking. However, as of now, there was a flood, and under the huge impact force of the water flow, there was not much grip beneath their feet. The group of men had been washed off by the water several times until the water level had thoroughly filled up the entire cave. The group of men then held their breath, trying to float to the water surface. The first to reach the surface was Ling Zhongman. As he was struggling to stand up, he was just about to curse, but then he saw the scenery in front of him, leaving his mouth wide open. His expression was one of total disbelief. The original dark gray icy layer had become an ocean. He stood silently under the rain, lost in reverie. Did you feel it? This rain is warm. An evolved human suddenly stated. The group of people suddenly took notice. This rain was indeed unusual. In fact, it was not too warm, a dozen or so degrees Celsius. To a normal human, the rain was still a bit cold, and if they were drenched in rain of that temperature, they would fall sick. However, to these humans who had stayed under the extremely cold weather for a long time, even if they stayed in a cave, the temperature throughout the year would remain around 3 to 4 degrees Celsius. To them, rain at this temperature was unusually warm. Still, no one thought much about it. Ever since the apocalypse, many strange things had occurred on Earth, making them accustomed to strange happenings. Not to mention, even if there were people with distorting thoughts thinking that the nuclear winter had disappeared, they would just assume that it was just within their imagination. When Ling Zhongnan got a hold of himself, he wiped off the raindrops on him. His mind was in a daze. Not only was rain abnormal, the temperature was not normal either. The chill that lingered in the air was gone, and within the rain, there actually was a warm feeling. Almost as if the smooth texture feeling of the icy layer beneath his feet was non-existent. He began to suspect whether he had crossed into another world, and if the cave entrance had become a sort of dimensional doorway by some mysterious force. Luckily, this is still Earth. He determined by observing the surrounding areas. He looked at his hand holding the meats and a bag of thick animal pelts. A sense of slight panic arose from his heart. However, when he thought of the situation right now, his heart sunk and his face looked grim. I'm afraid we can only abandon this cave. When the rain stops, the entire place will be completely sealed off. When he finished his words, the atmosphere became extremely quiet and everyone's faces looked grim. An evolved human broke the silence and cried out, "How can this be good? This is forcing us into a dead end. Now, where can we go? How will we make it through the night?" An evolved human gave up and sat on the water, venting his frustration by hitting its surface. His facial expression also carried a hard to describe sort of despair and anger. Damn the gods, they just don't want us to settle comfortably. The rest of the people kept quiet and their face was filled with sadness. The pain in their heart would not dissolve. Right now, it was evening. There was not much time until the brutal cold night. Even if they were to hurry towards the closest hillside that was not flooded and dig out a new cave using all strength they had, they would still have to spend their night in an ice cave. Also, under this rainy weather, the tree branches had absorbed water and it would be delusional to think that you can use them to start a fire. Let's go. Ling Zhongnan looked at the precious mechanical watch on his hand, waved his hand slightly. There isn't much time left. Was life always filled with such hardships? A female evolved human, unable to hold on to her sadness, asked. Ling Zhongnan was stunned for a moment and subconsciously answered, "It always was, is, and will be." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 570, The Terraforming, 2. Chapter 570, The Terraforming, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The rain continued to pour. The droplets were warm, but it did not bring them a warm feeling. The only thing they felt was the cold from their heart. The group of people looked back at the cave that was filled with the turbid, dirty water. Everyone's face was carrying an intense expression of heartbreak. This might be their last time seeing that cave. If they ever returned here, it would be impossible to pinpoint the exact location under the miles of ice and snow. Time was limited. The group of people did not dare delay themselves, and as they carried their drenched luggage, they began to hurry to their destination. The water level on the ground had risen to their hip region. Above them there was a storm, and beneath their feet was the slippery ice layer, ensuring that the journey was not an easy task. The group of men continued their journey, even though it was very difficult and their speed had been reduced as if they were walking tortoises. The raging water prevented the mutated beasts from hiding underground in peace. Normally, there was no sight of any mutated beasts. They appeared every once in a blue moon, but the moment they had surfaced on the water, it was possible to spot a few mutated beasts struggling in the water while howling in fear. When it was first witnessed by the group of people, their eyes gleamed, causing them to be excited to the point that their facial expressions had been distorted. They began to hunt them down desperately but went numb quickly. Even if another mutated beast appeared at a location nearby, the group of people would treat it as if it was nothing. To withstand the extreme cold after the earth froze over, all these mutated beasts that survived showed an adaptive evolution. Most of them had thick furs and ample amount of body fat, yet these mutated beasts were struggling on water. They were only panicking due to the sudden changes in the environment, but they would not drown. Even if they were to be hunted by the group, they could swim faster than any human. Does anyone hear that weird water sound? An evolved human suddenly asked. I hear it. It sounds like a waterfall. Look, the flood is flowing forward. An evolved human at the side listened closely and said. Shortly afterward, he followed with a doubtful voice and said, but I'm sure that within 100 miles radius of here was a flatland, there shouldn't be any differences in the topography. This sound of a waterfall was there the entire time, it was only that the sound of the storm had overpowered it. Only when the group had reached their current position were they able to differentiate it clearly. Why do you care about this much? I'm still worried about getting through the night. If you have the strength to talk, move faster. The sky's getting dark. The discovery had not sparked anyone else's attention and was being ignored due to other people's frustration. Everyone, speed up. We're almost there. Ling Zhongmin heard the conversation, looked at the time, he urged them to move on, who cares whether it's a waterfall or not? Even if there's a waterfall nearby, when the rain stops and the night comes, it'll freeze over no matter how big it is. Everyone thought that it made sense. If someone was to piss outside in the night, it'll definitely be frozen into an ice pillar. The cave's distance to the hillside was only a few kilometers. The group of people rushed there at top speed during the entire way. After traveling for about 10 minutes or so, they had finally reached their destination. At this moment, the water was flowing with turbulence. The water's surface was seemingly violent. Vortex after vortex, it was as if there was an endless abyss in front swallowing the billowing flood. As for the loud noise, it was as if tens of thousands of horses were galloping, the result was truly deafening. However, everyone was ignoring such influences. Instead, they were shocked by the number of mutated beasts residing in this area of the hillside. The hillside was not big, the vertical height from the highest place's distance from the water surface was only 6 to 7 meters high and its area was only 1 to 2 square kilometers. Disregarding all that, the entire hillside was filled with various types of mutated beasts. Although it had not reached the level where the beasts would be next to each other, but when you looked, your vision would be filled with thousands of beasts. This hillside had become a nearby isolated island and became a refugee area for the mutated beasts. Everyone looked at each other and they saw excitement and greed in each other's eyes. This was exactly like when you were close to starving to death and suddenly there was a pie smacked onto your face. No. Smacked into your mouth. Only one of the mutated beasts needed to be hunted, then it would be easy to get through tonight. Besides being able to fill up their stomachs, the pelts could be used to warm one up. Its most important function was that its fat could be used to start a fire. No rush, these mutated beasts can't run anywhere. First, we need to go look for a place and set it up to stay overnight. Ling Zhongyan said. As the boss, he had to suppress his excitement the best he possibly could. On the surface, he looked quite reserved, but he had subconsciously grinned, which gave his feelings away. While saying that, he was the first to walk towards the hillside. At this moment he noticed that the hillside ground area that was not submerged in the water had mostly melted away, and if his memory served him right, this slope was quite low. However, the area almost became a right-angled cliff as of this moment. Ling Zhongyan frowned a bit and a bad feeling began to rise, but he then discarded the nonsensical idea from his brain. He stepped on the ice surface below and lightly stomped on it. The ice surface seemed as if a bomb exploded and caused a huge spray of water. Concurrently, his body shot up into the air and landed on the hillside. Everyone else used various different ways to climb up the hill. The sky gradually darkened and fortunately under the erosion of a warm rainstorm, the ice had not stayed solid. Under everyone's desperate digging, a simple and wide ice cave had been dug out before nightfall. Seeing how the others were exhausted, or maybe he was in the mood, the rarely generous Ling Zhongmin went out his own and hunted 2 mutated beasts, allowing the group of people to have a feast on. This meal allowed everyone to be filled up and satisfied. The only flaw was that there were no dry branches to be found and they could only eat the flesh raw and drink its blood. The sky gradually darkened. The rainstorm outside seemed never-ending and the deafening noise of the waterfall was seemingly becoming increasingly noisy. The unfamiliar environment and the coldness that could chill into one's bone caused an anxiety not allowing anyone to fall asleep. The evolved human who was unlucky to sleep on the edge of the ice cave's entrance had covered it up with a mere few pieces of animal pelts to avoid being frozen to death in their dreams. He originally estimated that today would be tough, but as time moved on, a doubt crept into his heart. He noticed that the wind that blew from the outside was not cold, rather it carried a warm feeling. Was it not supposed to be the coldest winter? Why was it warmer outside than in the ice cave? Boss, have you slept? A woman could not help but ask in a light tone. Talk.
Ling Zhongyan, hugging his two women, answered in a deep voice, who obviously had not fallen asleep yet.
It seems like outside is not cold at all. You don't need to worry about it. The warmth was brought by the rain, and when the rain stops, it will go back to being cold.
Ling Zhongyan replied in dissatisfaction.
Time had passed until midnight. The rainstorm remained non-stop.
Ling Zhongyan suddenly woke up after hearing the beasts howling one after another.
It seemed as if they were wailing. After surviving in the wild for so many years, he was extremely sensitive to danger. This type of scene with hundreds of beasts wailing was undoubtedly a bad sign. Wake up! Looks like something's happening.
Surviving in the wild, everyone had extreme alertness.
After hearing Ling Zhongyan's sudden loud warning, the group of people quickly stood up. In their semi-conscious state, they could feel that the Earth's surface was slightly shaking. Another earthquake? An evolved human said.
Before the voice died down, a crisp noise kacha was heard. The entire hillside was shaking as if it was being dropped from a high place. With its drop of over a meter, except Ling Zhongyan and a few people that could manage to stand steadily, the rest were unable to stand. Luckily for everyone's sake, these type of intense tremors only happened once.
The follow-up tremors on the Earth's surface would be a lighter aftershock. During an earthquake, staying within the ice cave was dangerous. The group of people stood up and ran out from the ice cave.
The rainstorm had seemingly become stronger, causing them to hardly be able to spread their eyes open.
However, the persistence of the earthquake was surprisingly long.
The group of people remained under the rainstorm for half an hour and the ground continued its tremors.
I don't think an earthquake would behave like this. An evolved human suggested a difference.
Men and women looked at each other, and uneasiness rose from within their hearts. After all these years, they had witnessed a hefty amount of earthquakes, but this was their first time witnessing one of this scale. Ling Zhongyan quickly looked around for a while, but before his eyes were nothing except for a white haze.
He quickly summoned Xiaowu. Xiaowu, look around the area and inform me of its status.
Okay, boss. Even if it was not requested by Ling Zhongyan, Xiaowu had already subconsciously activated his ability, causing his eyes to turn dark like a black hole, absorbing everything, causing people who looked into them to become horrified. He looked for a while, then screamed and started mumbling, "It's no good.
Hillside.
No, the ice that we're standing on has been melted off by water.
Now we're flowing off with the water. What? How is this possible? Are you mistaken?"
The group of people looked shocked, along with a face of disbelief.
Xiaohu, as if discovering something, suddenly screamed again, "Not good.
In front of us is a great waterfall."
Luo Yuan's body was flickering with light as he quietly overlooked Earth. With an infinite calculating power, he could overlook and manage the entire Earth's hydrological data. The waterway and lake that were opened up by him had already surpassed the natural formations of Earth. A simple river was a few 10 kilometers wide. The depth, even if the ice layers were not taken into account, was still about 500 to 600 meters deep. Adding the rainstorm and the melting of ice layers' water volume, the results were shocking. He must constantly overlook the entire Earth's hydrological data constantly while modifying various areas' future hydrological trends, digest and separate the pouring of floods. Manually controlling the water to be under a dangerous level. However, this task had expended significant energy. He still had a great amount of remaining strength and thus modified the sporadic parts on the ocean surface to create small islands on the ice layer that would melt soon. At the same time, several frozen dead plants had been revived by him. The dried dead trees, dying grass, and lush shrubbery seemed to have had been reborn. Small green shoots were growing at an extremely fast pace that could be observed with the naked eye. Within a few minutes, a forest of 100 square meters had been formed. As for Luo Yuan, who can control neutron-level micromaterial at will, reviving the dead was an automatic process as simple as eating and drinking. Of course, this action had a complex calculation that would shock most people. Even if he was actively working on it, it was not easy. Small islands had gone through modification one by one. It was impossible to modify the entire Earth in a short time frame. These small islands were as separated refugee areas for the different mutated beasts. Some mutated beasts that were in danger had been transported by him and temporarily placed in there. The group of lucky survivors made Luo Yuan pay close attention. When he saw them for the first time, he was slightly surprised. He would have never thought that after so many years, there would still be human survivors around, and within them, there is someone he knew. As of now, they saw that they were going to be washed off into the river.
Luo Yuan immediately had a thought, and these dozens of evolved human, along with thousands of all kinds of mutated beast, were instantly carried by a formless force. With about 10 times or so of supersonic speed, he rapidly sent them towards the ocean's island. As of now, he could only temporarily leave them there. They had been living in such harsh conditions for over 40 years, they would not mind spending another few more days of that lifestyle. Compared to their previous conditions, this island would at least not lack food resources. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 571, The Illusion? Chapter 571, The Illusion? Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Although Luo Yuan had considered that they would not mind suffering for a few days, he did not consider that this event would leave them with some form of mental scar. His strength had exceeded the power grade of an evolved human, having the potential to reshape the world and destroy mountains. There was no one who could remain calm if they were to experience these sudden changes. A gigantic air bubble with a radius of a few kilometers, carrying all the humans and thousands of mutated beasts, flew up into the air. The air bubble had intense friction with the nearby air, and after several seconds it had formed into a humongous burning fireball. The nearby rain curtain had been torn through by the fireball, forming a mist. Wherever the fireball went, a long white passage followed in the air. By the time the mist dissipated, the fireball had long disappeared toward a faraway area. Within the air bubble, whether it was man or beast, all of them went limp on the ground. None were able to remain standing. Every living creature was born with extreme fear. More so, they all lost control of their bowels, letting the stench permeate throughout the space. There was silence all around.
No one dared to talk, and everyone just stared at one another, intensifying the fear within them. The fear spurred during the moment before being thrown into a bottomless waterfall was nothing compared to this one.
The unknown could effectively draw out more fear deep inside one's psyche.
Humans feared the paranormal type of mysterious forces more than visible and physical threats. The reasoning behind this is, the mysterious feeling could easily trigger a psychological association, further amplifying the effects of fear.
Although the peripheral area of the air bubble was burning intensely, its internal temperature was surprisingly maintaining normal levels.
After the initial shock, Ling Zhong'an was working hard to calm his intense heartbeat and quietly pressed onto the air bubble below him. The air bubble's membrane was pretty soft and smooth, similar to a thin layer of rubber. It felt as if it could be punctured simply by using a slight amount of force. However, this was only an illusion. He found out that when he pressed down onto it, it bounced back even harder. Furthermore, if it was deformed over a total of 10 centimeters, no matter how powerful the force, the membrane would not stretch any further. As the peerless among the surviving evolved humans on Earth, his power had long surpassed normal human limitations. His palm could easily crush rock into powder, as well as easily pierce through 10 centimeters of steel. However, when faced with this type of unexplainable air bubble, his strength was nothing. In fact, this was actually not just any type of air bubble.
It was actually a type of electromagnetic field. An atom's core and electrons only account for less than 1% of the overall mass.
Over 99% of space as we know it is formed by electromagnetic fields, and that is what men feel when touching a material surface.
Every atom's electromagnetic field has a different frequency.
All that is needed is a tune-up of its frequency and structure in order to become tough and highly insulated. To a normal human, they would not be able to differentiate one from the other. Ling Zhong'an felt helpless about everything that had happened today. Even with his battle-hardened body, there was nothing he could do. A numbness grew within his body, rendering him unable to muster any strength.
Today, there was the terrifying presence followed by the heavy rainstorm and floods.
They were forced to abandon the ice cave that they had been staying in for decades. They had ventured across dangers throughout the journey to the hillside. When he felt that they could temporarily settle down for a bit, it ended up with the hillside being melted off by the flood. This left them at the mercy of this mysterious force. As for their upcoming fate, he could and would not dare think about it.
Boss, airships. There are many airships.
They have filled up space. The moment Xiuhu suddenly shouted, his voice carried an immense fear.
It was not the one vessel from decades ago. It was not even two, it was actually over tens of thousands of vessels coming out of the void in an unexpected manner. The group of people panicked.
All of them felt sadness encroaching on their hearts and started crying.
Are we finally finished? I knew it, I knew it. I always said that there would be a day that the aliens would return, and the day has finally come. These bunch of bastards. Even if I die, I'll take a few of them with me.
There was crying and there were people cursing. While they were talking, their voices began to slowly fade.
With the absolute difference in power, no thoughts of resistance came into their minds. Everyone remained grim and desperate. At last, they even lost the will to curse. The atmosphere was depressing and all that was left were a few individuals sobbing. "Maybe we might not die," a person suddenly said at this moment. This statement had attracted everyone's attention. Those who were sobbing stopped and lifted up their heads. This wretched middle-aged man proudly stroked his head and said, "If they wanted to kill us, why would they rescue us?" The group of people's eyes brightened up because of this statement. If they were hunted and then killed, it would be completely pointless. This proud and arrogant alien race obviously would not do such pointless things. If they captured them, they might be of some use to them. After seeing that even Ling Zhong'an's gaze had been attracted by this topic, this wretched middle-aged evolved human became excited and said, "Have you ever been to a zoo? Fuck. Are you just spouting bullshit? Who from that era hasn't heard of a zoo? Don't keep people guessing, talk. Say, are we as humans an endangered species? Aren't we scarce?" Seeing that he had angered the group, this evolved human quickly played his hand. "Also, we humans have intelligence and once were a civilized race. But don't you think they have a different point of view about us? I estimate that no matter how we compared ourselves to them, our position would be slightly higher than that of a mutated beast." The group of people flashed with a complicated mixture of emotion. They were the previous masters of the earth, but they now had to fight for their position with the mutated beasts. However, compared to facing death, this type of humiliation was not that hard to be accepted. Human civilization had been thoroughly destroyed, reproductively isolated, and the entire race was about to go extinct. The remaining humanity had long worn off and they no longer had any moral integrity. As for honor, a good death was nothing over staying alive. In order to remain alive, they would risk and do anything. Aside from the initial awkwardness, everyone seemed to have relaxed a bit. The terror from death's shadow had gradually worn off, and although it would not count as being refreshed, when compared to losing the will to live and reduced to an endless state of despair, it could be said that huge differences in emotion occurred. The group of people began to have an intense debate regarding their future life. Some of them were worried about being dissected by the aliens as studying material and their lives not being guaranteed. Others refuted the idea and presented their counter-argument, stating that a rare, endangered species like humans had an admiring and historical value. The aliens would not do such a thing, such as destroying such fine specimens. With the aliens' tech, they had no need of a technique such as dissection, as it was a primitive research method. After a long debate, the final conclusion they came to was that there would be no need to worry about drinking and eating, similar to the lifestyle of a panda. The group of people was fascinated, and there were even some who began to envision that type of lifestyle. Ling Zhong'an never joined the conversation and listened to everyone's argument. He began to feel lost in his heart. Had they been living in an alien zoo and being admired in an exhibition from the start? His hypothesis did not seem too difficult to be accepted. Those who did not join the conversation included Xiaohu. Naturally, it was not because he had vigor. It was because he was attracted towards the tens of thousands of alien spaceships outside the atmosphere. Every single one of these airships was as large as a mountain, causing him to look in awe. He could not help it and his whole body began to shake. At first, he was looking with curiosity and respect, but the longer he looked at it, the more doubts began to rise in his heart. These alien airships hovered at the Earth's outer atmosphere and had ships of various sizes. However, it was possible to distinguish that there were two different types of ships from their shapes. There was one triangular shape with a sharp level and the other was a big belly disc-shaped type. The former's number were rare, numbering only 100 vessels or so. Those were reactionless drive airships that were built during the 2 years of moving. Every one of those ships was reflecting the sun's rays, and with its smooth, eggshell-like surface, these airships' surface had no marks or defects. As for the latter, its surface was rough when looking at it with the naked eye. Xiaohu felt that its craftsmanship was no match to the former. On top of that, there were various types of marks and words. His doubts arose from those words. His evolved ability was the sort that was difficult to be measured in levels. He did not have much fighting capability, but theoretically for his vision, even if everyone's vision here had combined together, it was still far more inferior compared to his own. His eye could absorb the weakest light rays and his vision was comparable to mankind's current state-of-the-art optical detection system. A few decades ago, he could already see those Glacian airships tens of millions of kilometers away through the thick dust cloud in the ozone layer. Although there was not much of an improvement in the last few years, locating the airships near the Earth was a very easy task. The first cargo ship manufacturing plant. Cargo AS123440. The fifth cargo ship manufacturing plant. Cargo CW808000. Looking at these words caused him to be in further confusion. Although he barely had the chance to write in these past few decades and had also not read anything as well.
He instantly recognized all those characters. All of them were basically Chinese, English and math.
Every last one of them was all part of mankind's language. This is not possible. How is this possible? It must be an illusion.
He mumbled to himself like a madman. The words before his eyes completely exceeded his understanding, simply incredible. This type of situation was like a person in poverty waiting for a meal, suddenly discovering that his family was extremely rich and his father was a high official of the United Nations, allowing him to have sex with countless of women in turns, while his mom had 500 oil fields, resulting in his cash being able to circle the earth 10 times. He rubbed his eyes and then viciously slapped himself on both cheeks a few times until his face swelled up. He felt that he should be awake, so he checked again and again. His strange reaction had finally attracted the attention of the others.
Brother Hu, what's wrong? Are you scared of the aliens?
There's no worry, I'm afraid in the future we will be having a good life.
An evolved human said ungratefully with a red face. Yes. Yes.
From our discussion, we deduced that we won't be dying anytime soon.
Xiao Hu retrieved his senses. He looked at the group of people and asked in a serious manner while carrying a hint of excitement, "Are we dreaming now?" "Brother Hu, what dream? Are you still sleeping?"
his woman said in rebuke. "Brother Hu, this is happiness after listening to the good news, it's not a dream."
Ling Zhongnan felt something from his tone and quickly asked, "What have you discovered?"
Xiao Hu's face had a sort of indescribable type of strangeness. He swallowed his saliva, opened his mouth, and under the urging of the group of people, he said, "If I tell you that these airships in the surrounding space belong to humans, would you believe me? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 572, The Terrified Giant Beast. Chapter 572, The Terrified Giant Beast. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
As the rain continued to pour, a golden-haired giant beast was running at a high speed and occasionally turned its head to look back.
This was a humongous giant beast.
Its muscles throughout his body were similar to reinforced, twisted steel wires. With its black sheen, it seemed even more dangerous and terrifying, influencing people not to doubt the giant beast's power. It could potentially flip over a mother ship that weighed up to 100,000 tons.
The beast's step frequency was 2 to 3 times that of a normal human.
When accompanied by its 50-meter height, its speed easily surpassed the sound barrier. Aside from the deep loud noise of the earth rumbling, it would be accompanied with the ear-piercing sound of a sonic boom wherever it went.
As a level 8 giant beast on Earth, there is nothing that could threaten its existence.
If it encountered an enemy of equal level, even if he could not defeat it, the beast's terrifying strength would give it the advantage. In all these years, it had met some powerful enemies. Its territory was a warm area filled with a myriad of food sources, resulting in the occasional invaders attempting to challenge its position as the sovereign of the region. In the end, all challengers would leave with minor or heavy injury as the price they paid, since the beast would tear the opponent apart with its strength. The most dangerous challenger was a cunning mutated bird. The beast never hesitated to use deception to trick the opponent so that it could kill the bird. It allowed the mutated bird's beak and claws to injure him by piercing through its stomach and exposing its gut. It then proceeded to fake its death, and at last those actions finally fooled the cautious mutated bird as it flew down from the sky.
It then swiftly used its remaining strength and instantly broke the mutated bird's neck.
Due to that fight, it had to rest for over half a year to recover from the injury. After all these years, it had gone through these type of battles 6 times. The end result was that fewer invaders dared to come and challenge it anymore. In the next dozen years, it had not experienced a challenge. However, such a powerful giant beast at this moment ran with a sense of panic and terror. Ever since the appearance of that dreadful presence, it had begun running non-stop. Although it was an intelligent giant beast, it would remain in the same place as soon as the presence disappeared. The appearance of the frightful presence only explained one thing: the surrounding area was unsafe. The only part that was undeterminable was how far it was from that presence.
100 kilometers? 1,000 kilometers?
As a mutated beast that understood mankind's measuring scale, it was nothing to be shocked off. This intelligent mutated beast had spent some time with humans, thus the human language was naturally something it knew as well.
Actually, it had learned more than that. It even secretly learned sword skills that the humans used to use.
In his territory, it owned a 40-meter-long wooden broadsword.
Sadly, it had only wielded the sword once before it broke. Very quickly, it had returned to its own territory.
Currently, it was an area filled with water vapor, lush and thick forests, as well as rich geothermal resources, causing the area to remain at a normal temperature throughout the year. The huge movements caused by its running had created a disturbance in the forest. Countless mutated birds flapped their wings in panic and a huge amount of mutated beasts began to run for their lives. The giant beast ran while looking deadly.
Its fierce breath, similar to that of a high-pressure column, destroyed the nearby flora. An unlucky mutated beast panicked while also not choosing its path carefully.
It desperately ran in a straight direction and suddenly went limp. Its body went tumbling on the ground intensely under the huge force of inertia. Before its tumbling stopped, this mutated beast had been picked up by the giant beast. This mutated beast was not small at all.
Its entire body was a few dozen meters tall and weighed a few dozen tons as well. But before the giant beast, it was nothing at all. The mutated beast was lifted with one hand, and once the mutated beast was picked up, its skull was bitten off by the giant beast. The next moment, blood sprayed everywhere and the sound of cracking bones was heard. Only a few bites later, the entire mutated beast had entered into the giant beast's stomach. This little quantity of food was obviously unable to satisfy this giant beast's astonishing appetite. Quickly after that, the giant beast continued to chase a number of mutated beasts. After eating its fill, it had eaten hundreds of tons of food in its stomach. However, it was not nostalgic about the territory that it had occupied for over a dozen years, and it quickly proceeded to leave the area, running towards an even further direction. It wanted to leave far away from this land until it could finally feel safe again. There were no signs of the rain stopping as the rain continued to get heavier. Its golden hair seemed isolated by a sort of force. Even when the beast was in the rain, its entire body remained clean, giving off a gleaming golden light. This giant beast leaped over mountains as he ran until it was forced to stop at a huge river. Even to the giant beast, the river was extraordinarily huge. The river was raging under torrent while the surrounding floods were rushing in this deep abyss like great river, forming an endless waterfall. The beast stood at the shore watching as the floods were washing up ashore. To a living creature with the giant beast's body type, this could not be considered to be dangerous, since the flood's water level had not even been able to cover up its heel. It looked at the bottomless huge river, almost eager to try and cross it, but it hesitated over and over again. In the end, the beast dared not cross. To a land creature, whether it was a lake or a river, they were synonymous with danger. Moreover, this was a never-before-seen river. Even with the beast's current strength, if it fell into the water, it would still be an extremely dangerous task. At this moment, the beast suddenly heard a cracking noise on the ice layer beneath its feet. This scared it into quickly turning back and leaping over thousands of meters away. When it landed, it looked toward its previous location. The giant ice layer that was beneath its feet had detached from the river's shore and was washed into the huge river, causing a loud noise. The beast dared not to stand on the riverside, only looking at the river from far away. Its eye carried a sense of unease. This place was not far away from its territory and it was familiar with its surrounding environment, but it had never seen this huge river before. The familiar environment was changing and it could not determine whether these types of changes were good or bad. It roared loudly, shaking its surroundings. The ice layer a few kilometers within the radius that had been covered by the loud roar had started showing cracks. The cracking of the ice scared the beast. It quickly turned away and started running, not daring to stay in the same location. However, misery loves company. Only after a few steps that terrifying presence had re-emerged. This time the presence was not fading, slowly it could be felt. The beast's fear surfaced as a mysterious power surged within it. Immediately, its body was wrapped by a transparent force field and flew up into the air. Roar. Seeing its body flying higher and higher, its hair was standing on its end. The intense fear of death allowed it to instantly break away from the heart deterrent caused by the presence, and the beast showed its fangs as ferocity filled up its face and it began to growl deeply. The beast's body muscle began to rapidly swell and the huge surge of energy caused an air resonance similar to that of a bell. At this moment, the beast's golden hair had lit up and emitted an eye-squinting bright light. The next moment, its huge body fiercely rammed into the air bubble. Bang! As if being hit by about 10 missiles. The next moment, the entire air bubble emitted a light similar to the sun. With its strength, it would be reduced to nothing when rammed by the beast, even if it was a mountain. However, it used every strength it had, but this layer of formless air bubble was left undamaged, aside from shaking briefly for a moment. After the ineffective ramming, the beast was not discouraged. Instead, it spiked the brutal, savage violence within it. It roared loudly and rammed towards the bubble again and again. It finally began to cause some structural change to the air bubble, resulting in the bubble becoming more and more unstable. It began to shake intensely, looking as if it was nearing its breaking point, and at that moment, a majestic grand voice rang in the beast's heart. The voice was filled with impatience. "Don't move!" Facing this sudden voice, this giant beast suddenly widened its eyes as if it was struck by lightning, freezing it.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 573, An Alien Encounter. Chapter 573, An Alien Encounter. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
The small islands were located near the equator of the South Pacific, like a pearl ornament sitting in the middle of the ocean. All these islands were only up to 1,000 square kilometers in size, and the smallest of them all was not even larger than a square kilometer. However, regardless if it were big or small, all of the islands were lush with life. The howls of beasts could be heard one after the other while birds soared in the air as if they were dancing. Even when there was a heavy downpour of rain, it would not stop the vitality and energy of these animals. On one of the mid-sized islands, a group of evolved humans was nested in a cave located at the mountainside. Most of them were kind of lying on the ground, while those who were getting bored began to chat briefly. It had been over a week ever since they had reached this island, and the group of evolved humans that were originally very skinny had now fattened up. The food source here was plentiful, as the numbers of mutated beasts brought in by the aliens in the past could only be described as bountiful. To add to that, most of them were relatively weak. Each time the evolved humans began hunting, there would be gains. They were also overeating from being starved most of the time in the past. Regardless of their weight or complexion, there were obvious changes during the past few days. The only thing that was not solved was the issues troubling their minds. There seemed to always be a haze in their mind, causing them to become very lazy. An evolved human that was lying in the cave began scratching his back, peeling off layers of dead skin cells before he lazily asked, "Where's Brother Who?" "He's still outside, looking at the space station that we humans have built." Another evolved human answered in a sarcastic tone. The group of people began laughing. This was due to days of boredom, and this was their only joy ever since that day. Brother Who had become slightly abnormal. He would either be mumbling to himself daily, or he would run atop the mountains under the heavy rain as he gazed into the sky for as long as possible. Most days, he would go missing for almost half the time. "He won't really go mad, will he?" "You're the mad one, your whole family's mad." Xiaohu's wife answered defensively. She would never believe that her man had gone mad. That being said, she would not believe in any of Xiaohu's mumblings either. "I'm only stating facts. Don't you start scolding people." The evolved human did not mind her outburst and waved his hand without even the slightest hint of anger. Staying together for over 40 to 50 years, coupled with Ling Zhongyan's strong suppressive powers, their corners had long been dulled through time. Although everyone was not close enough to be called siblings, occasions where they would argue and fight each other were rare. Seeing Xiaohu's wife beginning to get angry, the topic was then naturally stopped at that point. It seems like the rain has stopped." At this moment, an evolved human suddenly exclaimed. Finally it stopped. The weather over here was relatively hot and humid. Every day was drenched with water, and after nesting at the cave for a few days, hairs began to grow in every part of their bodies. At that very moment where they saw the rain stop, the group of people could no longer wait and walked out of the cave. The sky remained as dark as ink. The stopped rain could only be a temporary thing, and it was entirely possible that a rainstorm would cause the rain to begin pouring again at the very next moment. Ling Zhongans looked around with a grim look. After only a day, the plants over here had almost grown an entirely different section, and their leaves and branches had become lusher. If there were no aliens, spending the rest of their lives here living a peaceful life would be quite the bargain. In the end, the existence of aliens was unfortunately like having the sword of Damocles hanging over their heads. It did not matter how they dreaded facing this fact. In the end, they would still have to accept this truth. Without reason, Xiaohu's mumbles flashed through Ling Zhongyan's mind, moving him and causing him to say, "Let's go to the top of the mountain and have a look." The island's mountain, not that high as its vertical height, was only around 60 to 70 meters. The cave they were residing in was situated at the half point of the mountainside, so climbing to the top of the mountain was only a few minutes. The group of men very quickly saw Xiaohu's figure. What was he doing? An evolved human asked with suspicion. Noticing Xiaohu desperately moving boulders like a madman, they thought he looked as if he tumbled through a muddy pond as he was fully covered in dirt. It was only when the group of men closed in that they noticed that he was arranging the boulders in an SOS emergency rescue signal, and he was close to completion. Ling Zhongyan grew gloomy after witnessing such a scene and quickly kicked away the array of boulders before he began yelling. "What are you doing? Are you bored because the aliens had forgotten about us? Or are you looking to die?" There was some discomfort within his heart. He was just like a little girl that was about to be abused. Although he knew that there was nowhere to run, he felt that there might be a miracle that would happen even if dragged their time by just a little. Maybe the aliens have really forgotten about these humans? "Boss. Why are you all here?" Xiaohu saw the arrival of the group of people and could not help himself but smile. Seeing Xiaohu maintaining a casual attitude, Ling Zhongyan angrily kicked him off.
He was really angry, and this caused his entire body to grow with an imposing manner. Other people have said that you're crazy, I still wouldn't believe it. Now, I finally know that you're indeed going mad. If you continue doing as you please, don't you dare say that I'm cold-blooded. I'm doing this for the greater good of all our people. The group of men was trembling. At this moment, even Xiaohu's wife dared not beg the enraged Ling Zhongyan for mercy. Xiaohu had been kicked over.
Tumbling for a brief moment, he stood up in a disheveled manner and remained silent. He clearly knew that no matter what he said, nobody would believe him. This was clearly too unrealistic. Perhaps he truly was mad. Perhaps it was an illusion that appeared in his brain. How would he see these airships and the half-built space station that was labeled with the word humans?
Boss, I understand.
I'll never make the same mistake again, Xiaohu lowered his head and said in a depressing tone. Seeing Xiaohu finally admit his wrongdoings, Ling Zhongyan cooled off slightly.
Xiaohu had a unique ability.
To him, Xiaohu's abilities were better even if it was compared to 10 evolved combat specialists.
Following that, he sincerely advised, not everything the eye sees is the truth.
Perhaps, during these periods, stress has built up within you.
When we return home, you'll have to rest well for some time.
Okay, boss, Xiaohu replied in a melancholic tone. The group of people was preparing to return. However, at that very moment, a loud but deep buzzing was heard from the sky. The sudden appearance of the strange situation caused everyone to panic as they immediately looked up at it. The only thing they saw were clouds that were as dark as ink, drastically tumbling in the sky. It only lasted for a few moments before the clouds seemed to be pierced by a formless force. It was through that hole that their eyes saw through to a piece of the azure sky. At this moment, nobody was in the right mood to even admire the blue sky that they had not witnessed for decades.
The very next moment, an object covered in a flame shot through the clouds rapidly and flew in their direction. Not good. Quickly, hide. Ling Zhongyan panicked and said immediately.
His vision could not be compared to Xiaohu's, but compared to a normal human, it was at least 10 times more powerful. He could clearly see that the flame-covered object was not a powerful mutated beast, but was a silver-colored piece of alien flight equipment. He stared at Xiaohu with deep hatred. However, this was obviously not the time for punishment and lecturing. He quickly hid beneath the cover of the lush canopy. A variety of plants were available here with tall green shrubs growing everywhere. Even wind would not be able to pass through this place, and he had no plans in confronting the aliens.
Xiaohu briefly hesitated as he stood still.
In the end, he still did not have the guts to anger his boss again, so he followed the group of people and quickly hid in the forest. The buzzing gradually became louder, causing the air to tremble briefly. There was a terrifying tension in the air which caused everyone to subconsciously hold their breaths. It was as if their hearts were leaping out of their chest. It's coming in this direction, Xiaohu whispered.
Everyone's heartbeat was suddenly elevated as a grim look suffused their faces. Look at what you've done.
Ling Zhongyan said in a deep voice that made him seem both frightened and angry at the same time.
Xiaohu remained silent and closed his palm to tightly grip a knuckle.
At this moment, he felt the tension within his heart as well. What he saw with his eyes was one thing, and what was happening now was an entirely different thing.
The aircraft gradually slowed down. As the sparks surrounding it disappeared, its silver, streamlined shape was revealed.
It took a spin around the island before it slowly landed on the mountain. A formless force was felt blowing and shaking the woods surrounding them, causing dust and sand to be sent flying everywhere. The group of men backed away once again as both their legs began to go uncontrollably limp. If it was not for everyone being unprepared for an encounter with the aliens, they would have run away by now. The airship was not huge at all. Compared to a large commercial plane before the human apocalypse, it seemed much smaller. At the very most, it was close to the size of a light fighter jet. However, the technology that the airship contained and the powerful civilization behind the technology sapped their strength, so they were unable to use any strength to resist. The airship landed on the mountain and sent a gust of dust flying.
After a moment, a hatch opened quietly.
Just as everyone was wondering with unease at the kind of creature that would exit the ship, a humanoid form with a uniform appeared. It was only when they saw it that they were shocked, as their gazes now locked onto the so-called extraterrestrial creature. She had a pair of hands, a pair of legs, and also a face that resembled that of a human. It could be said that everything about her body made her seem entirely human.
You're the survivors of Earth? I'm an extraterrestrial information bureau officer. My name is Chun Hongxia. We've discovered the SOS emergency signal that you left behind.
No one thought that there would actually still be people on Earth, she said after looking at the group of people hiding behind the trees. Her tone carried a sort of amazement as she could not believe what she was witnessing. Her bright and clean smile had stunned everyone. Facing this beautiful and suspicious human female, the group of people looked at each other. Ling Zhong'an saw that no one dared to respond proactively and could not help but curse the useless bastards. He could only force himself to stand before forcing a rigid and tight smile. With a quivering voice, he replied, "We're human survivors. Hey, are you the aliens that are coming to pick us up? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 574, The Cruel Truth. Chapter 574, The Cruel Truth. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Before Chen Hongxia started her job, she went through professional training. During a scenario like this, she would avoid making a scene halfway through the mission by composing herself. Even so, she slightly widened her mouth in amazement. She almost wanted to search for a mirror to look at, trying to comprehend what part of her image had made her break away from the human archetype.
Maybe it was that the group of survivors that had a problem with their vision.
She secretly pinched herself gently with her fingers and reappeared with a bright smile.
Of course I'm a human. I'm one of you, not an alien.
Although her words were light, it was as if thunder had struck, causing everyone nearby to be in silence. Everybody was looking at each other with a stunned look on their face. There were neither cheer nor excitement like they had imagined.
Not many people could accept this fact, and there were even some who were confused.
At this moment a lean evolved human leaped out and whispered into the ears of Ling Zhong'an.
"This is not possible, boss. Don't trust any of this. She must be faking it. It must have been a lie. They're definitely scheming something. Specifically, what scheme did the aliens have? What was their purpose?"
He could not even think about it, but there was some truth in those words.
She must not be human. After all, human civilization had long since been destroyed.
This was definitely a fantasy.
Everyone secretly agreed.
Some of the easily excitable evolved humans individuals suddenly went quiet and calmed down when they heard the news. They subconsciously formed a circle, and it was as if they were facing a terrifying beast, and they were encircling the beast like a flock of sheep. Their mindset had already been set, and they have long since believed that spaceships belonged to the aliens.
How could it be that easy to alter their mindset? You? What proof do you have to say that you're a human? Or rather, how do you prove that you're not sent by the aliens?
Ling Zhong'an managed to reply steadily. He had just discovered a shocking truth: this alien or humanoid creature actually possessed a terrifying power. He discovered this when she subconsciously pinched her finger, causing the air to unexpectedly explode in a gentle manner. He could also manage something like this.
However, he could never do it like her, unknowingly and naturally.
Due to that exposed tiny detail, everyone could easily figure out that the seemingly harmless creature actually had terrifying physical strength. Chen Hongxia did not know that her involuntary action had sparked great unease within Ling Zhong'an. She was an evolved human, and a very powerful one to boot. Chen Hongxia was only her cover name, and Luo Yu was her real name.
The surname Luo only belonged to a minority, and those who had this surname could be counted with one's fingers.
For those with this surname, people would always think of their godlike father. That was reason enough for her to use a cover name to prevent this from affecting her work and learning. Not to mention that if not for her decent strength, the higher-ups would not even consider sending her out a dangerous mission like this. The survivors were not the friendly kind.
If the situation was not settled properly, there would be danger.
If it all went according to the safety guidelines, all personnel had to suit up with a lightweight nuclear-powered battlesuit, and arm themselves with kinetic weapons before landing.
However, these were naturally useless to her.
As Luo Yuan's clone, and also a rare type of evolved human with 3 abilities, no one could even threaten her under normal circumstances. Even if she encountered a level 9 mutated creature, she could just escape by teleporting.
Chen Hongxia or Luo Yu was both funny and sympathetic.
Looking at their miserable looks, she could understand the flurry of emotions going through their heads. No matter who or what they had suffered over the past few decades at this place, this was probably not that much of an improvement in any way. She had seen countless of descriptions of beggars from various literature, as it described their ragged clothes, untidiness, as well as the stench and emptiness within their eyes. Aside from having animal pelts in the place of ragged clothes, the remaining description were extremely on point. Immediately and patiently, she said, according to history's records, our group of humans had escaped from Earth since 2015, and after 5 years in a spaceship and leaving the solar system, we've now returned.
As for concrete proof, wait until you lot reach Space City, then you'll understand.
Just as everybody had their doubts cleared as they began to feel the excitement, who would have guessed that the lean evolved human reminded them in a deep voice once again.
Boss, don't believe her. How could they have built a spaceship with the technological prowess of humans at that time? It was one that could escape the solar system to boot. Even if 100 years had passed, it would still be impossible. This evolved human's reminder was like a splash of cold water that had once again put out the flame of excitement that was beginning to build up within every person. You're right. Spaceships. When did you guys build a spaceship? Ling Zhong'an quickly asked after he was clear-headed.
As the Firearms Department's immediate deputy minister, some of the classified information were also available to him even if his title was merely one from the reconstruction area.
For news as huge as a spaceship, how could he not have heard of it at all? We didn't build any. We raided the Glacians and took over their spaceship. We managed to hold the ship captive when they were executing their plans to destroy the humans. After attempting to justify her humanity over and over again, she began to get impatient. By the way, the one that managed to capture the ship is Luo Yuan. I believe you've heard of his name before.
After stating the name, her face was filled with pride.
It was her father's name. Don't trust her, boss. It must have been made up by them. Luo Yuan, I've never heard of his name before.
That lean evolved human once again reminded him.
You just shut the F***ck up. Ling Zhong'an angrily said, You're very annoying, do you know that?
In fact, he had already believed her. The only thing was that the events leading up to this were simply too surreal, and it was hard to believe. Thinking back about it, if it was really the aliens, why would they even take the effort to lie to them?
Everyone had a purpose, so they probably would not even make an effort to explain. As to Luo Yuan, this name had finally made him confirm his beliefs.
He remembered this name and had once compared notes with him. He had an amazing reaction speed and was absolutely brilliant when it came to his combat techniques. During the exchange with him, there was a helpless melancholy in the air, leaving a deep impression on him. He would have never thought that this man would become so powerful in the end. At this moment he suddenly thought of something and quickly asked.
You're saying that not long after the destruction of the reconstruction area, Luo Yuan managed to hold an alien spaceship captive?
That's right, based on historical records, mankind's greatest leader Mayor Luo had returned to Hope City after a day. With the spontaneous support from the people, he had restructured human society and gradually gathered the refugees from the surrounding city area.
Half a year later, he migrated everyone to the spaceships. Everyone listened like they were struck by lightning. After some time, Ling Zhong'an opened his mouth and said with his deep and hoarse voice, If that's a fact, does that mean that we've been avoiding the human ships for all these years?
The cave that they were living in was very close to Hope City, and the distance was not even 100 kilometers apart from each other.
At first, they would always see spaceships landing on Earth.
Seeing things the way they did, they would always desperately hide in the caves to hold on to their lives at first. They were faced with nightmares even in sleep. Who the F***ck would have known that those ships were under human control? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 575, The Third Energy Crystal Core. Chapter 575, The Third Energy Crystal Core. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Before the rain gradually stopped, the rainstorm had been ongoing for over 2 months. After it passed, a significant area in the northern half of the globe began having sunnier weather. The ice had melted, the floods had receded, and flora was beginning to flourish. The plant's indomitable life force was definitely something to be reckoned with. Even after remaining frozen for over a few decades, the ice did not eradicate their vitality. Even if the branches had long eroded, the deep roots of the plants would still be full of life. Once the ice melted, various flora began growing from carcasses as they bathed under the glorious sunlight and competed with each other for growth. The life force of the plants was visible at every corner. Before long, the land was rapidly dyed with shades of green. Looking at it then, it was hard to believe that just only 2 months ago, the place was still a frozen wasteland. Following the receding tides, a partially planned magnificent city would officially be built atop of the ruins of Hope City, and it would be hundreds of times bigger than the original city. It would boast a radius up to tens of thousands of square kilometers. Before long, the place had already become a humongous construction area. Countless enormous cargo airships that were each as wide as a mountain connected the logistic channel of the new Hope City and the micro-universe that was currently situated in space. All the harvested materials and resources from the Barnard star system were shipped to the new Hope City as the humans erecting building and factory, one after the other. Before waging war with the Glacians, the humans were pessimistic toward the war. Perhaps, pessimistic was not the right term to use. However, most people were uncertain about the outcome of the war at the time. There was a saying, people tend to think about losses before they think about winning. To top it off, this was a war whose outcome would determine the survival of an entire species.
Naturally, if the humans won, it would end well.
However, if they were defeated, a backup plan had to be present.
Their withdrawal to the micro-universe was their final contingency. Even if the Glacians finally managed to retake the Barnard star system, the humans would still have sufficient resources to continue expanding after they successfully withdrew into the micro-universe.
Based on these operating standards, mankind had already destructively mined their fourth planet with part of its resources allocated to produce and expand their inventory of military equipment.
Anything left over from that would be stored and be shipped to the micro-universe.
Before their expedition began, the humans already had a stockpile of resources that would be able to support their production capacity for over 100 years. Up until the point where they migrated back to Earth, the humans had already accumulated sufficient resources to last them over 1,000 years. Naturally, this estimate was made with the assumption that their production would not undergo an explosive amount of expansion. However, if that were really the case, their resource stockpile would probably dry up within an estimated 50 to 60 years. Even so, this was still a huge sum of wealth, and the total mass of their stockpile had now exceeded the moon's mass. Each and every element they had in store were calculated in the measure of trillions of tons. However, precious metals such as gold were available in amounts upward of tens of trillions of tons. That alone was more than several billion times the total gold mined throughout mankind's history. The total mass of the solar system was made up of mainly gaseous planets, and ones where mineral resources could be mined were scarce. Planets that fit this category based on their size were Earth, Mars, Venus, and Mercury. The largest of these planets was Earth. However, its total mass only made up a third of the fourth planet they were mining in the Barnard star system. Even when all the planets that fit the description in their solar system were totaled, it would still not hold a candle to a single planet in the Barnard star system. As humankind's home planet, humans were unable to extract material directly from the ground like they did on the fourth planet in the Barnard star system. Similarly, Mars was like a twin brother to Earth and had long been recognized as a secondary habitable planet.
Even Venus and Mercury were considered to be backup planets that could be terraformed into habitable planets. Soon, the human population began to explode. Not only was there an annual birth of 2 to 3 million lab-grown human clones, there was also the birth of the next generation of humans. Eventually, a baby boom would ensue. Up to this moment, humans only had a population that was close to 30 million. Conservatively, the population would only reach 500 million 1 or 200 years later. However, the fear that Earth would soon be overcrowded was not unfounded. 200 years was not that long a time for a civilization. Even for the new generation of humans, that was only 2/3 of their lifespan. It could be said that every rocky planet in the solar system was extremely precious, since they were resources that could be used to expand and develop human civilization. Fortunately, humans had long since become an interstellar civilization capable of leaving their home star system. The ability to fly through space had given humans the ability to explore the surrounding star systems and seize control of the resources available to make up for the deficit in their home star system. A war was currently ongoing in Jupiter. Luo Yuan stood in space and gazed upon Jupiter from afar. It was a giant planet that experienced an endless storm throughout the year. Its mass was already close to a star's critical point, causing the few huge vortexes throughout the planet to clash and graze against each other as they gave off intense energy reactions. Pulsing radiation, lightning, strong electromagnetic fields, and a storm with exceedingly high heat that could potentially shred objects into dust. It all made this place closely resemble hell. No life would be able to survive under such conditions. Of course, this would have to exclude some of the extraordinary creatures. One such as Luo Yuan, or even the interstellar creature. At this moment, Luo Yuan's body was glowing in radiance as a powerful wave of his perceptive abilities washed over the colossal Jupiter. Within the depths of the Jupiter, tens of thousands of kilometers within the hydrogen layer, a huge beast was diving into its depths while feeling an extreme unease. It was a humongous mutated beast, and its body was like a huge loach that was around 3 kilometers in length. Its entire body was slippery and was glowing with blue light. Within the dark surroundings of the hydrogen layer, it looked particularly eye-catching. Perhaps, its eyes had degenerated after having survived in the dark for so long. Its head was also tapered and its mouth no longer had any teeth. The terrifying pressure found within the depths of the liquid hydrogen could even crush steel. However, it was almost non-existent to the creature. It felt like it was in water as it swam through the liquid at a speed of a few hundred meters per second. It was amazingly fast as it desperately dove into the depths of Jupiter in search of its survival. However, its efforts would prove to be futile.
At the very next moment, a terrifying consciousness possessed the beast, causing its body to freeze lightly before it began glowing with the radiance of a star. The beast struggled intensely as its body that was a few kilometers in length stirred the liquid hydrogen with such high pressure that it seemed like it was boiling.
Its struggle seemed effective.
As a creature capable of surviving in the depths of Jupiter, it probably had incredible power. When the beast felt the consciousness binding it begin to weaken, it began an even more desperate struggle.
As it roared endlessly, its entire body grew at a fearsome pace as its original body now morphed into a ferocious one.
However, it had failed to notice its surroundings. A radius of up to several hundred kilometers had silently warped, and within a mere second, an isolated, sealed dimension had been formed and it left this universe. The surrounding liquid hydrogen instantly converged around the void to fill it up.
Then, the micro-universe containing the space beast rapidly flew off, leaving the liquid hydrogen quickly. It sped through Jupiter's atmosphere and began shrinking as it continued its flight.
When it reached Luo Yuan, it had already shrunk to the size of his palm. In the micro-universe filled with a light blue liquid hydrogen, a creature that only spanned the width of a needlepoint comfortably traversed within.
Luo Yuan glanced over it. Then, his fingers blurred for a moment and a finger was seen piercing through the universe and into the creature's body.
When the creature passed, a glowing energy crystal core appeared within his palm.
At the same time, the beast shrank rapidly into a clump as its body trembled and began to die.
Its former vigor and vitality were now lost. Luo Yuan closely inspected it and realized that the creature did not show any signs of dying. A sudden smile appeared on his face as he then used the surrounding matter to recondense a dimensional sphere.
It condensed his surroundings into a dimensional sphere before he swiftly flew toward Earth.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 576, Luo Yuan's Giant Beast Farm. Chapter 576, Luo Yuan's Giant Beast Farm. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
In the middle of Earth's outer space, a huge piece of factory land was being rapidly developed. The factory was basically a module stitch, easy to disassemble, simple to install. Most of the parts were moved from Space City in the Barnard star system. With that as their process, it only took 2 months or so and the factory already looked spectacular. It covered over tens of thousands of square kilometers and was visible to the naked eye from millions of kilometers away on Earth.
Compared to building a factory on the planet's surface, the space factory was undoubtedly far more advantageous.
This was especially so for certain types of gigantic machinery with a huge mass or even a highly sensitive and precise instruments. Space was a naturally dust-free, zero-gravity environment that would more often than not reduce the possibility of trouble and greatly reduce the technical difficulty of such an endeavor on Earth. Even if the humans had returned to Earth, the industrial area of utmost importance would still remain in space. Earth would only house small-scale industry and a variety of research institutions. After migrating back to Earth for no longer than 2 months, the humans still temporarily lived in the micro-universe to this day.
Luo Yuan went through the dimension portal.
Before long, he appeared in his house and took out the energy core immediately, filling the entire hall with a psychedelic glimmer. The brilliance could shine through the wall and spread throughout Space City. The active energy concentration in the air was immediately raised by thousands of times.
Naturally, there were 2 sides to a coin.
One side of the coin was the low concentration of active energy in the micro-universe, while the other side was the fact that the energy core emitted an incredible amount of energy. The core was as big as a fist, and it was the largest Luo Yuan ever found. If the first energy core's size was measured as the number 1, the second energy core would be measured as 2. The final energy core, however, it would score a 10 based on that scale. Similar to the interstellar beast, the gap in strength was just too great.
When Luo Yuan had first slain the interstellar beast, he solely relied on Earth's gravitational pull.
This made it falter and caused difficulty in its movements. The second beast was only active in both space and on the moon. However, the current interstellar beast could survive within the depths of Jupiter. Regardless of its strength or its size, it was in a league of its own.
Luo Yuan pulled his thoughts together as he attempted to crack the energy core once more. However, he quickly gave up as the tiny core was almost made from pure energy from tiny leptons. With his power, he could only control things that went as small as a neutron, so let's not talk about copying one. Even cracking the way it functioned was several orders higher than what Luo Yuan was capable of. At the very least, it was impossible to manufacture an item of that level in the foreseeable future, regardless if it was Luo Yuan or the humans. Fortunately, he had already mentally prepared himself. Instead of being disappointed, he immediately established a telepathic mind connection instead. Chief Dong, come here. Director, what's your order?
The chief of the security corps quickly ran all the way over and stood with his head down at the entrance. He could feel a strange light in the hall. After exposing himself to such a light, his entire body felt a thirst from deep within. It was as if buds had begun to grow while he bathed under the sunlight of early spring, and it was stretching its branches and leaves. He dared not lift his head or suspect anything. After facing a leader that closely resembled a god, he would not feel anything strange at all. This was something that went without saying even in the presence of extraordinary situations. Take this and send it to the wisdom tree planting base. They'll take good care of it. This light-emitting energy core slowly floated to the front of the chief as he extended both his hands to receive it. The next moment, he felt a raging heat flow from his hand toward his body. Then, his entire body felt like it was flaming hot, and it was as if he was being burned. His muscles were trembling vigorously, and his veins surfaced on his skin as his body seemed as if it was burning from a huge flame. His gut seemed almost scorched, but he had a rigid attitude. Although there was a sudden change at that very moment, and he was internally panicking, his facial expression remained stoic. Then, he gritted his teeth and froze his face as he replied loudly, "Director, are there any more orders?" "There's nothing else. Go carry out your job." Luo Yuan glanced at him. Seeing that there was not much danger to him and that his life force was burning even brighter, Luo Yuan quickly answered him. The chief of the security corps went out the door and quickly walked down the path with a fast pace. After walking for about 10 meters or so, he finally succumbed and dropped to the floor, kneeling with an erratic breathing pattern. His saliva flowed from his mouth, and his entire body was steaming while it gave off heat to the surroundings. As the heat within his body gradually cooled down, the fear within his eyes had slowly turned to joy. He could feel his heartbeat rising along with a power growing within his body. As that happened, he felt renewed with an unspeakable form of happiness within him. He secretly clenched his fist, and as his joints cracked, an indescribable excitement rose within his heart. This power! He groaned from within his heart. After looking at the mysterious glowing object that had tumbled down onto the floor, he quickly picked it up and held it closed in his palm. At this moment, the object was a holy artifact in his eyes. As long as this object was in his hands, he would not dare to ignore or delay Luo Yuan's orders by any means. However, the holy object would at the very least be under his control while it was being delivered to the wisdom tree planting base. Perhaps, he could slow down during the delivery. Aside from the chief of the security corps' careful thoughts, Luo Yuan had also opened the AI system to read the messages from a few government higher-ups. He only glanced through most of the messages briefly. The only few messages that caught Luo Yuan's attention was a proposal to construct a Dyson sphere. The Glacian's Dyson sphere had deeply shocked and made a long-lasting impression on him. It was a marvel of engineering and was like a civilization's progress accelerator. Once it was completed, it would undoubtedly transform human civilization once again. This would mean that humans would gain access to limitless energy, and there would be no further discussion about energy problems for thousands of years within the foreseeable future of human progress. However, even if they were able to utilize a billionth of a fraction of the sun's energy, it was already sufficient for the humans. With their current technological level, the task of constructing a Dyson sphere would not prove to be very difficult. With the knowledge and techniques learned from the Glacian's Dyson sphere and by referencing each other, the humans would most likely have a better implementation of the plan. If it works, it'll benefit the future. If it was constructed now, they would still be able to reap the rewards. In fact, there have been arguments among the humans regarding the Dyson sphere. It was like a double-edged sword that could potentially bring tons of benefit to mankind while bringing a significant amount of danger as well. Within the universe, every star was like a lighthouse within the dark and was a source for signal transmissions. For example, the Extraterrestrial Information Bureau of the humans had the task of constantly monitoring the situation of Earth's surrounding star systems and to explore the possible existence of another civilization nearby. If the humans rashly weakened the signal transmission source or even shielded it, this would undoubtedly be a signal to extraterrestrial civilizations that something was happening in that area. This argument finally came to a close when the spatial wavelength detector was used. It was then that this project proposal finally got a unanimous opinion. Through the years of monitoring the Glacians in real time, everyone realized something. Regardless of there being a Dyson sphere in human civilization or otherwise, it would still be almost impossible to avoid an investigation from other similar civilization once there was sufficient activity in the star system. With the solar system as the center, within 100 light-years would be 963 star systems. If a star were to be constantly monitored with the spatial wavelength detector for over 3 days, it would only require 10 years to carry out a full investigation. Additionally, all those were only the result of utilizing one spatial wavelength detector. If there were 5 detectors available, the investigation time would rapidly decrease. As for the civilizations nearby that were more advanced than the humans, they probably already had their sights on them ever since they began exploring their solar system. After Luo Yuan replied in agreement, his figure flashed and entered his private micro-universe. He was preparing to test his ideas out. He took out a black sphere containing an interstellar beast, and used his fourth-dimensional vision to look through the sphere. As he looked closely and thought about the giant beast, about half an hour of time had passed and it still looked dead. It was like a dead fish that was not even wiggling as it floated on the liquid hydrogen. Its body was glowing dimly as it lay there, dying. There was no struggle like when it was about to be captured. Looking at the energy core, it's confirmed that it's very important to the interstellar beast. Once taken away, it was almost as if I was robbing it of half of its life force. Luo Yuan thought in his mind. However, what was out of his expectation was that its recovery speed was only slightly slower than what he had originally assumed. He obviously did not capture the giant beast to have it as a pet but to continue to harvest energy cores. Although, with this slow of a recovery rate, it was far from being able to satisfy Luo Yuan. Looks like there has to be some way to do this. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 577, Time Flies. Chapter 577, Time Flies. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Although Luo Yuan may have been able to create life from atoms by just using his hands, they were merely simple organisms. He could do nothing to a level 9 space creature. To a creature at this level, each and every one of its cells carried a strong imprint of its will. Its cells were like individual living entities, and if they were to be classified as a kind of energy, its cells would be entirely made out of energy and atoms. For that reason alone, there would not be any conventional means to replicate those cells. It was not that humans had never tried to clone these mysterious creatures. There were countless experiments that were carried out. Alas, they were all in vain, as they all ended in failure. It was either due to a genetic breakdown in the embryo that caused it to turn into pus, or it would be a degeneration of the blood vessels. Initially, Luo Yuan was unable to use his own cells to begin the cloning process. This was due to an insufficient imprint of his will on his cells. At that time, the will imprinted in his cells was not even powerful enough for level 8 mutated beasts, let alone interstellar beasts. That alone was reason enough not for him to consider mass cloning these creatures. However, Luo Yuan would still have other means to obtain more energy cores even if it was impossible for him to clone them. Immediately, he entered a state of transcendence as his body began to grow with a flickering light. The powerful energy waves coming off of his body was causing the entire micro-universe to slightly tremble. The micro-universe was acting as Luo Yuan's experimental lab, so it was relatively small. Its radius was only about 100 kilometers wide. Only from the leakage of fourth-dimensional energy, the entire micro-universe went into turmoil. Fortunately, this turmoil was far from being able to crush the entire micro-universe. Although it was absorbing the leaked fourth-dimensional energy, the micro-universe merely expanded a little. Luo Yuan paid no heed to the changes occurring in the micro-universe. Instead, he stared at the dimensional sphere on his palm, his will searching deep within it as it covered each and every corner until it found the interstellar creature's body. It was then that Luo Yuan could feel a slight resistance along a slight amount of force coming from it. The creature was now as fragile as a soap bubble. All it required was Luo Yuan's gentle mind reading, and it would be easily crushed, as its consciousness would have slipped away from the atoms. To this poor interstellar creature, it was undoubtedly devastating. The structure of its consciousness would be instantly blown away and be fully eradicated along with the imprint of its will on its cells. However, Luo Yuan would not do such a thing. Instead, his movement became even more delicate as he gently touched the thin protective layer of will. Throughout the process, the wave of Luo Yuan's will was rapidly calibrating. Before even 100 nanoseconds had passed, the layer of resistance had instantly disappeared. The wavelength of Luo Yuan's will was now the same as the interstellar beast's, and its body was no longer fortified. A huge amount of unfamiliar memories began to appear within Luo Yuan's mind. These were the memories of the interstellar beast. At the end of its memories, it all led back to a mutated earthworm. It had hidden itself within the soil in a forest. By receiving nourishment and nutrients from the woods as well as the dead animals, it had grown rapidly. Eventually, it developed 4 limbs and its head evolved into a ferocious giant mouth. By then, it was no longer able to be satisfied from plant-based nutrients and began to consume mutated beasts. As time passed, it steadily climbed from the bottom of the food chain to reach the top from initially being at the very bottom. Throughout its growth, it had been encircled by humans multiple times. Judging by its memories, it was probably situated in a rainforest somewhere in Africa because of the darker skin the humans had in its memories. During that time, the apocalypse had probably just began. After a while, the forces against it grew stronger and resulted in it getting grievously injured before it left the land and entered the ocean. This was similar to letting fish into water with plenty of food. It allowed the creature's body to continuously grow, and gradually, it evolved into a giant aquatic beast.
Countless memories flashed through Luo Yuan's mind.
The amount memories it had from these past few decades were exceptionally large. However, to Luo Yuan, who had been accepting an astronomical amount of information at almost all times, the rate this information was flowing into him was like an insignificant water drop in the ocean.
It could not even start a wave.
At that moment, Luo Yuan could instantly take over the interstellar creature's consciousness if he willed it, allowing the giant beast to turn into his secondary body.
The only thing was that this action would be meaningless to him. He was like a neutral bystander.
By forecasting images and observing the giant beast along with its surroundings at a radius of about 10 kilometers or so, the changes in every atom for the next 10 seconds would be present to him. This was already the apex of the brain's abilities, as it calculated these at its utmost potential. Within the 10-kilometer radius, countless atoms were constantly moving in a random pattern. Each and every atom was moving reactively, so no pattern could be observed. Fortunately, he would not need to attempt that, since his ability to predict the future already provided him with the results for the coming 12 seconds. This was a talent that came naturally to him after his brain entered the fourth dimension. All he needed to do was to remember the future position of every atom after those 12 seconds while instantaneously changing the position of the atoms to how they should be 12 seconds later, the future he predicted.
There was no margin for error.
Even if the difference was in the scale of 100 millions, the giant beast could potentially die. His brain was calculating in light speed as it burned a huge sum of energy while glowing brightly. Luo Yuan used his predictive abilities tens of thousands of times.
Finally, he was certain.
In the next moment, time within the giant beast's body was seemingly jumping front and back as the changes in the first 11 seconds disappeared. The entire process was completed in only 100,000th of a second, and the beast did not even feel anything out of the ordinary. The dying state it had been in has caused its reaction to slow down to outside stimulus. Luo Yuan observed its condition, and upon seeing that it was fine, he felt relieved and continued the procedure. Since Luo Yuan's prediction of the future was a continuous process, a continuous flow of predictive images would instantly appear immediately after the giant beast's atoms were shifted to the desired state by Luo Yuan. This allowed him to continue the operation. As the time passed, time within the giant beast's body was moving at a speed that was tens of thousands of times faster than regular time. In the first 1 or 2 seconds, there was nothing noticeable. However, when 30 seconds had passed, the beast began to have a minor wiggle. When a minute had passed, the giant beast began to swallow the liquid hydrogen.
After 3 minutes, it started swimming everywhere. Its skin had gradually become smooth and reflective. After 10 minutes, a dim weak blue light reappeared on its skin, and its movement had become much smoother. Time slowly passed. It was only until half an hour later, when Luo Yuan's mental state was close to exhaustion, that he finally stopped. A powerful will was something he relied on to ensure the information he had was perfect. If unnecessary, he would never exhaust his will. At that moment, the interstellar creature began to swim in various directions in terror. The seemingly unknown changes in its body and its environment caused it great unease. Luo Yuan could instantly guess the reason this happened. After all, time did not really accelerate. It was he who was controlling the changes in the atoms, but he could not change the memories of its consciousness. In this case, its consciousness had already disassociated from the shackles of its brain and had its own memory. Within the brain, memory was a continuous thing. Although 6 or 7 years seemed to have passed, the conscious memory would only have registered half an hour of time to have passed. The difference in the physical and conscious memory clashed with one another, causing distress on the interstellar beast. However, Luo Yuan had no qualms with this and could not care less about its mental health. A smile suddenly flashed on his face. He had noticed that within the creature's body, an energy core at the size of a soybean had already been formed. Perhaps, this process had to be done a few more times before the core could be harvested. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 578, 100 Years of Haste. Chapter 578, 100 Years of Haste. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Time flew. Year 2153, It had been over a century ever since humans returned to Earth, and the human population had already exceeded 600 million. Following the production of the wisdom elixir that was eventually provided to every person, there was an explosive advancement in the technological field for the past 100 years.
The humans went from only being able to terraform the Earth, to be able to perform a large-scale transformation of the entire solar system. A gigantic smart Dyson sphere had already covered the entire sun, and the limitless energy that it gave off was converted into a large amount of antimatter by the nearby antimatter factories. At the same time, Mars and Venus were orbiting on Earth's orbit as well. In order to safely migrate these two planets to Earth's orbit, humans had begun researching the planetary curvature engines in the year 2070, and after spending about 10 or so years they had successfully manufactured two enormous planetary curvature engines. Then used almost several hundred trillion tons of antimatter, which was comparable to 2 years of energy produced by a tenth of the completed Dyson sphere. They completed the task. However, everything was worth it. Earth's current orbit was most suitable for sustaining human life. The upcoming planetary terraforming was the easiest task and had only taken about 10 years' time before the two dead planets were now overflowing with signs of life. However, the only exception was that the creatures here had small bodies that were similar to some of Earth's creatures. To top it off, the various technical difficulty they faced during the construction had, in turn, provided them with a vast amount of priceless experience and knowledge regarding the construction of an extremely large structure. Before the construction of the Dyson sphere, the humans had an optimistic estimation, at least the next 1,000 years, they would not be worried about energy issues. However, their energy expenditure had increased to the point that it had become much larger than what the humans had initially estimated. There was a saying that the poor had the living standard of the poor, and the rich had the living standard of the rich. A poor man would not be able to imagine the monthly expenditure of a rich man that could very well be equivalent to all the earnings in a poor man's life. The same could also be said about humans today. When the energy supply was more than what they needed, various crazy inventions were built en masse. For example, a multifunctional mining platform for gaseous planets called the Planetary Vacuum Cleaner was currently being used to filter Jupiter's gaseous materials. Another example would be a multifunctional mining platform for rocky planets called the Planetary Peeler that was being used to peel off the rocky layers on the Barnard star system's 4th planet and the Sirius star system's 5th planet. The last example would be a planetary fortress that was also known as the third humanity's ultimate defender that could travel at 50 times the speed of light and was parked nearby planet Earth. All these gigantic structures had a radius upward of 100 kilometers. During their runtime, the energy these machines could utilize was astronomical. This was especially so for the planetary fortress. It was a humongous structure that had a diameter of up to 500 kilometers. Although it was much smaller than the Moon, its mass was 1.5 times larger than that of the Moon. With 100 kilometers of a highly condensed alloy, even if the humans used all their strength, they would not be able to break through the defensive layer within a short period of time except by using a large amount of antimatter to land a direct hit. Once the structure was completed, it was tested at the nearby star for a few times before it was deemed to be wasting too much energy. Afterward, it had remained stationary close to Earth. It was not that the speed of production of the antimatter could not match the energy expenditure of the fortress, it was only that the humans were starting to have the awareness to stock up on this kind of strategic resources after all these years. Even if it was the humans of today, they would not really just sit back and relax facing the boundless galaxy. 40 years ago, following the newly created, 4th-generation space exploration equipment, God's Eye, the humans began to explore their surroundings and went as far as 1,500 light-years from their original system. The extraterrestrial civilizations they discovered went from only 3 to 12 new civilizations. However, civilizations that could be discovered by the space exploration equipment were the weakest of them all. There was also a civilization that could explore their nearby star system, and among them was another interstellar civilization. Humans had classified the danger level of each and every other extraterrestrial civilization with a strict classification level. The lowest grade was harmless civilizations that could not even scratch the humans even if they used all of their efforts. They could only hide within their star system and were completely harmless to Earth. This type of civilization was the most common type of extraterrestrial civilization that mankind had discovered. Over 2/3 of the discovered civilizations were classified within this category. The next level was classified as a light threat. These civilizations posed a certain level of danger. They could already begin interstellar exploration, and some of the more powerful civilizations had already discovered curvature flight. However, their technological advancements were still inferior. Even if a war were to break out, there would be no difficulty in determining the victory and losses, just like how the humans destroyed the Glacian civilization 100 years ago. The next level would be the medium threat civilizations that posed a huge threat over the humans because these civilizations were at the same level as them, and could at times be slightly more advanced. If war were to break out with this level of civilization, the outcome would be very difficult to foresee. As for the high-threat civilizations, which were also known as the destruction level, they were far more powerful and more advanced than the humans. Against such a civilization, all they could do was run away as far as possible before showing the opponent any aggressive intentions.
Fortunately, the humans were not so unlucky.
They only managed to discover medium-threat civilizations that were only beginning to approach a high threat level. The civilization was about 1,200 light-years away from their solar system, with its forces at the side of all of its 5 neighboring star systems. It was like an overlord proudly monitoring all of its surrounding civilizations. Ever since it was discovered, the humans had been continuously monitoring this powerful civilization for over 40 years. Throughout those 40 years, where the civilization's main star system was situated in, the number of technological structures had been growing at an exponential rate. Naturally, this was not only the case for this civilization. In fact, the human civilization was also experiencing the same thing. 100 or so years worth of time would let people forget the earlier times of war. Although the older generation of humans that had been through war had gradually passed away after all these years, the next generation of new humans that had an even longer lifespan was still young and full of vigor. Still, even though most of them held the position of a leader, there was still a sense of danger in their heart. Ever since the discovery of that civilization, the humans had immediately entered a wartime state. That humongous planetary fortress was the end result of the arms race, even if there were still 2 fortresses halfway through their construction. Besides that, the humans had built over 50,000 curvature warships these past few decades and had constructed a large-scale space defense structure for the solar system. Its density and intensity were very different from that of the Glacians. When compared to the Glacian warfare with that kind of sad and normal atmosphere they emitted, there was nothing the humans feared. Within 100 years, the humans had deeply researched about the energy quantification and the gradual maturity of the quantum energy leaping technique. With that, the energy weapons possessed by the humans improved at an extremely fast speed. Even if there was a transformation, it was definitely not an exaggeration when it came to military affairs. In the olden days, humans made surpassing light speed as their target. Aside from relying on luck, they had no better way of doing it. On one side, they did not have a precise detection system and the spatial wave, as well as there being a significant deviation in the object's position. On the other hand, they had to solve the problem of the target's speed being too fast while being too far away. After all, the attacks could still miss even if there was no error with the precision of the target detection system. It would still happen even if the fire control system's quantum calculator had ever so precisely calculated the position where attacks would land and it had started firing. For a target approaching at light speed under a few hours' time, even one that would reach them within 1 or 2 days' time, the deviation was simply too great. A minor spatial fluctuation or a refraction of air between the target and the weapon, along with the occasionally changing speed, could destroy all their earlier preparation. However, their newly developed weapons that could surpass light speed changed everything. It had overcome the problem of distance along with the multiple variable disturbances the attackers could go through and would instantly hit its targets the moment it fired. Along with the miniaturized space exploration equipment and the far more advanced quantum calculator the humans now possessed, they had managed to improve their hit rate on light speed targets by almost 1,000,000 times. However, even if it had increased by 1,000,000 times, the chances of an attack hitting its mark remained depressingly low due to the original chances being far too low. Nevertheless, there would normally be hundreds of millions of shots going off in a war between 2 interstellar civilizations. Even if the hit rate was low, the increased numbers could make up for it. Although a single cannon fort had a low hit rate, millions of energy artillery shells would be fired around a large area. Regardless of how fast the target was, it would still be futile. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 579, The Two-Brained Man. Chapter 579, The Two-Brained Man. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Within the darkness of space, a curvature airship was slowly approaching Earth's spaceport. Inside the ship's living cabin was a group of strange humanoid-figured creatures that had gathered and were having some small talk. There was tension in the air. Their skin had a grayish-yellow undertone, was hairless, and seemed rough. There were a total of 4 limbs on their body with 3 fingers extended from their palm, and there were 2 lumps that grew atop their heads looking just like a camel's humps. They also had an average height of about 2.5 meters, and it made them seem like small giants. They came from an area 200 light-years away from Earth and were referred to by the humans as the dicerebral men. Through the evolution process, their brain had separated into 2 isolated and mutually interacting brains. Each set of hands were controlled by a different brain, and this unique biological structure allowed them to naturally have the ability to work on separate tasks. Within this group of dicerebral men were high-ranking officials from their government. Some were the brightest minds in their scientific field, others were specialized in surveillance, while others were decision-makers. It could be called a gathering of the elites, but the truth was, ever since they arrived, they had rather limited movement aside from a few areas. The living cabin had no additional modifications. everything was based on the stock model. For example, the floor and the walls only had a layer of anti-slip frosted metal. Aside from the light above their heads that were constructed with an unknown technique along with a smart surveillance robot, there were not many traces of technology from a highly advanced civilization. However, even this odd little discovery made a deep impression on them. The difference is too great. We probably won't even be able to build such airships within 1,000 years. An expert in raw material lightly stroked the smooth, reflective armored layer of the outer region of the living cabin with his palms. He sighed while the rest of his arms were raised in excitement. Before they came, he would always carry a small knife along with him in secrecy. The knife was no longer than a finger and was made of their civilization's hardest material to date. That particular knife was still impossible to manufacture on an industrial scale and could only be created on a small scale within a lab. However, even if he attempted to scratch the material with the blade for an entire 2 years, the edge of the blade would do nothing to the frosted metal on the ground, not to mention the extremely smooth wall. Even after the edges were sanded off, he still would not be able to make a scratch on the surface. After all, this ship belongs to an advanced civilization. It's impossible for us to imagine the scale of their technology. Without advanced technology in raw material, it would not be able to withstand the impact of radiation pressure. A physicist shook his head, and immediately afterward, he said, "I'm more curious about the principles behind their curvature engine technology. Even a glimpse of it would do wonders." It's impossible, they definitely won't disclose any military tech to us. Full of despair, a high-level government official said, "Even if we got hold of the technology, it would still be useless. After this negotiation, we'd be banned from further developing any military technology, and the humans' warfleet would permanently be stationed in our star system." The atmosphere suddenly intensified. This meetup was not so much of a negotiation. Instead, it would be more like the signing of an unconditional surrender treaty as they completely surrendered to an advanced civilization mightier than they were. There was essentially no room for bargaining. In fact, they had nothing against the humans, and it had reached a situation where it was regarding the life and death of their own civilization. Those who were with them would live while those who went against them would die. 5 years ago, 2 vessels from the human war fleet appeared in their star system. The humans had decrypted the Dicerebral man's language, and began sending messages to every available channel, advising them to yield. This caused mass panic in their ranks. A day later, their previous leader strongly refused the advice and caused a massive war to begin. The Dicerebral man's technology had advanced them into a star civilization, and they were close to becoming an interstellar civilization. After accumulating for a few hundred years, the numbers they boasted in their war fleet in space was not something to laugh at. The Dicerebral man organized the hundreds of ships in their fleet to advance toward the direction of the human war fleets. Only, as hundreds from their war fleets appeared and lighted up space around them, a dazzling light that was as bright as thousands of suns appeared before wiping out their defensive forces in a similarly dazzling manner. Within 10 days, the human warfleet closed in on an inhabited planet. Under the immense pressure of extinction, their hardliner leader was relieved from duty, and the first action their new leader took was to announce their surrender to the humans, thus ending the war. Airships gradually flew towards the spaceport, with an accompanying human officer. All the Dicerebral men had already entered the port and were later transferred to an open spaceship before they were rushed to Earth. Compared to the rough and rigid living cabin used by the military, the interior of the open spaceship was undeniably much more luxurious. It was equipped with various advanced technological perks that awed them. A few of the Dicerebral men that were bound to the seats felt a little out of their place. "Oh, great ones from the almighty civilization, is there anywhere we can view the scenery outside from?" A Dicerebral man carefully asked the human officer accompanying them. Before they arrived, they went through training in the human language. Aside from a different structure in the accent and structure, nothing else stood out enough to obstruct their communication. The officer gave them the poker face before he nodded and commanded, "AI, activate the panoramic virtual scenery." "Understood." After the reply from a soft and gentle female voice, the surrounding walls of the ship immediately became transparent, and the surroundings suddenly darkened. It was as if everyone was riding in the sky as the sudden changes in the environment caused everyone to subconsciously exclaim, This is incredible." A Dicerebral man scientist probed as he carefully stood up. If it wasn't for the feeling of solid ground under his foot, he would have believed that he was really in space. The virtual scenery technology. The Dicerebral men had this technology as well, but this felt too real, and they would be hard-pressed to tell its authenticity. It was simply shocking. "Everyone look, behind you!" At this moment a Dicerebral man exclaimed. One by one, everyone turned their heads and looked. It only took a glimpse for them to subconsciously hold their breaths. "God! This is amazing,
It was an unimaginably huge military port shaped like a beehive, with tens of thousands of warfleets under a gigantic metal clamp. They seemed like rows after rows of soldiers awaiting their orders, arranged neatly line by line. When they thought that any single one of these airships could easily destroy their entire civilization, their entire body went numb. It was as if an electrical current was running through them. It even made a few of them feel like crawling on the ground. The might of this highly advanced civilization along with their technology left them in immense awe. Not long after they had exclaimed, another humongous structure entered their sight. At first, everyone thought it was a planetary satellite that was soon coming to life, but as they approached, it was only until everyone saw its silvery smooth reflective surface and its impossibly unnatural, perfectly spherical shape that they began to feel uneasy. "Oh, respectful great ones, could you tell us, the humble, what those are?" The high-ranking government official of the Dicerebral man asked in a trembling voice. The young officer showed a slight smile that carried a sense of self-pride and said, "This is a planetary fortress with a diameter of 500 kilometers. Its mass is equivalent to a 20th of your home planet, and once filled with antimatter fuel, it would be able to travel for up to 6,000 years at 50 times the speed of light. 50 times the speed of light multiplied by 6,000 years would be 300,000 light years." Once everyone heard this, they subconsciously drew in a breath of cold air. Their entire body was trembling with fear. It was known that the entire size of the Milky Way was only around 100,000 light-years, but this humongous satellite-like planetary fortress could actually fly out of it. The young officer only said a sentence before he went silent. Although the sentence he just uttered was not technically a lie, it was considered an exaggeration from a certain perspective. The interior of the planetary fortress was extremely huge. However, even when excluding all the necessary equipment, only a third of the area could be used as storage for the antimatter fuel. Even with the current state of the humans, they would still require all the produced antimatter from a Dyson sphere within 100 years in order to fill it up. As for the current antimatter storage of this planetary fortress, it could only sustain its flight for about 5,000 light-years. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 580, The Enlightening Visit. Chapter 580, The Enlightening Visit. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Throughout the journey, the young officer's attitude was not entirely appropriate. Although he was in compliance with the diplomatic etiquette for some of the non-sensitive issues raised by the Dicerebral men, their questions were still answered. However, the officer had a prideful tone in all his replies. Humans had become the overlord of the nearby star systems, and he had been part of them ever since he was born. As a highly advanced civilization with ever-changing technology, it was high time for human civilization to flourish to every nook and cranny available to them. They would rather confidently compel other advanced civilizations they discovered during their expansion to believe that they were still an insignificant pebble in mankind's advancing path. They would do this to every civilization within reach that they deemed to be barbaric and underdeveloped. After all, the humans were progressing at an exceedingly fast pace. 100 years ago, the boom in the production of the wisdom elixir had enabled them to distribute it to every single person. At the same time, people involved in research jobs also increased to the astounding 91% figure they had today. In terms of absolute numbers, this was equivalent to an estimated 540 million people, an incredible number indeed. It was like they were parts in a gigantic engine that propelled the expansion of human civilization at an unprecedented pace to participate in an era of rapid evolution. Naturally, there would be a tendency for them to despise anything not deemed to be worth their time. However, in the eyes of the Dicerebral men, the attitude shown by the young officer was not out of the ordinary. This was an attitude that only someone from a highly advanced civilization could have. Although his indifferent, prideful expression was not something the Dicerebral men expected, it still gave them a grandiose, dazzling, and glamorous feeling. Quite a few of the alien females had been secretly judging this young officer. Within their fear was a burning sensation, even if their bodies were much larger and stronger than the humans. The humans had long discarded the nuclear fusion engine and were now commonly using antimatter engines. This ship they were in was no exception. It could accelerate to 0.9 times the speed of light, and it could even engage in short interstellar flight sessions with a few minor modifications. The spaceport was only about 1 million kilometers or so from Earth, so the aircraft could even approach Earth by slowly accelerating at about 1,000 kilometers per second. Soon, they entered Earth's airspace and the Dicerebral men were fascinated with the beautiful scenery. As they looked down from space, there was no other color aside from the jade green of the land and the sapphire blue ocean. If the ocean was a sapphire, then the land would be the jade that was embedded within the sapphire. It was truly breathtaking. Even after all these years, human activity remained within the northern hemisphere of East Asia and there was not much expansion.
The remaining land area basically remained a forest since the human population was too low.
They would require at least 100 years to fill up the entire Earth, not to mention the other newly terraformed planets. This time, it was almost as if the group of dicerebral men saw something out of the ordinary as they debated amongst themselves.
After they were not able to come to a conclusion, they asked, "Oh, respectable Great One, could you tell us what that semi-transparent thing is? Is it an energy shield?"
The young officer took a glance and discovered that they were referring to the African continent.
The entire continent had been covered with a vast electromagnetic layer 70 years ago and was a paradise for mutated beasts. The young officer nodded and casually replied, "That area has a large gathering of mutated beasts and is quite dangerous, so we've quarantined the area."
The dicerebral men listened intently.
What kind of beast would be so terrifying and dangerous that an electromagnetic shield of that scale had to be deployed? Why not exterminate it in the first place?
The energy that the shield was consuming per second was equivalent to their entire planet's yearly energy consumption. They could not believe that there was a beast dangerous enough to threaten such an advanced civilization. However, the humans were like an alien master race to them, rich and powerful creatures that could afford to do whatever they pleased. They asked another question, but after seeing that their alien master was not in such a mood to answer much of their questions,
they intuitively held their tongues.
In fact, the entire continent had already gathered all the mutated land creatures on the face of the planet and was serving as mankind's genetic bank. Over 100 countries participated in the organizational body that was responsible for the long-term collecting of genetic and living organism samples. There were over 50,000 sets of new gene discoveries each year, bringing out hundreds of natural abilities that no technology could ever replicate. At the same time, close to 35% of their research found their results through biomimicry.
For example, their latest and most shocking results from the research were their man-made micro-universe. It was the result of researching an amazing mutated beast called the Tao Tai. It had quite a small frame and was only as big as a puppy. However, its appetite was amazing. It could easily consume food hundreds of times its body mass. After they discovered such a thing existed, the humans immediately captured it. Finally, they discovered that it had a stomach that was from an entirely different dimension, with its esophagus acting as a natural dimensional tunnel. It was not dangerous, so it could be cloned safely. During its embryonic period, the transformation and growth of its stomach were studied for years by the researchers, but unfortunately, the principle of the formation of the isolated dimension was never fully understood. Although there was an improvement in their understanding of the formation of the dimension, it did not stop the humans from repurposing this for practical use. The humans also made exceptional advances in biotechnology. To them, genetic editing was as easy as programming, and they could even adjust the settings beforehand. Things like the size and shape parameters to directly create a biodimensional bag that was tens of thousands of times larger than the original. It was foreseen that once these dimensional bags were gradually introduced into their interplanetary mineral transporting industry, the transportation efficiency could drastically increase by hundreds, if not thousands of times. Half an hour later, the ship flew across the southern hemisphere and finally landed on the airport at Hope City. All the diplomatic personnel responsible for this matter had come over to receive the passengers of the ship. However, not that man, it's just that there were not many people, only 2 had come over to receive them. Throughout the journey, there was a variety of novelty and magnificent sceneries. The dicerebral men had no idea where they were supposed to look at and felt intimidated. After they stepped out of the door, they felt weak on their knees and declined to attend the banquet dedicated for them so they could begin their closed meeting. Looks like their population is very low. The entire planet was basically forest, there weren't even many pedestrians on the streets in the city.
The businesses are also withering. An intelligence officer of the dicerebral men took the lead and said, "This means that their technological potential is not great at all.
But with up to thousands of years of difference, how many years do we need to catch up with them? 10,000 years, tens of thousands of years? This is not a problem that we need to think about now."
Their high-ranking official knocked on the table and said in all seriousness, "Now, what we need the most is to collect all of the information that would be beneficial to us. This is especially so for their technology, social forms, their various advanced development experience, and humbly learn from them." After settling all their problems and implementing a central idea, the group of dicerebral men continued to discuss the intelligence they had collected along the way. Their automation processes are very advanced. There were AI present in every corner, basically eliminating their service sector. The only thing that we don't have an idea about is the condition inside their factories. However, I think it should be more or less the same, or they wouldn't be able to possess such an enormous industrial capacity. "Perhaps we could expand in this area as well," said a dicerebral man.
"Aren't you worried about an AI betrayal? It could cause the destruction of the entire civilization."
A dicerebral man objected the idea intensely. They had their own AI for a long time. However, due to the social impact, and the possibility of the AI losing control, it was only used in a relatively small scale.
This is the inevitable trend for the expansion of a civilization.
Fire and electricity were also scary, but we've long since conquered those fears.
Being afraid won't solve any problems.
What we should do is to learn how to control it.
Moreover, now that we have a sovereign state, since the humans do not wish to destroy us, this means that we are of use.
Even if there was a problem, we only need to humbly ask. I believe the humans wouldn't just sit and watch. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 581, The Baja Civilization. Chapter 581, The Baja Civilization. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Did the humans gain any benefits from the dicerebral men?
From the data they gleaned, there were a few examples. By solely looking at the annual energy expenditure, the dicerebral men's annual energy expenditure was about 100 of a billionth in comparison to that of the humans. The amount of energy used by a vessel from the Curvature Warfleet had already exceeded the total amount of energy required by their entire civilization, let alone the huge differences in their technological advances. If the humans wanted to eliminate the dicerebral civilization, it would be as easy as squashing an ant.
The difference in strength between both civilizations was unimaginably great.
To the dicerebral civilization, they were probably of some use to the humans since the humans did not destroy them. However, the human civilization was only concerned with their image and the way they behaved within the cosmic planes. In a famous sci-fi novel, there was mention of a law of a dark forest. It described the cosmos being like a dark forest, where every civilization was like a hunter armed with a rifle as they stalked the jungle like a phantom. Once the hunter discovered another living organism, he would have to first fire his rifle to eliminate it. This was because the hunter would have no way of determining the intentions of the opponent, whether it had good or ill intentions.
The only thing to do was to preemptively eliminate the threat to protect oneself.
However, to a civilization such as the humans, the law of the dark forest was not applicable. The universe was not dark, at least within the detection range of the humans, within a diameter of 1,500 light-years. Every civilization was spotted, and they could neither hide or run. Every message flowing through would pass through the humans. If the universe was described as a map full of mist and darkness, then humans had obtained an ability to disperse the mist within a small range.
However, not even the maddest lunatic dared to assume that the humans were at the apex of the universe. The three-dimensional universe alone was vast enough that even to this day, the humans had never left the Milky Way.
Within the detection range of the human civilization alone were already 12 extraterrestrial civilizations that could leave their home planet. The entire diameter of the Milky Way was about 10,000 light-years, and scientists had theorized that there was a possibility of there being over 1,000 civilizations capable of leaving their home planet within the Milky Way, and those were only the civilizations that could leave their home planet. If the civilizations that could not leave their home planets were to be taken into account, the number could possibly reach the tens of thousands. Also, the Milky Way was just an ordinary member of the galaxy cluster. The current galaxy group was also a member of the Virgo supercluster, and it was only an insignificant part of the universe. Within the galaxy, the civilizations were like clouds and smoke, and among those civilizations, their civilization much weaker than the humans.
Naturally, there were also civilizations far more powerful than the humans.
One could stand atop the bridge to gaze at the scenery, but there would naturally be people standing on the skyscraper in the scenery to return the gaze. Similarly, while the humans were observing other civilizations, they were being observed as well. Within a universe that obeyed the law of a jungle, a brutal, aggressive evil that sought to destroy other civilizations would naturally attract an even more powerful civilization that had ill intentions. This was not due to the value of justice and kindness. Instead, it was because the existence of these civilizations would bring chaos and terror to the other civilizations. Being vigilant and wiping out these terrorizing civilizations in the meantime would probably not attract much scorn from the other civilizations. For this reason alone, the humans had been extra careful with their conduct and would only be active within their own star system. They did not even conduct expeditions like the Glacians did in the past, let alone have any basic form of communication with nearby civilizations. If it was not for the dicerebral men being too close to their solar system while being in an arms race with the humans, both of their civilizations would not probably be at odds with each other. If this location was not geographically superior to forward their base, the humans probably would not even pay attention to them. Months later, a small curvature drone gradually closed in toward a powerful civilization that was about 1,200 light-years away from Earth after being in flight for over 20 years.
The opponent reacted swiftly before the drone even approached the 5-light-year mark. Before long, the small curvature drone had been intercepted by a large fleet.
Then, after firing a giant railgun, the human drone immediately self-destructed. About 10,000 tons of antimatter arranged neatly within the drone ship instantly exploded. The large fleet thoroughly searched through the remains in the entire star sector after the blast, but aside from some scrap metals and the railgun, there was nothing left for them to salvage. Within the railgun was a harmless metal sphere that contained a 0.5 meter thick, paper-based information written in a kind of language along with coded data to engage in quantum communications with the humans. This book of knowledge of sorts could be easily decrypted to provide information on deciphering the human language by even those with basic intelligence. Moments after the object had been discovered, it was sent to this civilization's administrative star where they began analyzing it. A day later, both civilizations had initiated the first contact. This civilization was called the Baja civilization. Ever since the civilization's development expanded beyond their home planet, tens of thousands of years had passed, and their population had reached over 100 billion. They inhabited 12 different planets and had forces spread across 5 solar systems. Within tens of thousands of light years, they had always been the overlord of their solar system since there were no other civilizations capable of challenging them. Even the Glacians were like an insignificant ant to them. That was until the humans rose so rapidly. Initially, the Baja civilization did not take any interest in neither Glacian nor human. In fact, the strength the human and Glacian civilization had back then was not even enough to spark their interest. Even if both civilizations fought one another, it would be like a cockfight to the Baja civilization. It simply was not enough to attract their interest at all, even if the fight were to end up in the destruction of either civilization. It would be as insignificant as the death of an ant. It was only until both civilizations had successfully developed the curvature technology and after one had successfully destroyed the other that they gradually became interested. The fact that they had developed the curvature technology meant that they had evolved from a small to a big ant, even if the technology was still in its infancy. Even then, they had reached their limit of expansion and would not be able to threaten the Baja civilization within several thousand years according to the law of civilization development. A few thousand years later, the Baja civilization would have become even more powerful. However, what the Baja civilization could never have had imagined was that the rate the human civilization was expanding was way too fast. It was unimaginably fast and was enough to strike fear within them. If a civilization's standard growth rate was described as a gradual and steady progress, then the humans were growing by leaps and bounds. When the Baja civilization turned around to once again pay attention to the human civilization, they were suddenly a potential threat to the Baja civilization. No overlord would be able to tolerate another rising force that could potentially challenge their position as an overlord. After they confirmed the potential threat of the humans, the Baja civilization began preparations for war. On one side, they had initiated a large-scale production of war fleets. On the other side, they had also begun increasing their antimatter reserve. There were about 1,200 light-years between both civilization, and this was an extremely long distance to the Baja civilization. The energy required by an expedition of several thousand war fleets was still an astronomical amount, even for the Baja civilization that owned 3 different Dyson spheres. Unfortunately, after a few years of preparation, the Baja civilization discovered that the humans had also begun war preparations. After this discovery, a massive uproar occurred within the higher-ups of the Baja civilization. The humans were within range of their detection. It was not that they could not detect the humans. Hundreds of years ago, the Baja civilization had initiated a project to plant eyes in the nearby solar systems. Through hundreds of spatial wavelength detectors that were planted throughout every corner of the solar system, they managed to extend their vision to almost 2,000 light-years. The maximum detection range of a single unit of the spatial wavelength detector was only about 700 to 800 light-years. With this discovery, it left a deep impression about the technological prowess of the human civilization to the Baja civilization. Once again, they felt an even more intense threat. Be it their soldiers, a major event in their civilization, a life and death situation, or their way or survival, none could be neglected. War was never a child's play. This was especially so for interstellar warfare that could spell doom to either civilization. Once defeated in war, the losing civilization would forever be in hell. This was why any mature civilization that went to war with a threatening civilization would usually be extra cautious. With this hovering above their heads, the Baja civilization's original plan for a war had been delayed over and over again. Followed by the rapid expansion of the human military, this gradually turned into a huge arms race between 2 advanced civilizations. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 582, The Unified Field Theory. Chapter 582, The Unified Field Theory. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The year 2175. Somewhere in a kindergarten on Earth in Hope City.
Now everyone please turn to page 14 in the textbook.
Today, we'll be discussing the story of our great leader, President Luo's childhood. Within the bright classroom, the female teachers in the classroom recited with emotion, President Luo was born in a poor household, and ever since he was a boy, he had been very hardworking. Every day, he would busy himself by helping his mother with the cleaning, and while she was cooking, he would be at her side studying as best he could. One day, there was a typhoon outside. Windows were creaking from the wind, and the rain had splattered into the house. He quickly went over to close off the window, and after closing the window, he discovered a piece of spider web that had been blown apart by the wind. However, the spider kept on knitting its web under the raging wind, but the wind continued raging intensely, blowing the spider away each time. Still, it crawled back up with its spider silk and continued knitting its web. When he saw this, he thought, even this has such perseverance and an indomitable will, much like us humans.
How else can we not be like this tiny spider? When President Luo was younger, he wasn't afraid of being exhausted.
He was indomitable and brave so that he could contribute greatly to mankind when he grew up. Just before the teachers sat a row of children that had just learned to walk. However, every single one of them wore a serious expression.
What's this mess? Is this the current textbook?
Within the hologram at the front was a light distortion. Only a flickering figure covered in light could be seen within the display, but it would occasionally disappear as if the signal would be cut off at any moment. The first officer was a middle-aged man that carried a forced smile on his face while being covered in sweat. Following the passing of a senior-level officer like by Jian Peng, Luo Yuan retreated behind the scenes. This returned the political rotation to normal, and the leader at this moment was already the fifth generation since Luo Yuan.
However, the leader that was always known to be tough was currently frightened. This is every human's love for you, and his history's evaluation of you.
After all, there wouldn't be today's mankind without you.
They won't be able to write off your achievements. All these are meaningless to me.
The light figure seemed to be shaking its head.
Forget it. It won't affect the governance, just let it be.
It was only after the voice died down and the hologram turned off that the middle-aged man was finally relieved. He wiped his sweat, and also had the surname Luo. His name was Shangwei, and his grandfather along with his prominent family had given him an enormous political war chest along with unmatched influence. However, the only time he saw his grandfather was back in the virtual reality world. Following his grandmother's passing, he had never once set eyes on him ever again. To this day, the only impression left on him was a commanding presence. Every time he was faced with such a presence, he would feel a tremendous amount of pressure. Not everyone could withstand the pressure coming from someone that was branded as a god. The terrifying pressure almost stopped his heart for a moment. It did not matter if the presence was felt through a hologram. If he did not have a big heart, he probably would not have been able to stand up against the terrifying presence. After some time, he gradually recovered and continued processing the documents. Nowadays, the humans were not in such good shape. The dark clouds of war had shrouded the entire solar system. Although the negotiations with the Baja civilization had been ongoing, both sides had not ceased their probing efforts at all. Throughout these 20 years, the Baja civilization and the humans had sent hundreds of reconnaissance ships at each other to collect intelligence on the opposing civilization. The arms race between both civilizations had intensified, and the military forces would grow several folds every few years. Once the humans made their fatigue or weakness known, an inevitable war would begin.
Now, the humans had expanded their ownership of mining planets from an initial 2 to the current 15.
The semi-finished Dyson sphere found at the Glacian planet had also been reinstated for use after going through some simple modifications. At the same time, 3 different Dyson spheres were currently under intensive construction in the nearby solar system.
In fact, the solar system was not geographically superior at all.
The nearby star systems were either binary or tri-star systems, so they had a distorted gravitational pull. Not only was a Dyson sphere incredibly material intensive, this fact would also make construction 100 times more difficult, slowing down the construction progress. The estimated time until its completion was estimated to be at 20 or 30 years.
That being said, what the humans currently lacked was time.
To this day, the humans had never been able to reach their energy demands with their energy production. During times of peace, there would naturally be a surplus in energy reserves that was more than enough. However, when entering a full-scale war, it would take no more than 2 years to deplete their antimatter reserves. This was the estimate for a passive and defensive stance in battle, and was not even one that included taking an expedition hundreds or thousands of light-years away. To increase their antimatter reserves, the humans had resumed mass production in their furnace by using Jupiter as a hydrogen collection center even after they had gradually eliminated their use of nuclear fusion power furnaces. Through energy fusion, they would create antimatter.
It would only be a drop in the bucket, but something was better than nothing.
30,000 curvature warfleets, 5 planetary fortresses, and 6 semi-powered intelligent space defense systems that were like 6 small planets orbited the solar system.
The maximum range of their defense could reach as far as 50 light days away.
This was especially so for the latter, which had a mass equivalent to 3 of the 4th planet's defense systems in the Barnard star system.
It could potentially swallow up a giant beast.
The humans were now like porcupines, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. While they were outwardly strong, they were also inwardly weak. Once the war began, their strength would only be equivalent to 3 broad axes. At this moment, his personal smart terminal suddenly received a communication request. He took a glance, and the one who was initiating it was from the Supreme Scientific Commit, so he put down the document on hand to immediately receive the call. As for the personal smart terminal, the humans had currently reached 10 or so generations from the very first version, which was the iChip. The current version was integrated with the user's body and simultaneously connected all the neural signals by using a nanoscale memory polymer quantum computer.
Once one reached adulthood, billions of microbot polymer nano quantum computers would be injected into the human body.
It was the gateway to both communication and virtual reality, along with a personal medical terminal as well. Even fatal injuries such as heart or rupture could be regenerated rapidly through these nanobots.
Standard medical services had long since been eliminated from the current human society. What, the white dwarf matter has already been synthesized under normal conditions? A moment after hearing this, Luo Shangwei said in surprise.
You could not blame his surprise. Although he was in politics, he only had a rudimentary understanding of science when he took over this position. The white dwarf matter seemed like the next step for critical materials, but both were actually 2 different concepts.
A critical material only adjusted the internal and external electromagnetic forces of an atom.
White dwarf matter, on the other hand, was related to 2 short-range forces, the strong and weak forces in the nucleus. In fact, with the current technological potential of the humans, they would not face much of a difficulty in creating white dwarf matter. The only requirement to create the material would be to apply an extremely high pressure, and the material would be formed. About 100 years ago in the humans' atomic physics lab, they had successfully compressed 10 gold atoms into the state of white dwarf matter.
The difficult part was to recreate it under regular circumstances.
This was because white dwarf matter could not be like critical material, being able to exist under regular circumstances. Once the high pressure was released, the white dwarf matter would expand tens of thousands of times like a nuclear bomb.
Except,
humans could already adjust the short-range forces.
When he thought of this possibility, he immediately questioned them, and he finally got a confirmation.
He hung up the phone, and his heart was beating intensely.
After thinking for a moment, he quickly went and accessed the academic database.
Almost immediately, he found the sensational physics theory that was published about a decade ago, the unified field theory. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 583, The White Dwarf Warfleet. Chapter 583, The White Dwarf Warfleet. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
The location where they held the high-energy particle physics experiment was not on Earth but in space. The largest particle collider that mankind had ever built was there. It was placed in Mercury's original orbit around the Sun, and it had a parameter that stretched an astounding 3.5 billion kilometers. Each time the particle collider was turned on, the huge amount of energy generated would cause dramatic changes to the gravitational and electromagnetic forces in space. This was aside from the Dyson sphere, the largest single man-made object in space. It was also a kind of holy land for physics. Attached to the particle collider were countless laboratories and up to tens of thousands of affiliated experimental factories. Tens of millions of humans reside there, turning it into an enormous city in space. At this moment, within the high-energy particle physics lab, a piece of material equivalent to the size of a fingernail had been lying within the explosion-proof, anti-radiation, quarantine room. However, such a tiny little object had a mass of up to 10 tons. Even state-of-the-art optical equipment would not be able to detect the material's true color as its entire mass gave off a high amount of radiation.
The glow coming off it was enough to make the room gleam with light that seemed like a dazzling aurora. It was also making a terrible amount of noise.
Luo Shangwei had waited until he clearly understood the major significance of this breakthrough to the humans. Then, he immediately cleared the rest of his schedule and got into his personal ship to rush toward the laboratory.
By supplying a high amount of energy to an atom, it'll scatter the electrons after it obtains the energy. Then, the electron clouds near the atom would be blown away, obtaining the core.
A laboratory leader explained the process to Luo Shangwei in a dull manner. Nevertheless, his tone was one of excitement. With this foundation in mind, we once again strengthened the strong forces between the atom's core, and finally obtained this amazing material.
It's in the exact same state as the theoretical white dwarf.
This was not just an impressive breakthrough, it was also an important verification of the unified field theory. Every phenomenon in the universe could be explained by the four basic forces: gravity, electromagnetism, as well as the strong and weak nuclear forces. The former two were long-ranged forces, while the latter two were short-ranged forces. All this time, physicists had been pursuing a way to unify all these natural phenomena.
It was like the holy grail to them in the field of physics. It was a supreme throne, the ultimate answer to everything in the universe. However, the cognitive limitations along with inferior methods of observation muddled the theory and prevented it from becoming fact from an argument. It was only until 100 years ago that technology rapidly grew along all other fields in science, resulting in a technological boom. With laboratory equipment that was even more advanced, the methods of observation used became more and more refined, resulting in the resurfacing of this theory. Even so, it took another decade or so to relatively perfect the emergence of the unified field theory. The unified field theory was also known as the unified string theory. The material had been thoroughly broken down to its limit, including the strings which are the building blocks of the universe. It was a type of probabilistic wave that obeyed the laws of quantum theory, and it would occasionally disappear and reappear as it moved to and fro the fourth dimension from time to time. It did not matter if it was gravity, electromagnetism, strong or weak nuclear forces or atoms, all of their characteristics were a result of the various manifestation of these strings. Every force was one of two sides, harmonious or unified. However, theory remained a theory, and no matter how logical a theory was, it would remain a hypothesis instead of fact until it was verified. The verification of the theory was, in a sense, no less inferior to the theory. Instead, it further perfected the theory. Before you arrived, we've already begun attempting destructive experiments on the material. However, due to the lack of ample preparation, we're still not at its upper limit. At the current levels of testing, the material is seemingly indestructible. Luo Shangwei was faintly excited as he momentarily glanced and saw that the material was radiating constantly, emitting a strong pulse. However, he immediately realized a problem. This piece of white dwarf matter seems to be in a constant state of discharge. How long will it take before it stabilizes? Excellent question. It's true that the material could stabilize after a period of time when the energy within it is balanced. After all, it'd be impossible for it to remain in a constant state of discharge. It's currently out of tune with its current environment, like a foreign body in a foreign universe. We initially wanted to wipe it out, but after realizing that it would probably only exist for about 12 hours, we decided otherwise. Once the strong and weak nuclear forces weaken to some extent, it'll completely disintegrate. However, the containment room was built with high-strength critical metal, making it extremely safe. Even if the equivalent of 100,000 nuclear bombs detonated within the room, it still wouldn't be able to destroy it. Since it is possible to create the white dwarf matter, shouldn't there be a way to make it stable in the long term? Luo Shangwei immediately asked. The humans were currently in a tense situation, especially since they were enshrouded by the dark clouds of war. If this material could be used to build a war fleet, the contrast of power between the warring sides would be completely rewritten. Of course, there's a way. It's to constantly supply the material with a huge amount of energy. The laboratory leader replied hesitantly. Luo Shangwei's eyes grew bright as he immediately asked, how huge of a sum? The average annual energy expenditure would be 10 times the mass of antimatter we have. Luo Shangwei quickly calculated the number in his mind and almost lost his breath. Based on the calculation, this fingernail-sized piece of white dwarf matter would at least require an energy expenditure of 100 tons of antimatter. So how much antimatter were the humans producing annually? Barely 1 billion tons. Even if every antimatter resource were to be used for the maintenance of the white dwarf matter, it could only maintain about 1 trillion tons of it. Although 1 trillion tons did not seem to be a small sum, it was actually only about 100 million cubic meters when compared to the extremely dense white dwarf matter. Even if a surface was painted with a layer of the white dwarf matter about 1 millimeter thick, it would at most only cover about 100 billion square meters. What could 100 billion square meters do? The current standard human curvature warfleets had a surface area of about 25 billion square meters. If the humans used up all their stockpiled energy, they could barely support 40 vessels, and this was only their maintenance. It did not include the manufacturing process. Although Luo Shangwei did not raise the question, he thought in his mind that the energy currently available was far lesser. So, to build or not to build? Luo Shangwei deeply thought about the matter for a while before he clenched his teeth and made up his mind. Build it.
Even if they had to surrender their last resource, donate all their blood before selling that blood, they had to build it.
The material had a kind of absolute power to it. The white dwarf matter was very dense from its atomic cores being completely compressed. Although a metal like this was as crispy as a biscuit, it was tough enough not to even get a scratch when it was placed on a star. Even if the warfleets were only coated with a thin film of white dwarf matter, it would make it seemingly indestructible. Aside from antimatter, the humans could not possibly destroy it with the power they currently had. Half a month after the theory was verified, a shipbuilding plan codenamed Pangu had been officially established. Very quickly, the project began its construction. However, the white dwarf matter would still not be able to be produced at an industrial scale. It was still subject to the antimatter critical compression storage problem, and that problem would require some time to solve. However, most of the technology used was ready-made tech. This included the biospace capsule that could expand the antimatter storage capacity several hundred folds, and the most important one of all, the curvature engine. Its weight would be several hundred times heavier than a standard curvature ship, and it would weigh close to a planetary fortress. However, since it was only about 2/3 the size of a regular curvature airship, at the very least, the curvature engine would not require too many modifications. Unlike conventional flight, the mass of the ship would not affect the speed of curvature flight. The speed would only be affected by the space occupied by whatever material was traveling. Even if the mass was hundreds or thousands of times heavier, it would still not affect the speed of curvature flight in a meaningful way. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 584, The Third Fourth Dimensionalization, I. Chapter 584, The Third Fourth Dimensionalization, I. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Kunlun Mountains. Afternoon. 1 p.m. Within a few hundred kilometers, countless airborne birds suddenly became frightened and began flapping their wings. As they took flight, the sound of a plaintive whine had covered half the sky. At the same time, the cloudless blue sky above them that stretched tens of thousands of kilometers saw rosy, ribbon-looking clouds that looked like silkworms, and even broken cotton forming. These clouds traveled quickly but would seemingly disappear from time to time. On rugged trails that followed along a ridge, a humanoid figure walking along the trail slowly advanced step by step. The surrounding was unusually quiet. Even the common noises that came from insects had seemingly gone completely silent following his arrival. Along the stone-covered trail, the stone seemed to be covered by the moss growing on top of it. Both sides of the trail were flush in a green that gradually spread to the trail. However, before the greens managed to make contact with the silhouette of the person's body, they seemingly disintegrated and formed light wisps of smoke that left nothing behind. His figure looked rather fuzzy, and the surrounding air was vibrating intensely. Every force seemed to be warping from his presence. This man was naturally Luo Yuan. He was walking forward step by step with a face that seemed like white porcelain. After continuing with a look of silence for half an hour, he finally reached the top of the mountain. The peak was extremely smooth and leveled. It was as if a part of it had been shaved off. There were only 4 graves neatly arranged in the middle of the mountain peak, but there was still bouquets of flowers arranged before each grave with petals unwithered. Luo Yuan remained silent for a moment and sighed in his mind. He could smell the familiar aroma from the flowers that still seemed fresh. These bouquets were left. Luo Yuan was silent for a moment and then sighed within his mind. He could smell the familiar aroma that came from the yet withered flowers. These bouquets of flowers were left by Wang Shishir. However, when she noticed that he no longer looked the same, she began avoiding contact. The years were cruel. First, Chen Xinjia passed away. Then it was Huang Jiawei, followed by Wang Xiaoguan and Jia Yali. The oldest of them had survived beyond 170 years old. Although the genetic technology was extremely advanced and the humans had broken the code behind the secrets of life 100 years ago, humanity still managed to draft a new version of human genes that could extend one's lifespan beyond 300 years or more. However, the human gene was similar to a piece of white paper that was suitable for painting. Previous generations had long painted images onto the paper, so even if current technology could already achieve a full-scale cellular gene modification, there was still a part within the human genome that they were forbidden from modifying. That part was the core of human life, the brain. Any modification done to the brain cells would definitely change the signal transmission to the cerebral cortex and would result in one's memory turning into nonsense. Not everyone was like Luo Yuan, who had a consciousness so powerful that it could retain his memory even if his body was to turn into a cluster of particles. Even then, he would still be able to think without any obstruction. He could also modify the memories in his brain. The new humans were only a slightly stronger version of the previous humans. Even if they had taken the energy crystal core, it would be like a castle in the air for them. They still would not be able to change the nature of their lives. Luo Yuan still remembered the first time he saw Jia Yali. It was not long after he had graduated that he began renting a lot. He was still a young and brash man when he was faced with this gentle, soft-spoken lady. Back then, he could not help but blush. He also clearly remembered that when he first met Huang Jiawei, it was when the apocalypse had just happened and she was in a policewoman's uniform, radiating an uncommon valiance. Then, there was Wang Xiaoguang, a gentle and passionate woman that he still had plenty of things to do with her. There was also Chen Xinjie. All these memories. He felt every single memory as if they had happened yesterday. However, they had all been separated from him because of life and death. Did he love them? Maybe, maybe not. During that precarious apocalypse, that crazy era where any and all humanity would be lost along with reason, nobody would consider the things he did. Most of their consideration would only come from the lust that men had for women before it gradually turned into affection. Luo Yuan silently honored them for a moment and disappeared from the grounds. The next moment, he had reached the residential house nearby the space city. The constant growth of his powers for hundreds of years had made it impossible for him to live among the humans. If his will were measured by a value system, it would have reached 40 points. His will had improved 100-fold, and if the Luo Yuan in the past was a piece of critical metal, the current him was a piece of white dwarf matter that emitted extreme radiation. The air he breathed out could unconsciously and potentially eliminate the mental faculties of those within 10 kilometers of him. There was a price to pay to be so almighty and powerful. Just as one obtained eternity, one had to suffer through eternity, alone. Fortunately, Luo Yuan had long become accustomed to it and had adapted to feeling lonely. His house was completely exposed to space without any protective shield or defenses. However, not even a high-speed meteor shower could destroy the house that he personally synthesized with critical metals. The house was empty, just like death. Even light was not present since Luo Yuan had no use for it. His body floated to the metal surface, and he turned his head to look toward the faraway earth. He quietly stood there for a moment before he entered the clean but empty living room. Aside from the 3-layered icy wall, there were no decorations. He swung his hand once, and a spatial sphere appeared from a higher dimension. It was the interstellar beast farm. That first-generation interstellar beasts had long passed away. Fortunately, these creatures were unisexual. Before the beasts will collapsed, it would spend its remaining energy to birth the next generation. The current interstellar beast living there was of the 3rd generation. Perhaps, it was due to the fact that Luo Yuan could not accelerate the amount of will in the beasts that they saw a decline in lifespan after every generation. The first generation of interstellar beasts lived beyond 300,000 years, the second generation lived only for about 150,000 years, and the third generation saw its lifespan decrease to only 50,000 years. It was already showing signs of dying to boot. In the past several hundred years, all 3 generations of the interstellar beasts had supplied about 16,000 energy crystal cores. This afforded them the opportunity to potentially produce up to 3 billion intelligence pills each year. It was likely that human technology could only continue expanding at the pace it was because of the sacrifice made by these 3 generations of interstellar beasts. Luo Yuan continued as usual and entered the interstellar beast farm with his will. He individually accelerated the time these beasts were experiencing through quantum acceleration. Who would have known that an impossibly tiny fluctuation appeared during that process, fragmenting the interstellar beast's molecules and caused its entire body to crumble? Of course, this incident to him, this maneuvering error, had not reached an irreversible point. As long as the interstellar beast's consciousness contained within the cells had not begun dissipating, he could still rapidly reverse the molecule's state to that of a few seconds ago. However, Luo Yuan was neither paying attention nor moving when he regained his composure, causing about half of the interstellar beast's consciousness within the cell to dissipate. There was almost nothing left, making it impossible to resurrect the beast. However, Luo Yuan was not paying any attention to it at the moment. He slightly sighed. His 4th dimensionalization had finally come. Perhaps, the reason that his potential had grown so much more powerful was because Luo Yuan felt that the 4th dimensionalization he would go through this time would be more intense than the last. It was also happening more often than it was previously, allowing him only a few days to prepare. To this day, he had only experienced the 4th dimensionalization twice. This would be his 3rd time. The first time he experienced it, the incident was over before he knew it. Aside from a deepening of his comprehension in the 4th dimension, a change also occurred to his height. Not much of an effect could be seen to the outside world. The second time he went through the 4th dimensionalization, it caused a small fluctuation in his current dimension, expanding his body 1,000-fold to become a titan that towered 20 meters high.
He had terrifying destructive power and had almost destroyed the captive Glacian ship.
It was clear after the second incident that both times were completely different.
He estimated that the third-fourth dimensionalization he went through would obviously be more intense, potentially causing a terrifying disaster. It was then that he thought he could not stay in outer space close to Earth or even the solar system. He immediately made up his mind and sent both Wang Shishir and Luo Shangwei a message.
The next moment, his body reappeared at the outer region of the solar system.
After teleporting 10 or so times, he had reached a distance of light years away from the solar system. However, his instinct told him that the current distance was still not far enough to guarantee Earth's safety. He then compressed all the atoms in his body, crushing it to shrink himself into a body as dense as a white dwarf before he entered his space-time bubble to fly toward a random direction. Within only 10 minutes or so, he had reached the limit of his speed, closing in at almost 4,000 times the speed of light with his curvature flight. His body was like a dazzling glow that streaked across space, speeding up along the way as he flew across star after star, leaving his home behind him. Leaving intense spatial fluctuations in his wake, he had transported himself far away.
5 days later, he finally ended his journey at a barren star system. The distance between this star system and his solar system was over 50 light-years away. Then, Luo Yuan completely halted the atom compression on his body, reassembling his body back to its 20-meter height.
Then, he gazed into the fourth dimension with a calm mind.
His exhausted will was recovering at an astounding speed.
Within only 10 seconds or so, he had completely recovered himself and was back at the top of his game. Gradually, his body faded in and out of existence.
He was both illusory and real as a humongous amount of dark energy gushed into his body.
The dissipated energy felt like the pulse of the universe that managed to even disintegrate an asteroid belt that was tens of millions of kilometers away. Under the impact of this pulse, it was like a candle being exposed to extreme temperatures, melting within seconds to disintegrate into nothingness. Even the frozen planets hundreds of millions of kilometers away began to show signs of melting. The premonition he felt became even more intense as his body sent out an impending. The feeling of premonition had become even more intense, his body had sent out a transmission signal in haste. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 585, The Third-Fourth Dimensionalization, 2. Chapter 585, The Third-Fourth Dimensionalization, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Time gradually passed as Luo Yuan remained suspended within this desolated space without moving.
Over time, his heart that had not been beating for over 100 years began beating once again as the longing desire within his heart grew more intense. As time continued passing, the longing desire within him gradually affected his will, but he refrained himself from resisting. He had never once shown resistance because it seemed like there was a pattern to it. The desire came from every single cell in his body, every atom, and every composed basic particle in his body. Even if his will had been 10 times more powerful, he still would have no way to resist. Only, he had always remained clear-headed and was not lost to the ecstasy within the depths of his heart. After being in this state for half an hour, the longing desire had reached a critical level. His body then shook for a moment before a humming sound from a bell was heard. Before long, his vision and his perspective of dimensions began improving exponentially. He was like a land creature that had gradually grown a pair of wings before it began flying through the sky. A world even more magnificent than the one he was from lay before him. Matter, energy, space, never had he seen each of these things more clearly and so in depth, to the point where he could understand the essence of these elements.
Luo Yuan felt like he had gradually immersed himself into the dark energy ocean.
He was emulsifying with the water and was blending into it. Originally, the dark energy was seeping into his body. However, energy was dripping into his body and before long, it had become a trickle. Immersed in the ascension process, he did not notice that he had caused the three-dimensional world around to be stirred like a pot of hot porridge. The fourth dimensionalization process was basically a process to collapse the bonds one had with the three-dimensional world. Though the process, an intense spatial disruption occurred, and the nearby solar system became the first to experience an occurrence like this. Regardless if it was a planet or a star, they were all like tofu experiencing a concussion until they were severely deformed. The frozen gaseous planet closest to Luo Yuan was the first that could not withstand this form of destruction. The entire planet crumbled just like a shattered glass sphere before countless ice particles began to escape the hold of planetary gravity as they floated into space. Before long, even these ice particles were shattered to ice dust by the spatial wave disruption. However, all these events just marked the beginning of what was to come. One after the other, planets began crumbling away. Before long, even gaseous planets were disintegrating. There was a star far larger than the Sun. Although it was still able to temporarily maintain its shape,
it ultimately reached its critical point.
The spatial wave disruption seemingly accelerated the nuclear fusion within the star's core.
However, since its gravity was unable to hold down the intense reaction, the star expanded hundreds of kilometers per second as it grew significantly more dazzling.
After a moment, an indescribable light flashed through. At the next second, the star burst like a balloon, as it completely crumbled. Following that, countless particles were released, and they flew towards space.
Finally, Luo Yuan fell out of the ascension process with emptiness.
He had no desires. He had always remained clear-headed from the beginning until the end of the process.
Even at the most crucial moment, he did not give in to his desires and even managed to cast off the remnants of the disappointment he felt.
Power clouded the surface of his body. After he went through the fourth dimensionalization process, his body had expanded and become 30,000 meters tall. The clothes on his body that were synthesized from critical material had long been torn apart when he expanded.
He was currently naked.
However, there were no lewd intentions.
There was only the feeling of ultimate power and the sanctity of the human soul. Feeling his massive body, he sighed.
With the average human behavior of sighing, an energy stream stretching about a few dozen kilometers shot out from Luo Yuan's body, causing a brief disruption in space.
I'm becoming more and more inhuman. Luo Yuan took notice of all of these occurrences and sighed in his mind.
Plenty of dark energy had completely associated and had become part of him. It was in his flesh and bones, becoming a part of his body. Even something as insignificant as him breathing would have the potential of causing mass disruption to this fragile world.
About half his body had entered the four-dimensional state.
This was especially so for his brain, which had completely entered the fourth dimension. There was even some kind of transformation to his will. He could feel that he had an immeasurable amount of power compared to the time before he entered this four-dimensional stage. It was almost as if his power level had grown by about 7 to 8 levels. The residual effects from his ascension alone had the potential to destroy the entire solar system. He looked towards the destroyed star system and stretched his hand to grab it. Then the surrounding void gradually distorted as his palm continuously grew larger.
10 kilometers, 100 kilometers, 10,000 kilometers. Finally, it was as large as the newly destroyed star system.
At the same time, the star system began to shake intensely as countless particles began spinning in a high-speed vortex had begun to shake intensely. Countless of particles began to spin at high speed like a vortex. Before long, a light spot began to shine from the center. As the spinning got faster, the light grew brighter, and the vortex gradually became more and more concentrated. Gradually, a star that was much larger than it originally was, lit up. In the natural evolution of the nebula, at least about tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of years were required for it to form a star. However, at this moment, it only took about 10 seconds or so. Once the star was formed, the enormous hand then gently scooped up the star and slowly enclosed the star within his palm. His movements were light and steady. It was almost as if he was too afraid that he would crush the star by accident. He retracted his hand, and through this process, his hand rapidly returned to normal. Then, he opened his palm and the star remained sitting there on his palm. At this moment, the concept of size was irrelevant, and the distance had also been made redundant. Billions of kilometers were within his reach, and the star with millions of kilometers of a diameter had become like a mud ball. Of course, with Luo Yuan's palm that had a diameter of almost 20 kilometers, this mud ball's diameter would be at least 5 to 6 kilometers.
However, when compared to the original size of the star, the gap in size was simply unreasonable.
Catching the star, and grabbing the sun along with the moon. All these sounded like myths.
However, Luo Yuan could achieve such things right now.
To him, it was as simple and as natural as breathing or drinking. For a four-dimensional being had half of his body fourth dimensionalization, manipulating the third dimension felt like a natural instinct. His palm did not grow larger.
Instead, it was space that was distorted. Luo Yuan and the star system's distance had never shrunk.
The only thing that shrank was space, since size and distance were a manifestation of space.
When space itself was bent and twisted, this natural phenomenon would become obsolete. He gently overturned, feeling the star's terrifying weight.
Luckily, this heavy of a weight was still manageable to him.
However, it was as if the star was being toyed by him, and was intensely shaking, seemingly close to the precipice of being scattered again. Who would have guessed that Luo Yuan would feel something from afar once he was prepared to throw the star away?
It felt like there was a crisis in that particular direction. Moments after he felt the presence, a vision immediately appeared within his mind.
Although the vision was relatively short, it only lasted about a picosecond before it disappeared.
Ever since he became fourth-dimensionalized, his physic abilities were strengthened immensely. Not only can he peer 12 minutes into the future, even crises from a distant future could be felt.
Luo Yuan could recognize the object within the image at just a glance.
It was a standard four-dimensional body and looked just like a two-dimensional circle or a three-dimensional sphere.
Things in the fourth dimension would usually have a four-dimensional body, and the resulting micro-universe was formed when it was cut. However, this was not just any micro-universe because it was rather spacious and it was formed by four-dimensional particles. At the same time, it was not some four-dimensional creature as well. Luo Yuan had seen one in the past.
Although a four-dimensional creature would defy and break every single three-dimensional shape along with physics, it could also never be measured with conventional methods. At the same time, it was also an extremely complex lifeform that would never have a perfect body. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 586, The Four-Dimensional War, I. Chapter 586, The Four-Dimensional War, I. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
For him to be called a four-dimensional creature,
he was currently more like a creation, a technological creation.
Then, Luo Yuan suddenly thought about the mysterious super-civilization behind the system. The movements in the dimensions this time around was just too significant. The disruption this time did not only affect the three-dimensional universe but the other, deeper dimensions as well. These changes had an obvious pattern. Although ordinary civilizations would think of them as regular spatial disruptions, they would not be able to slip past the super-civilization. This particular civilization had a profound understanding regarding four-dimensional creatures, and they also had a faint hostility toward them. If anyone were to have the ability to create such terrifying creatures, then the most likely candidate would be this unknown super-civilization. In fact, when any form of technology advanced to the point where they could go against and overturn a civilization, it would not be able to make a good impression to any civilization, especially since terrifying creatures like these pose an extreme threat to these civilizations. They had to die out quickly. To this day, Luo Yuan could still vividly recall the time the four-dimensional creature brought its dimension toward the three-dimensional universe. As it closed in, it caused various terrifying black holes. To the creature, black holes like these were how walking was to humans. A human would never think twice about stepping onto an ant nest since it would feel like an accident. As for the survival of a nearby civilization, life on an entire planet could be eradicated should their luck not be at its best. The creature was like a natural disaster to the universe and was a public enemy to the entire three-dimensional universe. However, having access to this information and understanding it did not mean Luo Yuan should stretch his neck out for the executor's sword. Since he was currently walking the path of a four-dimensional creature, Luo Yuan would naturally take their side and anything standing against him would be his enemy. Moreover, he was not the only four-dimensional being within this system. In fact, he had yet to fully become one since the civilization of four-dimensional creatures ignored his presence and allowed him to roam freely. It seemed like he had yet to fully become one since the creatures probably thought his powers would be manageable as they were currently weak. Luo Yuan sneered in his heart. However, he dared not underestimate the amazing technological creation that was his four-dimensional body. It had the ability to roam the depths of the fourth dimension, proving that it had unparalleled power. To a fourth-dimensional creation like this, it could exterminate a civilization like the humans with just a single swipe. In the past, he would only escape and run like a dog since he had no other choice. However, he was no longer without choice. Almost half of his body had become fourth-dimensionalized. In a certain perspective, he was almost a full-fledged four-dimensional creature. The only difference was in their strength, and his current opponent would obviously not be able to match the strength of an actual four-dimensional creature. Luo Yuan then measured the vastness of his true body, and his body began to give off a bright glow as his body rapidly shrank. A terrifying pulse began to irradiate the entire nebula, to the point where the sun within his palm was even blown to dust within moments. Within 1/4,000,000th of a second, his transformation was complete. From his initial towering height of 300 kilometers that made him seem like a cosmic entity, it suddenly shrank. Within a blink of an eye, he had already turned into a humanoid being that was about 2.5 meters tall. His entire body gave off a dazzling light as it emitted a destructive pulse. It was as if he was a blurry human silhouette that could slightly bend the light passing by his body. This shrunken body size was different when compared to the atomic compression of a white dwarf. Although the white dwarf particles were extremely dense, they were still within range of what was possible with a regular material structure. The electron was still an electron, the atomic core was still an atomic core, and its atomic structure was still complete. At this moment, the electrons in Luo Yuan's body had been compressed down to the atomic nuclei. With all the protons merged into a neutron, the atoms in his body were now made up of a simple neutron parallel structure. The density of his body had already exceeded 100 million tons per cubic centimeter. There was an infamously terrifying celestial body in this universe, and its particles were made up from such materials. That celestial body was called the neutron star. The reasoning behind the transformation of his body into this state was that it could achieve an unimaginable toughness. At the same time, he had also reduced the effective surface area of his body so he could travel via curvature flight even faster. Now, regardless if it were fight or flight, he would be able to deal with the situation more calmly. Luo Yuan stopped at the same location, and his body suddenly vanished completely. It was as if he had blended into space. At the very next moment, his entire body had completely entered the four-dimensionalized state. His body had undergone drastic changes. The original humanoid figure that existed in the three-dimensional universe had completely vanished. As he entered the fourth dimension, his body extended beyond the higher dimension and it seemed as if endless twisted, folded space made up his body. It was just like a two-dimensional square, or a cube in the third dimension. In fact, his form in the third dimension was nothing but a projection. It was but an appearance. This was his true complete form. This world had been rejecting Luo Yuan's body as if he would be pushed out any time. This made him spend a considerable amount of concentration and will every single second. However, he could still keep up with the intensity of his will and its regenerative speed. This was the first time he experienced the fourth dimension in person and was still able to retain his memories. It would also require one to enter the fourth dimension during teleportation, but the time spent there was so short it could be ignored. Even if he were to enter the fourth dimension like that, he would have no memory of it. Infinite dark energy flowed like a stormy tide. If every single energy flow here was reduced to a three-dimensional measurement, it would be equivalent to 1 billion tons of nuclear bombs. The turbulence there was as intense as the ocean. Scientists had once theorized that dark energy occupied about 95% of the particles in the entire universe. However, this proportion was far greater than what the scientists had imagined. After all, when compared to the one true universe, humans only existed within the third dimension that was like a thin membrane around the true universe. As of this moment, Luo Yuan was clinging to this membrane at a speed of at least 10,000 times the speed of light, flying unimaginably fast. Everything in the third dimension existed within the fourth dimension as a giant as well. As he looked toward the third dimension from where he was, he noticed that even a small planet would be hundreds of times larger than Luo Yuan when it was present in the fourth dimension. It was at this moment that Luo Yuan suddenly noticed 10,000 times the speed of light was only the surface of what the fourth dimension had to offer. Once he had distanced himself from three-dimensional factors and further ventured into the depths of the fourth dimension, the speed limit grew. 10,000 times the speed of light, 20,000. Soon, he reached 30,000 times the speed of light. Luo Yuan began feeling the rejection grow stronger along with the draining of his will beginning to feel like a flood. He immediately stopped venturing into the depths of the fourth dimension and stopped at 20,000 the speed of light. Then, he flew in the direction of the four-dimensional body. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 587, The Four-Dimensional War, 2. Chapter 587, The Four-Dimensional War, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
A month had passed, and a figure shrouded in light suddenly appeared within the three-dimensional universe. Without a doubt, this figure was definitely Luo Yuan. He glimpsed past an uncharted star system and compared it with one close to the solar system. Then, he realized that the star system was denser, with the distance between each star being at least 100 light-years or more. The distance toward the solar system was more than 3,000 light-years, and it was positioned between the Perseus and Sagittarius cantilever. In fact, it was closer to the Silver Heart Zone. Based on the travel path of the four-dimensional beings, he deduced that their civilization could very well have originated from the Silver Heart Zone. He had expected this. More than 99% of matter found throughout the galaxy was from the Silver Heart Zone, and it was also the coldest place in the entire galaxy. If time was turned back about 10 billion years, this star had already existed, even to the extent of supporting a civilization while his current solar system and the Sun was still in a chaotic state. The Sun was only about 5 billion years old, and there was a 5 billion year gap between the birth of both stars. That was more than enough time to allow a civilization to progress to the pinnacle of what they could do, providing it did not fall. However, if it were compared to the Silver Heart Zone in terms of prosperity and age, the star system closer to the solar system was like a wasteland that lacked resources. Not even a blade of grass would grow there. Luo Yuan had used up his will, but it was rapidly recovering. In mere seconds, he had already fully recovered. He looked into the distance, and hundreds of light-years within the fourth dimension was a four-dimensional figure that was inching closer. His heart was impervious to neither passion nor desire as he lay there suspended in the void, quietly waiting for it to arrive. Time gradually passed, and with the ever-closing distance, the figure gradually grew larger as it changed from a blur to an image of vivid clarity.
It seemed to be similar to Luo Yuan's micro-universe, but it was not formed from space.
Instead, it was formed from a grayish-black matter that made its entire body seem majestic as dark matter swirled around its body. It was flying at about 13 to 15,000 times the speed of light, and Luo Yuan realized that this discovery was good news. Regardless if it was only traveling at that speed to conserve the energy it expended or if it was unable to ascend to a higher dimension, this meant that the figure was not exactly all-powerful and impenetrable.
50 light-years, 30 light-years, 5 light-years. Luo Yuan only made his move when the distance between the both of them was less than half a light-year apart. His body immediately ascended to the fourth dimension and promptly attempted to reach the peak of the dimension. Within mere picoseconds, his speed had increased to 50,000 times the speed of light per second. When Luo Yuan ascended to the fourth dimension, an indescribable force shot out from the four-dimensional figure as it attempted to leap into a dimensional point that was even higher, but it missed. About 10 seconds later, its energy finally dropped as it caused fluctuations in the fourth dimension that descended to the third dimension. Although the energy of the wave within the fourth dimension had diminished, the energy still remained unimaginably powerful once it descended to the third dimension. In the blink of an eye, the energy had reached the potential energy equivalent to that of a supernova gamma ray gun. Containing the power of a few hundred suns, the terrifying energy shot forward until it hit a star nearby, piercing through it in the blink of an eye and caused it to rapidly crumble. Halfway through flying, Luo Yuan glimpsed at the three-dimensional world that was light-years away, and he witnessed the event in shock. This energy wave was moving at a speed that was beyond his imagination. The wave traversed half a light-year in only a matter of 10 seconds or less. This was because the wave had already traversed more than a light-year during the descent to the third dimension. Its speed truly exceeded his expectations, and the only possible explanation was that the attack was exceedingly powerful as it came from the fourth dimension. Like a signal, a barrage of waves began heading toward Luo Yuan's like howling wind in driving rain. This was the inherent advantage of a technological creation. When compared to a biological being, its firepower was far more intense and powerful. Unfortunately, despite being fourth-dimensionalized, Luo Yuan's will could still not reach a distance of half a light-year away. The maximum range for his will to function was only about a tenth of a light-year. This also meant that he was in a position to take a beating but would not be able to retaliate in any way. It was the cold hard truth. This fourth-dimension war was fought on a completely different scale. When compared to the interstellar war in the third dimension, a war waged in the fourth dimension was significantly more complex and its scale was incomprehensible to a mere three-dimensional being. Similarly, a three-dimensional being would not be able to hit a target since they were on different dimensional planes. If they attempted to, they would have to peer into the fourth dimension with their three-dimensional eyes. However, this super-civilization was definitely something to behold. Having obtained a terrifying understanding of the fourth dimension, Luo Yuan increasingly felt the pressure within him build up following the ever-closing gap between the both of them. Regardless of how he leaped through dimensional planes, his attack were still from him. On the other hand, the attack from the four-dimensional being was extremely precise to the point where it had a kind of predictive property and could even interfere with Luo Yuan's precognition. The rate at which he experienced time was already in the picoseconds. A standard second would feel like trillions of seconds to him. Moving at such a high speed in the fourth dimension, Luo Yuan had experienced hundreds of billions of variable dimensional changes per second, and yet, he was still almost hit several times due to the disruption to his clairvoyant abilities. Against this four-dimensional being, Luo Yuan basically had to go through a power struggle. Unfortunately, he was at a disadvantage. However, his previous encounters with this entity had allowed him to have a general understanding of how its attacks worked. It was a kind of descending dimensional strike that descended from the fourth dimension to the third instead of the third dimension to the second. The attack was made to take on a four-dimensional being, and it was extremely fearsome. If any four-dimensional beings were struck by the attack, it was likely that their body would descend from the fourth dimension and they would become a three-dimensional being. This attack could very well threaten his existence. However, once he understood the attacks of this attack, Luo Yuan managed to retaliate. Flying at high speed, he reached out with his hand and grabbed onto space mid-flight. Then, he tore off a piece of four-dimensional space and covered himself in it before he continued adding hundreds of layers around him. It was a kind of four-dimensional space armor that was carefully carved and polished from space. As he added more layers around him, his defense grew exponentially more powerful, but he was running out of time. To the both of them, half a light-year was not that far, especially since they could traverse the distance in only about 3 minutes. As time passed, both parties approached each other. Luo Yuan looked like a phantom as he phased in and out of existence to dodge the attacks only by a mere inch.
The energy of the four-dimensional being descended into a sea of dark energy. It seemed like boiling oil was being poured into water as the dark energy in the battlefield went amok, exploding into an endless stream of energy and light. However, damage done from something like this would neither damage Luo Yuan nor the fourth-dimensional being. At that moment, there seemed to be a slight problem with Luo Yuan's will. It only protected him for half a picosecond before he was intensely shook.
By then, it was far too late.
Terrifying shockwaves were sent toward his body, wiping out all the layers of four-dimensional armor he surrounded himself with earlier.
The impact gave off an endless stream of energy.
Fortunately, he had the dimensional armor wrapped around his body, so he managed to slow the waves down at the very last moment, allowing him to swiftly escape, or this war would have had ended prematurely. At that split second, there was a sliver of fear in his heart. To avoid something like this from happening again, Luo Yuan increased the amount of will expended at a whim. As he did that, his entire body gave off a powerful glow that enveloped the entire area. It formed an area around him that, when complete, would instantly recover his precognitive abilities and isolate the disruptive force. Fortunately, the four-dimensional being quietly entered his range of attack only a few seconds later. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 588, The Four-Dimensional War, 3. Chapter 588, The Four-Dimensional War, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Enveloping the four-dimensional figure was a three-dimensional membrane. The three-dimensional membrane was spherical and was thousands of kilometers in diameter. An endless array of dense, multicolored pillars of light intertwined within the dimensional layer. These pillars did not only exist within that dimension but had pierced through and ascended into further dimensions like a complex, neurovascular network that controlled the movements of the four-dimensional being. This was a four-dimensional warfleet that utilized dark energy as fuel. It was also a weapon used by the town-state of the Pango civilization. The Pangurians were very different compared to the humans. They were skinless, and their entire body was made from a blue exoskeleton. The bottom half of their body resembled a spider with 4 pairs of legs, while their upper torso vaguely resembled a human. However, people would find it difficult to describe them as beautiful. They had an expression that seemed like they were wearing a mask, and they looked like the devil himself had crawled out from hell. As for the reason they looked like this, it was caused by the environment on their home planet. Since they came from a star system nearby the Silver Heart Zone, their environment was rather harsh, as it was filled with cosmic radiation that was tens of thousands of times more powerful than what it would be if it were at the edge of the galaxy. Occasionally, cosmic storms would frequent them as well. This affected the locations that could sustain life. They could not live in the ocean, so they lived in underground cavities. As the living organisms began evolving and moved toward the surface, some of them evolved to the point of being able to absorb the radiation. Others also evolved to have a tough exoskeleton. In the end, the species which managed to dominate the planet were the ones that evolved an exoskeleton, the Pangurians. Ever since the first recorded history of civilizations, this civilization that was found near the Silver Heart Zone had already existed for a few billion years. About 30 million years ago, after the intense war that had gone on for a few hundred years, the Pangurians had managed to emerge victorious against the previous ancient galactic overlord. Ever since then, they stood at the peak of the galaxy and had remained there until this day. After all this time, this civilization had been through severe civil wars and cosmic-level disasters. The most dangerous event that they endured was during the Silver Heart Black Hole incident, which caused half of the hundreds of planets within the radius of the Pango civilization to be wiped out, including their home planet. Although their final population stood at barely 11 people, they still stood strong in the face of the declining numbers. Nothing could shake them from being at the pinnacle of the galaxy. With constant technological development, the universe had unveiled its secrets to them millions of years after they had first begun exploring the mysteries of the fourth dimension. As they treaded into new territory, various physics theories were perfected one after the other while their technology underwent an explosive evolution. Infinite dark energy had made antimatter obsolete. Spatial warping had replaced curvature flight, and interstellar gates were present on all the planets owned by their civilization. In the end, they were even able to continuously chip at the fourth dimension and move their entire civilization into an isolated micro-universe to prevent it from ever having to endure another cosmic disaster. As their civilization spread its footprints across the universe, they managed to catch a glimpse of the four-dimensional creature in one of their intergalactic exploration missions, which caused a huge uproar. From the very beginning, the Pango civilization had always thought that life would cease to exist within the fourth dimension. In their mind, only the third dimension could sustain life, but ever since that discovery, this idea was completely shattered, and they began feeling an immediate threat toward the survival of their civilization.
Theoretically speaking, a four-dimensional being was a dimension higher than a three-dimensional being.
This difference was absolute. No matter how powerful a three-dimensional civilization was, they would never stand a chance if they went toe-to-toe against a creature like this. This also meant that there was nothing the Pango civilization could do against a creature like this. Perhaps, the Pango civilization's micro-universe could avoid a cosmic disaster. However, against a four-dimensional being that had existed naturally for eons, there was nothing they could do. Under threat of extinction, the Pango civilization began investing a huge amount of resources in researching dimensional ascension. They were searching for a way to achieve dimensional ascension to maintain their civilization's eternal safety. From matter to energy, and microbes to intelligent creatures, the Pango civilization was engaged in research for a few 100,000 years. Throughout the majority of the research period, they faced stagnation in the progress of their research, making it difficult for them to continue. About 10,000 years ago, they utilized light quanta, which were a system resulting from a study to collect experimental information from all low-level civilizations within a 1,000 light-year radius. However, the messaging system was unfortunately exposed to a supernova mid-flight and was derailed from its flight path. Following the cosmic storm, it finally landed close to a removed civilization after thousands of years. Although this was a premature experiment, it could be considered a success. With trillions of samples and an experimental body that coincidentally managed to achieve dimensional ascension before completely transforming into a four-dimensional creature, the Pango civilization had managed to collect a vast amount of precious experimental data. In a way, the experiment could also be a failure since the initial goal was to collect as much valuable experimental data as possible, hence the reason for free rein when it came to their growth. This exposed the galaxy to a huge hidden danger. One would eventually reap what one had sown, and the Pango civilization was powerless against such threats. Fortunately, this four-dimensional being had already homogenized with the information ocean that existed within the fourth dimension, so the creature was neutral. If you did not provoke it, it would not mess with you. However, in order to avoid another mistake and prevent the galaxy from becoming the four-dimensional being's playground, the Pango civilization wiped out every last surviving experimental sample and sealed off this experiment. Obviously, they only missed killing the last remaining individual because it was too far away. On the other hand, under the continuous analytic study following the collection of the experimental data on dimensional ascension, the Pango civilization had begun building a four-dimensional warfleet in an attempt to monitor the dimensional ascension phenomenon throughout the galaxy so they could wipe out the disaster before it occurred to maintain and protect the galaxy's stability. To the four-dimensional being, the galaxy was far too small. It could barely contain two four-dimensional creatures, and the Pango civilization would likely not want to repeat their mistakes again. However, Luo Yuan was the first person that managed to get this close in the transformation into a four-dimensional being in the past few thousand years. At the same moment, within the control center of this super war fleet, hundreds of Pangurians stared at the light screen filled with endless data and formulas in absolute silence. The time flow over there had been accelerated by tens of thousands of times to be in sync with the supercomputing power of a four-dimensional photon quantum computer. It was able to perfectly receive an astronomical amount of information originating from the fourth dimension. In a way, it was like an actual four-dimensional being. However, the warfare had continued up to this day, causing unease to everyone involved. This quasi-fourth dimensional being was far more powerful than what they had imagined. Compared to an actual four-dimensional creature, he seemed to be wise. This was unprecedented. To this day, this was the second time the Pangurians had waged war in the fourth dimension. The first time was about 1,000 years ago when they were trying to slay the actual four-dimensional being which they created. If the time taken to approach the four-dimensional being was excluded, the actual war only lasted for less than a second before the four-dimensional warfleet was completely destroyed. From that point onwards, the Pangurians dared not provoke the four-dimensional being ever again, even after a total of 1,000 years into the future. The construction of a four-dimensional warfleet was rather difficult due to the sealing of the initial dimensional creature ascension experiment. There was a limited amount of experimental data that could be obtained, which made it difficult for them to completely grasp the dimensional ascension technique up to this day. Every successful construction of a four-dimensional warfleet was a gamble. Its success rate was extremely low, and the resources it expended was significant even to the Pangurians that were at the pinnacle of civilizations. It was a Herculean task that they only managed to construct 3 vessels in their four-dimensional warfleet to this day. If there was not absolute confidence, the Pangurians would not even want to undertake the risk of building such an extremely difficult project. Naturally, one of the reasons was also the four-dimensional being, although the threat it posed to the Pango civilization was relatively low. In a way, since the four-dimensional being lacked wisdom, it still relied on basic survival instincts. Even if it grew more powerful, everything it did would be for its own survival, and it would only retaliate when it was threatened. However, after that passed, it would hold no grudges. This was not the case for this three-dimensional being. When it detected danger, it would come to seek it on its own initiative. In a certain way, the threat that this living being carried was far greater than the actual four-dimensional being to the Pango civilization, and it had to be completely eliminated. It was at this moment that an alert suddenly rang in the four-dimensional warfleet. At the same time, an oppressive and terrifying presence seemingly slipped through the four-dimensional warfleet's dimensional shielding and spread across its control center. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 589, The Fourth Dimensional War, Finale. Chapter 589, The Fourth Dimensional War, Finale. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. There was a subtle disruption on the energy flow above the three-dimensional membrane, and rays of light sputtered out from the light pillars, emitting glaring rays as they lit up the entire dimension. There's a slight vortex on the time-accelerated reaction force field, a Pangurian reported immediately through a telepathic channel. An expression of slight panic ran across its once ferocious face. Dark energy harvesting speed had dropped to 50%, circumstances are unknown. This isn't good. The four-dimensional warfleet's dimensional ascent ion point would continuously and precisely engage dimensional descent by half a degree every nanosecond. About 100 nanoseconds later, there'll be irreversible damage on the four-dimensional being. Being an ancient civilization that had created a system about 10,000 years ago, Pangurian's technology was deeply ingrained in the evolution of life. In order to avoid the existence of another four-dimensional being in the galaxy, the Ascent Ion project for the dimensional creature had to be sealed and was strictly prohibited in the end. However, the experiments and projects exploiting the brains and other relevant genetic optimizations had never stopped. Compared to the reliance the humans had on the popular wisdom elixir, everyone within the population could achieve an IQ of a 170 or even beyond 180. However, the average Pangurian IQ could reach up to 300, causing their thoughts to be 100 times faster than that of a human. It was also 2,000 to 3,000-fold that of the humans in the ancient times. However, even with the control center's accelerated time of about 30,000 times, the Pangurian's thought process could only react at a speed that went as low as 2 nanoseconds. During the time when all of the Pangurian reacted to the situation by thought, it had worsened at an incredible pace. Various bad news appeared one after the other, causing panic in the atmosphere among the people in the entire control center. Not good. Engage dimensional ascension now, retreat. Finally, the warfleet's commander roared a series of command. In only a matter of seconds, a layer of misty light shrouded the entire four-dimensional being. At the next moment, the vessel in the super warfleet had already leaped from their current dimension. However, all of the efforts were wasted. The force was like the roots of a lush tree where it had spread to the countless dimensions surrounding them. Following the flow of time, it gradually tightened its grasps onto all dark matter and energy within reach, isolating the four-dimensional warfleet and causing the warfleet's dark energy harvesting rate to rapidly decline. Only a few nanoseconds later, the warfleet's harvesting rate was already unable to keep up with the expenditure. Even so, that alone was not the only reason. Since they followed multiple dimensions tightly, it seemed as if the dimensions had solidified and caused the fuel consumption for their dimensional ascension to be up to hundreds or thousands of times higher. If this continued, this massive four-dimensional warfleet would be like cattle and sheep waiting to be slaughtered once the internal supplies had been fully depleted despite being in tip-top condition. At this moment, the attacks from the four-dimensional being had long stopped, seemingly trying its best to escape. Unfortunately, how could Luo Yuan allow it to escape? Within the radius of his will, he was like an almighty god and was the sole master of multiple dimensions within the radius of thousands of kilometers. The only ones that could go against him were those who had a similarly strong will. Although the four-dimensional being possessed a tremendous amount of power and an incomprehensible amount of energy, the sole thing that it lacked was willpower. Within this dimension, it was like a foreign object, a misfit which had the entire world as its enemy. However, the rate his will was being consumed was also astonishing when he was in this form. At that moment, Luo Yuan felt that his enormous will had been draining at a very quick pace, and that he could only hold this form for a second at most before he completely exhausted his will and get ejected from the fourth dimension. Fortunately, the time he had in this form was more than enough for Luo Yuan. A nanosecond later, the four-dimensional being had begun an irreversible dimensional descent as countless of spatial openings not unlike wormholes began appearing out of thin air. 3 nanoseconds later, these spatial openings were twisted into inclined passageways by Luo Yuan's will, causing a large amount of physical matter and energy to flow through these spatial passageways before they were thrown out of the dimension. Matter with four-dimensional properties would still be able to remain, but as for matter with three-dimensional properties, they would be expelled from the fourth dimension. Luo Yuan had witnessed it with his own eyes. 1 or 2 carcasses that just came out of the passageways instantaneously vanished into thin air and was expelled from the fourth dimension.
5 nanoseconds later, this four-dimensional being completed its dimensional descent.
Before the dimensional descent, Luo Yuan had sensed a warning from his clairvoyant abilities.
With a simple though, he withdrew himself from the fourth dimension. As a kind of four-dimensional being, when compared returning to a lower dimension, to ascending into a high dimension, it was like the flow of a stream, his body completely followed his thought. Just when he had entered the three-dimensional universe, severe waves had occurred within the space around the dimension. Luo Yuan gazed into the dimension where the four-dimensional being was. He only saw an ocean of light, where the light had shrouded everything within a radius of 10 or so light years. The vast amount of energy released during the dimensional declension of the four-dimensional being was simply comparable to a dark hole level. It had even caused space turbulence to multiple dimensions.
Luo Yuan saw the occurrence and was surprised.
If he was near this level of disruption, it was estimated that he would have taken damage. Luo Yuan only gazed for a moment before he looked away because there were still matters he had to settle. He scanned his surroundings with a glance and discovered up to hundreds of corpses very quickly. The bodies were dispersed everywhere, and the body closest to Luo Yuan was a few million kilometers away while the furthest was several hundreds of millions of kilometers away. There were time differences when those bodies were being thrown out of the fourth dimension, and with the effects of four-dimensional speed, it causes those corpses to become widely dispersed. However, all the current Luo Yuan had to do was to use his thought and willpower for such distances. The next moment, he had arrived near one of the corpses. Since the corpses were thrown out of the fourth dimension through the Klein passageway, the physical structure of its body, including cellular and genetic factors, were turned inside out. Although only about a second had passed, there was no doubt that all of them were completely dead. Fortunately, all of these had no effect to Luo Yuan's next move. He had managed to find a memory cell that belonged to one of these creatures. His willpower quickly scanned through it. At the same time, he rearranged and analyzed the complex information contained within their memory. Soon, countless light figures flashed through his mind, and within only a few picoseconds, he had learned the Pangurian's language. At first, he was somewhat distracted, but very quickly he became serious and prudent. The understanding the Pangurians had regarding the fourth dimension was far more advanced and in-depth than what he knew. Most of their knowledge had also been turned into theories. For example, he could manipulate the space around him based on a whim and could begin to accelerate the time within a certain area. However, like a human baby that only knew how to drink milk despite being born into the world not long ago, it was his natural instinct as a four-dimensional lifeform. He did not know the system and theory operated behind it. He only knew that it was the way it was. Luo Yuan originally planned to search for the location of their civilization through the memories, but he had accidentally found something even greater by accident. On average, the lifespan of a Pangurian was about 1,000 years, give or take, so their brains were extremely developed, and those who could pilot the four-dimensional warfleet were elites among the Pangurians. Every one of them had received up to hundreds of years of education, especially in the field of the fourth dimension. Every single one of them had received specialized training and learning. Since this type of super warfleet was cruising within the fourth dimension, it would be almost impossible to be able to pilot such a vessel. If they did not have any relevant knowledge in this field, no one would allow such an individual to pilot. Although they were not the best researchers, even with some of that public knowledge and theory, there was still something to harvest. Luo Yuan read through the memory of the Pangurian corpses one after the other while consolidating and summarizing all the harvested knowledge and information. His understanding regarding the fourth dimension had become ever more so clear and thorough. Gradually, he formed a relatively more profound understanding of the system behind it all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 590, War and Peace. Chapter 590, War and Peace. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
A moment afterward, Luo Yuan had a huge leap in the understanding of his own ability armed with this knowledge. After all these years, Luo Yuan had never fully discovered the true potential of his own ability. On one side, his potential was more than enough to oppress everything else he knew before he met the Pangurians. None of the civilization that he had met could ever pose a real threat to him. Naturally, with no threat came no desire to further pursue an even stronger power. On another side, it was also a limitation due to his understanding. To him, he discovered his own potential from self-teaching, self-experimentation, along with the limited exploration of this world on his own. All of these were like pearls, scattered and fragmented around him. For a civilization like the humans, these experiences were already a great repository of knowledge. However, when compared to a super-civilization which was a product from tens of thousands of years of wisdom, the amount of experience could not even be compared. A glimpse into the wisdom of the Pangurians had allowed Luo Yuan to string up and connect the pearls from a certain perspective, allowing Luo Yuan to discover that he could be even more powerful. With a single thought, countless particles in space flew toward a location and began to converge immediately.
Within a few nanoseconds, another Luo Yuan had appeared close to the original. Next came a third, and then a fourth. One after another, new copies of Luo Yuan rapidly formed throughout the void space.
A few seconds later, the void was hosting thousands of Luo Yuans. About 10 or so seconds afterward, the numbers had increased to about a few million and were rapidly increasing at an unknown rate. Only half a minute later did Luo Yuan finally feel that he had reached his limit and proceeded to stop creating copies of himself. His clones had occupied the radius of about 1 light-year, and the numbers had reached up to more than 635 million. It resembled an army waiting for commands. A massive gravitational pull was formed by the gathering of such a number of individuals, causing a severe bending of the light waves that passed through this area. Every individual clone could be considered as Luo Yuan, but at the same time, they were not truly him. Perhaps, it could be said that the cluster of 635 million individuals was the true Luo Yuan. All these individuals were the materialization of quantum probability and would only obey a single with their hive mind. Within this state, he was like a supercalculator synced to hundreds of millions of smaller calculators. The computational ability of his brain had increased hundreds of millions of times and could even see more than a day into the future within a certain range. The will and power of the clones were unaffected by his use of his foresight, and it was as if they had a common will. However, Luo Yuan found out that this type of quantum probability clones had its drawbacks and caused a serious disadvantage. Under this state, the rate at which he received information would be greatly increased, severely eroding his willpower.
A few seconds later, he was made keenly aware of the tendency to be absolutely rational in this state of mind.
Fortunately, his mind was always warning him, and any time he felt like he was approaching such a state, he would immediately take countermeasures.
With a single thought in Luo Yuan's mind, the clones disassembled into countless particles one after the other, dispersing through the vast void of space until there were only 3 of the clones left. It was then that Luo Yuan halted the disassembling process.
3 clones, this was the limit of his willpower before it was subjugated to informational erosion. Any more than that and it could easily affect him.
All 3 Luo Yuans looked at each other and immediately leaped into the 4th dimension, disappearing into thin air.
Based on the information obtained from the Pangurians' memories, the location where the Pangurian civilization existed was not within the 3-dimensional universe. Instead, they existed within a micro-universe at an even higher dimension. The micro-universe floated along an ocean of dark energy, and its geographical location was constantly shifting.
Only the Pangurians' 4-dimensional warfleet could accurately pinpoint its location.
Unfortunately, that warfleet had long been destroyed. It was annihilated in the destructive explosion of the last dimensional descent, and the explosion had completely obliterated all of the equipment, reducing everything to ashes. This rendered the tracking equipment useless.
Luo Yuan only had 2 clues that from the Pangurian memories.
Firstly, their 3-dimensional position remained near the Silver Heart Zone.
Second, this micro-universe was relatively large, and its radius could reach up to a shocking 150 light-years. This caused the micro-universe to cast a shadow onto the 3-dimensional universe and form a black hole. This black hole was also the Pangurian equivalent of a mining planet that basically gave them access to materials they needed. However, this clue was too broad. There were multiple black holes within the galaxy, and their ratio to the planets was about 1,000 to 1. The black holes numbered a few hundred million, and about half of those were located at the Silver Heart Zone. The thought of searching for the location of the Pangurian civilization within the hundreds of millions of black holes was like searching for a needle in an ocean. However, Luo Yuan was not in a rush. The cruel truth was that he was now doomed to never be able to return to the human world in his current state. With the immense gravitational pull he gave off, he would cause a shift in the gravitational pull of another planet that would result in a massive disaster, let alone Earth. However, this meant he still had a lot of time, not to mention that he would never even dare to push forward, even if he clearly knew the location of the Pangurian civilization. After all this time, the Pangurian civilization paid extreme attention to their self-defense mechanisms due to the severe survival crises. To defend themselves against possible attacks from a 4-dimensional being, the Pangurians had set up countless cannons and sufficient firepower to surround the micro-universe. Even if a 4-dimensional being attacked the Pangurians, it could possibly suffer heavy damage. Perhaps, they could even defeat it themselves, making it unwise for Luo Yuan to engage them. With his current potential, he could easily gain the upper hand if he went against a 4-dimensional warfleet. Even if there were 2 of them, all he needed to do was create a few of those quantum possibility clones, and it would still not cause too much trouble for him. However, he still lacked plenty of firepower to go against the home of the Pangurians. He was currently able to create or disassemble countless quantum possibility clones with only his will. Even if the clones died, he could still instantly reconverge and form more of them.
No harm would be caused to his true self unless all of the clones were wiped out at once. The only limiting factor was his willpower. The more clones he formed, the quicker he expended his willpower. If he were to maintain a few 100 million clones while he was engaged in a battle within the fourth dimension, his willpower would be completely diminished within a few picoseconds. Even if he were to only maintain about 3 clones, he would not be able to maintain his willpower for even 10 seconds in an actual battle, and without his willpower, he was like a sitting duck. Fortunately, Luo Yuan's potential had been steadily growing even more powerful as time passed. The four-dimensionalization this time around was different from the others. It was as if it was a breakthrough. Similar to the few occasions before, he would require some time to engage in a sort of accumulation of power before an event would occur. However, after the last four-dimensionalization, his dimensional ascension was already at midpoint, so the energy changes seemed to have led to physical changes. Luo Yuan discovered that during this period, he was inching closer to the fourth dimension all the time. A month ago, he was only about 50% into the fourth dimension, but in only about a month or so, he had already reached 50.1%. His height grew from 2.5 meters to 3 meters, and his willpower had also acquired some sort of ability to enhance itself from this event, without which he would not be able to maintain 3 separate bodies that easily. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and it had been 30 years since Luo Yuan disappeared. With confrontation lasting almost hundreds of years along with hundreds of probes and provocations, the human and Baja civilization had finally declared war on each other. Each civilization sent hundreds of warfleets to engage in intense combat with each other. At the region around the solar system lay countless scraps of the warfleets and the ice-cold carcasses of warriors and soldiers within the cold starry sky about 10 light-years away. With a warfleet 10 times the size of the human warfleet, the Baja civilization began to attack the humans' mining planet situated at the outer star sector. This limited the countermeasures the humans could take, so their early advantage during the early stages of the war had diminished quickly. Until this point, human technology had gradually become more advanced than the Baja civilization. After obtaining an advanced warfleet and a firepower that grew ever more precise and accurate, the Baja civilization that was still in the era of the interstellar canon truly had a taste of the disparity between their civilizations. Even in the early days, the exchange ratio between the two sides in the war was 10 to 1. Amidst the war, this exchange ratio reached a staggering 50 to 1. Whenever the humans lost a vessel in their warfleet, the Baja civilization would lose 50. Furthermore, after the human utilized 8 vessels of the seemingly invincible White Dwarf warfleet, the Baja civilization's warfleet finally experienced a small collapse. This warfleet was completely indestructible. Even when the Baja civilization utilized their most powerful cannon to shoot at them, it would only send out a flash of white light. They had organized more than once and used a large number of vessels to ram against them for physical damage, kamikaze style. However, the vessels exploded before they even reached their target. When the war reached the end, it was completely one-sided. At the same time, the humans had begun their counterattacks, causing the sparks of war to gradually spread to areas around the Baja planet. After struggling to support itself for a dozen years or so, the Baja civilization finally threatened to destroy the outer planets of the humans and requested a ceasefire. Against this kind of threat, the humans had to carefully make their considerations. The Baja civilization was on the verge of collapse. Nevertheless, they were still in possession of a warfleet with 300,000 vessels. If they were to split up and escape toward their own home, there would surely be a small part of them which would manage to escape and attempt to begin the destruction of the outer human planets. Those planets were not ornaments in the sky but were resources that contributed to the development and expansion of the human civilization. If an outer human planet was destroyed, the expansion that the humans envisioned would also be greatly affected. After negotiations that lasted a year, it ended with the conditional surrender of the Baja civilization. That had ended the interstellar warfare that lasted for about 60 years. The humans had obtained all Baja civilization technology along with their archives and 80 billion tons of antimatter in a 200-year installment. This number was equivalent to the amount that a Dyson sphere could provide in about 800 years of operation. It was an astronomical amount which resulted in about 4/5 of the annual production of the Baja civilization to be compensated to the humans. At the same time, this war had resulted in the humans solidifying their position as the overlord of the Orion Cantilever sector in the Milky Way. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 591, The Era of Humans, I. Chapter 591, The Era of Humans, I. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In a lively planet within the Silver Cross Cantilever. The dawn of technology had long pierced through the prolonged darkness, and the civilization on this planet had entered a high-speed developmental phase. Within the period of 100 years, they went from man and animal-powered to mechanical-powered equipment.
From the era of cold steel to the era of thermal weaponry, what followed after this was terrifying wars that went from one to the another. Within 100 years, all of the countries on the planet were either already at war or were currently preparing for one. Ever since the Second World War, peace had only lasted for about 20 years before both East and West alliances went to war with each other once more. Cities were reduced to rubble, and farms were burned to ashes, resulting in countless civilians and soldiers losing their lives, especially during the second year into the war. With both the East and West alliances having gradually begun researching and manufacturing nuclear weaponry, a horrifying nuclear warfare soon arrived. The war only lasted for 3 years, but number of dead individuals within their civilization had reached over 500 million.
The number was about an eighth of their total population.
Every month, there would be a number of nuclear bombs dropping throughout their planet, causing fiery lights that seemed as if they were from hell to burst out everywhere. The war gradually became an unprecedented massacre. None emerged as the victor of the war, and yet the war continued. Both major alliances had committed too much in this war for either of them to back down. After all, no one would want to take the initiative and show their weakness. Doing something like this would put them at a risk of losing everything, just like two strong men stabbing each other with a knife and waiting to see who would die first. According to a standard progress development, this world war would still be able to continue for another few months to half a year until either side completely collapsed. However, a message that originated from an extraterrestrial civilization sped up the arrival of peace. Everyone began panicking and the war could no longer be continued. The frontline soldiers were very quickly withdrawn, and at the same the leaders from every country had also begun to relax as they met with each other to exchange thoughts. If the message proved to be authentic, it would mean that they would completely lose their home planet. Compared to a war for the supremacy of the planet, none doubted that this was both absurd and ironic at the same time. This was a famous demolition notice from an extraterrestrial civilization. To the respected citizens of the planet positioned at CA 808000087. We regret to inform you that the planet that you're all residing is positioned on the intergalactic highway and has been deemed by the Human Supreme Academy of Science as a potential interference to the operation of the intergalactic gateway. In order to ensure regular operation of the intergalactic highway, which would improve the entire galaxy's traffic condition, through the official authorization of the government of the Human Empire, our department has decided to destroy your star system. As for the citizens of the planet CA 808000087, we've entrusted you to a third party, which is the nearby Rider civilization, to assist them with moving to the CA 808000134 star system located about 100 light-years away in 5 years. There will be payments of a certain degree of compensation, and if there were any inconvenience brought to anyone, please excuse us.
Notice is hereby given.
The Demolition Department of the Hope City Stargate Construction Engineering Corporation of the Human Empire.
Year 4335, July 21st, Human Era.
The content of the message had cast a chill onto people's spine, causing them to shiver in the absence of cold. It was absolutely absurd. However, this was definitely not some individual or some sort of peace organization's prank. It was because this message had directly appeared in everyone's mind, where billions of individuals had received it at the same time in the entirety of their civilization. An extraterrestrial civilization that could achieve such a feat would naturally also possess the means to annihilate them. Since they still did not have the means to leave their home planet, they were considered a backward civilization. Facing such a behemoth of a civilization loitering within the nebulas and even preparing to construct an intergalactic highway, they were as weak as an ant. No one could muster any thought of rebellion against such an advanced civilization, and all they could do was accept their fate. However, the appearance of the extraterrestrials had caused the entire planet's residents, no matter their country of origin or their political view, to feel the same survival crisis for the first time. Under this kind of stress, the differences they had were quickly cast aside, and after countless sessions of negotiations and agreeing to the terms, this planet's civilization had finally unified as one after the war 3 years later. 5 years later, a huge fleet had arrived as expected, oppressing the entire galaxy. O great ones who hails from an all-powerful civilization. We, those of us who are lowly and backward, are highly grateful to you, who have come to aid us. We can only see an inch away but have never known that this galaxy had such an abundance of civilization. We've also never heard of such a mighty and righteous civilization such as the Rider civilization. Ever since we received the message from the Human Empire, we've been restless, worried about the future of our civilization, but we were eager to know the information regarding the star sector and also what the human civilization was. Oh great ones, could you give us some answer to the question of the lowly and backward us? The first leader of the civilization had a grand reception to the government officials of the Rider civilization and asked in a shuddering manner at the banquet. The government official of the Rider civilization proudly took a glance at him, and then glanced at the mountain of gold gifted by the savage civilization as he coldly replied, "I know what your civilization seeks. In fact, All of you have no need to worry as the universe is indescribably vast, and most of the star systems are unable to produce life. To a civilization like us, we would not be worried about the limited resources for development and expansion of our civilization in the foreseeable future. All in all, this galaxy is a peaceful one only if no two parties are too close to each other. Besides, no civilization would wage war against a backward civilization such as yours.
As for the human empire,
when it came to this, his face suddenly became dignified, and he subconsciously spoke in a deep tone, the truth about this powerful civilization. Even we only know so much, the mystery surrounding this civilization is unprecedented. In this occasion where we would aid you in your move, we've also received a similar message from them.
How is that possible? Your civilization is so high and mighty.
How are there any civilizations that exist that could secretly send a message into your brain? The head of the civilization said while forgetting his manners. Based on the information from their conversation, they were a civilization which came from a star sector about 3,000 light-years away, but it only took them 10 years to reach their planet. This would mean that their warfleets were moving at a speed of at least 300 times the speed of light. It was as if a fantasy had come straight out of a legend, and yet, the almighty Rider civilization was almost as weak and helpless as them against this mysterious human empire.
All of these are facts.
Perhaps, you and I are basically the same against this mysterious human empire. Perhaps, they were in each other's shoes as the Rider government officials looked at the head of the backward civilization. He sighed as he shook his head and said, based on their civilization's actions, we can theorize that this may be the Milky Way galaxy's most powerful civilization, a super civilization. After all, the humans would soon be building an intergalactic highway in order to shrink the scale of the galaxy.
This was not just to improve the traffic of the galaxy.
It was also a doorway to warn every other civilization. Such a feat was impossible to a civilization that was unable to suppress the entire galaxy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 592, The Era of Humans, 2. Chapter 592, The Era of Humans, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
The message regarding the human construction of the intergalactic highway had been broadcasted through the quantum high-dimensional telepathic range at tens of thousands of times the speed of light, spreading the news to every powerful civilization within the galaxy.
Countless civilizations were shocked by the occurrence.
After the mysterious disappearance of the previous galactic overlord about 2,000 years ago, a new overlord of the galaxy had finally emerged.
Surprisingly, it did not come from any civilization from the Silver Heart Zone.
The civilization that accomplished it was an extremely mysterious and unfamiliar one.
The Silver Heart Zone contained about half of the planets within the galaxy.
That area was the one that gave birth to most of the civilizations, and the interaction between them was much more common and close, which in turn caused a higher frequency of wars waged between each other. If the Silver Heart Zone was a city, then the other areas within the galaxy would be the wilderness. The existence of the Pangurian civilization was like a great beast suppressing all the civilizations found within the Silver Heart Zone, deeply affecting and regulating the rules and laws within the area.
Among the tall mountains and small hills, the Pangurian civilization was considered to be extremely powerful.
As the transcendental crane that stood amongst the rest, they had firmly taken the position of being the overlord by surpassing all other civilizations tens of millions of years ago.
All the remaining civilizations had gotten used to the existence of this overlord.
Naturally, after securing their position as a powerful and almighty overlord, no other civilization could have expected that their overlord status to be taken away by someone else. In fact, during these tens of millions of years, there was not a single civilization that challenged the Pangurians for their position as the overlord of the star sector. In the long history, including the Silver Heart Zone and other star sectors, a total of 12 quasi-super civilizations had ever been born. Only those civilizations were gradually able to become a threat to the Pangurians. From those civilizations, some of them made a fuss about it at their resident star systems while others kept quiet and continued their development as they continued expanding.
However, if any of those civilizations were to show any signs that threatened the status of the Pangurian civilization as the overlord of the star sector, the Pangurian civilization would in turn completely annihilate them.
Thus far, there was not even a single civilization that resembled that of the humans.
No.
It was not that they were that different in comparison to any of the other quasi-super civilizations. The humans had already declared war against the Pangurian civilization. The humans' message was like a loud explosion on a field, thundering across countless civilizations. Everyone remained quiet while awaiting the Pangurian civilization's reaction and response, and quite a few of them expected that a war which would decide the galaxy's overlord status would be unavoidable. However, a full dozen years had passed and the Pangurians seemed to have disappeared. The entire galaxy remained still, as if all of the civilizations had ceased to exist.
some of the powerful ancient civilizations were finally vaguely aware of something. They immediately looked at these past few thousands years and studied all of the cosmic-level disaster cases within the Silver Heart Zone. Since the previous incident where the Pangurians had revealed their location 2,000 years ago, a total of 28 huge disasters had occurred in the entire Silver Heart Zone. 27 of those huge disasters were supernova explosions during a cosmic storm, and one of them was an intense pulse from the collision between neutron stars. These disasters had destroyed dozens of civilizations near the edge of the star sector. Furthermore, the star particle density at the Silver Heart Zone was much higher than the outer rim of the Milky Way galaxy, since most of the areas there were made of nebulas and countless planets that huddled together. It was a rare occurrence for a cosmic-level disaster to occur at the edge of the galaxy, but within the Silver Heart Zone, it was a very common event. Quite a few of those habitable planets had hosted civilizations that were the very first ones to flourish. After having been through a few dozen replacements, a new civilization would arise from the one that had been destroyed every time. Omitting the natural occurrence of cosmic-level disasters, a backward civilization would consider these disasters to be extinction-level events. However, once that civilization had obtained curvature flight technology and hyper-lightspeed detection technology, they could completely avoid the disaster before it even occurred, not to mention that the overlord of the galaxy, the Pangurian civilization, was also present. What made things so interesting was when a black hole had collapsed about 2,200 years ago, causing a mass of about 3,000 stars to get poured into the galaxy. This caused the area within hundreds of light-years in radius to become a void empty space. Even if 2,000 years had passed, the area was still only made up of nebulas that emitted hazy red lights. The powerful gravitational force that was created when the black hole had collapsed had caused the fall of a nearby powerful civilization. After searching through ancient history regarding that black hole, its mysteries gradually emerged. First of all, the black hole was still particularly young and had appeared more than 1,000,000 years ago within the area of influence of the original Pangurian civilization. After it came into existence, the spatial dimension of the universe would slightly shrink by a little every once in a while. What followed afterward was that the disappearance of the Pangurian civilization from the galaxy, including all the planets within their area of influence. Quite a few of those ancient records had theorized that the Pangurians had constructed an isolated dimensional universe and the entire civilization had moved into that isolated dimension, a dimension higher than that of the three-dimensional universe. However, there was nothing to justify this theory. Moreover, the millions of years gradually covered this up. Apart from noting that the black hole had actually left its original position, the Pangurian civilization's actual location still remained a mystery. Secondly, its mass and the gravitational pull that it created were extremely inconsistent with each other. The gravitational pull totaled that of 100 planets, but the mass it spewed out when it exploded weighed up to a few thousand planets. This occurrence had totally overturned the general understanding of how things functioned. Finally, its position was constantly changing and its flight track was impossible to be calculated. Other than the gravitational force originating from the Silver Heart Zone and other similar disruption forces, there was not much to be noted. However, before its collapse, the black hole's position was already quite far from the area of influence of the Pangurian civilization and was much closer to the Silver Heart Zone. Much of these signs were pointing to a single clue, that the Pangurian civilization's existing location crossed path with that black hole. However, no civilization could discover why this black hole had collapsed so suddenly. About a few thousands of years ago, before the black hole collapsed, it never sucked in an abundance of materials or particles. Its gravitational pull had also never even increased or decreased. Its collapse was seemingly caused by an external influence that other civilizations were unable to detect. A dozen years later, somewhere in the Silver Heart Zone, there was a sudden and intense ripple-like effect that shocked the dimensions. The next moment, a neutron star warfleet shrouded with a powerful binding field emerged out of thin air. Very quickly, the quantum high-dimensional telepathic range broadcasted a message to all of the civilizations in the star system, notifying them regarding the arrival of the humans. The construction project of the intergalactic highway will soon commence in this area. In order the smooth progression of the construction, a radius of 10 light-years away will officially be prohibited. The estimated time of completion would be a year. If there are any inconveniences that are brought upon any friendly civilization, please excuse us. The construction department of the Hope City Stargate Construction Engineering Corporation of the Human Empire. The quantum high-dimensional telepathic range broadcasted at intervals of once a day, for 15 Earth days. When the 15 Earth days had passed, the neutron star vessel suddenly fired and maintained thousands of energy rays. Once these energy rays had been fired, it leaped into the fourth dimension. Once they were detected by the spatial wavelength detector and aimed at by the space probe, the very next moment would see all the civilizations in the surrounding area would be vaporized by the energy ray that had dimensionally descended from the fourth dimension, regardless if it was intentional or unintentional, powerful or weak.
After vaporizing their primary target, the energy rays went right through them and continued their journey at light speed, even shooting through a few unlucky habitable planets that were in its trajectory. This caused several planets to explode, leading to countless lives instantly being lost as collateral damage.
This was an act of deterrence from the new overlord of the galaxy.
At that moment, all the civilizations secretly admitted that they would not stand a chance against this new overlord.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 593, The Finale. Chapter 593, The Finale. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Earth, Solar System. Somewhere within a forest park at the center of Hope City, an ancient tree stood tall, dark, and quiet. Quite a few tourists were slowly walking along the forest trails in search of hidden secrets, and occasionally initiated small talks with each other. Concurrently, in a remote location of the forest, a mysterious flight object landed. A humanoid figure instantly materialized out of thin air, followed by a huge amount of dirt that vaporized where the figure stood. After moving his body briefly and looking around the environment with a cold-eyed stare, he quickly walked on the trails of the forest. A couple was flirting with each other in a low voice, but when they lifted up their head they were suddenly met with another person. They quickly smiled and apologized for their carelessness, but that person did not even look at the both of them as he walked away. The pretty lady immediately said, "That person is extremely rude." After not getting any response from her partner, and she asked as he frowned, "What's wrong? Don't tell me you're thinking about work right now? You don't always get a rest day, can't you just sit back and relax?" "No. This isn't about my work, don't you feel that the person just now looked awfully familiar?" The young man regained himself and replied. Now that you mention it, he does look somewhat familiar." That pretty lady replied in shock, "I definitely saw that face somewhere before." At this moment, both of them looked at each other in the eye in surprise and yelled, "President Luo! Quick, search the net!" With curiosity in mind, both of them logged into the internet and very quickly found a picture of President Luo. Unfortunately, what they found was not a picture of President Luo but were portraits and sculptures of his. He's only a 60 to 70% lookalike. President Luo's forehead was much wider. He had the quality of a leader. Look at this artwork where President Luo led the desperate humans to rebuild their civilization. Only the quality of both individuals is big enough of a difference. Looking like this, he would definitely taint the namesake of President Luo, the lady said in disdain. The mysterious person went through a spacefolding door and walked into the park. He then looked into the capital district and finally, a different shade could be seen in his eyes. The entire capital district's dimension had been stretched and extended indefinitely. Just the surface area of the capital district alone had already exceeded the surface area of planet Earth. With the vast adoption of the spatial folding technique, standard commuting methods had become completely obsolete. At the same time, a dark energy harvesting technique had replaced low-efficient nuclear fusion. He could vividly feel the entire city's exceedingly high amount of energy expenditure at each and every passing moment, causing him to feel that he was not standing on the surface of the planet he once knew, but on the sun's core. However, as someone who had managed to assault the home base of the Pangurians, all these only sparked a little of his attention. Compared to the Pangurians who relocated their entire civilization into the fourth dimension and also managed to complete a four-dimensional warfleet, the Earth was not too far behind. Ever since the humans took hold of Pangurian technology, the giant gap between the both civilizations' technological differences grew within only about 2,000 years, but yet, it was still not something that could be closed in such a small time frame. Even so, it was more than enough to look down upon the entire galaxy. While this mysterious person scouted the human capital city, who would have guessed that at that moment, a number of 3-meter-tall armored police robots with glowing red eyes would suddenly descend from the air and encircle this mysterious person. "Warning! Warning! Intruder, drop your guard. You are under arrest." The nearby pedestrians quickly evacuated in every direction after witnessing the situation. They were a silvery white robot that did not have any gaps or defects. Even on their articular joints, the robots were seamless. However, they were definitely not made of liquid metal but instead, a form of high-tensile critical metal with dark energy supplying it with immense power. This metal had hardness thousands of times tougher than a diamond's, but it could still move its joints in a natural way. Without a question, that mysterious person was Luo Yuan. To be precise, he was Luo Yuan's insignificant clone. Compared to his true self that had completely entered the fourth dimension, this clone's body was just that of a normal human being's. With an average human's brain, the only difference was that the clone's willpower was slightly more powerful than that of an average human. Even he himself did not expect that he would be discovered almost right away after arriving.
However, after he gave himself a little thought, it was obvious. As the human's home base, it was natural to have an extreme amount of surveillance along with detection facilities for all sorts of dimensional and energy changes. When he arrived, it seemed that there was not much activity since there was a limited range he affected when he arrived. However, just like an insect that had been caught by a spider web or a droplet that fell into a calm lake, all of these would easily set off a chain reaction. Those reactions were more than enough to allow a sensitive detection system to detect them if something went wrong. Also, with the omnipresence of the AI surveillance system, a mysterious intruder like him would naturally have nowhere to hide once he was screened by the system.
Warning! Warning! Intruder, drop your guard. You're under arrest.
The amount of robot police that descended increased as time passed and had slowly surrounded him. After witnessing that the activity in the area becoming overbearing, Luo Yuan could not help himself but sigh before he quickly raised his hands. With his power, he could easily resolve this trouble he was facing, not to mention his true self in the fourth dimension. Even if he held back and only used a trillionth of his power, it would still be more than enough to instantly rearrange the entire city's AI surveillance system records along with everyone's memory.
However, the radiation brought by a dimensional descent would also cause the death of a large number of bystanders.
Which civilization are you from? Outside of the quarantine room that could withstand the blast of a nuclear bomb, a few high-level officers from the police department had looked into the intruder. All of them had grim looks on their faces. This event had shaken the higher-ups. As the overlord of the galaxy, the Earth had actually been invaded by a mysterious figure. This news was preposterous, and it was crucial for them to find the truth.
Human. Luo Yuan sat within the quarantine room and replied calmly.
Be honest with me, no need to resist us. Although your disguise is extremely good, we've already found the clues, there's nothing we can't do within this galaxy even if you had the body of a human.
Luo Yuan maintained his poker face. That police continued his intimidation and asked, Name? Luo Yuan. Shut up. Damn. You dare to mock President Luo? Let me make this clear for you, that is an active war with the humans. A few of the higher-ups in the police department instantly got angry even if there was not much anger within their heart.
This was mainly for political correctness as they had to be united against the enemy. Currently, the image of Luo Yuan had long been engraved in the minds of humans as a legend. From preschool to primary school, from primary to lower secondary school, and from lower secondary to upper secondary school, everyone grew up with the legacy and story of Luo Yuan. It was obvious from some statistics along these 2,000 years that the human empire made about 5,000 movies where Luo Yuan was the main protagonist.
This translated to roughly 2 movies every year.
As for the portrait of Luo Yuan, a whopping 100 million units were dispersed to every government administrative department, scientific research institution, academic institution, and various museums. His sculptures numbered more than 1 million.
Basically, there would be more than one Luo Yuan sculpture within every city. With that kind of terrifying influence, mocking Luo Yuan was as if you were taunting the entire human empire.
In the morning of the second day, within the office of the human empire's president Luo Yaozu, a phone call from the police department suddenly came.
What? Disappeared? How do you people do such a thing? Search the grounds again. Give me a full-scale search again.
Luo Yaozu slammed the phone down in anger, and then swiftly made a few phone calls to the military. The humans had already begun their control of the entire galaxy, not to mention their home base, the solar system. He could not believe that there was actually a living being that could do whatever he pleased.
Did he think that this was a public toilet?
Luo Yaozu sat for a while and calmed his head before he opened the video of the mysterious man. As he watched, his face gradually became grim since this intruder managed to outsmart the extreme surveillance of the humans and disappear. The only thing left within the quarantine room was a mass with a jumbled quantum state.
Luo Yaozu paid no mind to the life or death of the intruder.
After all, he was more worried about the civilization behind him. If every individual was just like that intruder, he was afraid that the humans would finally meet their rival. Even if their technology was weaker than that of the humans, it would be extremely difficult to deal with that ability alone. He repeatedly watched the video multiple times and discovered that this intruder had remained calm while donning a poker face throughout the entire process.
Not even a single emotion could be seen on his face.
This caused Luo Yaozu to feel as if that person was not imprisoned, but was instead more like some sort of transcendental object that was overlooking all beings like a god, omnipresent and independent.
That expression.
Those features.
Suddenly, Luo Yaozu noticed something.
He locked his sight onto the intruder to look carefully, and immediately, a shiver went down his spine, reverberating throughout his body. His brain subconsciously brought up a section of the last night's interrogation video.
Which civilization are you from? Human. Name? Luo Yuan.
The first time he heard that reply, there was anger all over his face. However, there was currently a slight shiver overwhelming his body that even his scalp was somewhat numb from the chill.
This is impossible. He quickly stood up and immediately searched his family collection for an ancient video clip. It was a video of a 3-person family going for an outing at an ancient virtual reality world. A male figure, that looked exactly like the one in the interrogation video, could be distinguished in it. He carried a faint smile as he looked at a little boy that was politely and respectfully delivering food to him. That little boy was no other than Luo Yaozu's second-generation ancestor. While this man... What was the origin of his surname? Great-ancestor. He could not help himself as he shouted. He then proceeded to slap his cheeks with all his might while donning a look of death on his face. Even in his craziest dreams, he would have never thought that there would be one day where he would lock his ancestor up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.